Hello, everyone, and welcome to the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort here in Germany, where the skies have cleared for a beautiful semi-final day. From 10 players down to 4, still vying for that top spot here in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025. And as always, I'm joined by Tanya Sachdev, David Howell, and Levi Rosman to preview the day. And I think we have to start with what we saw happen just yesterday. A quick reminder for people. We had the #1 seed from the round robins fall down to his own choice in opponent in Vincent Keymer. But of course, I think for many, the story of the day, Javokhir Sindarov ends up getting it done against Hikaru Nakamura in that playoff rapid game.
Yeah, resilient, clutch, held his nerves a little bit better, and one of the two players who chose his opponent and ultimately got the job done, and his reward is to now play the former #2 in the world, Fabiano Caruana. So it's just Javokhir versus Team USA.
Yeah, you'd think, beating somebody like Hikaru maybe means that your next opponent might be an easier one, but no, that's not the way that chess works. That's not the way the competition works, stepping up against the guy who took second place in this very location just last year.
Yeah, and it was sad to see Hikaru lose. There was actually some talk of retirement. I don't know whether that was just the kind of the heat of the moment, but either way, great result for Sindarov, and maybe he can do it again. It's hard to bet against him at this point, the fairy tale continuing.
I mean, that very interview that you're referencing, I mean, definitely Hikaru full of emotion, but I think more than anything, Tanya, that speaks to just the intensity of the moment and how much these players care and really do desire to push through, to the next level and their own expectations for their performance, right? And at the end of the day, somebody has to fall down, and it will be Hikaru this time around. But what a showing it is still so far for the guy who, again, as we've said before, wasn't even supposed to be here and now sits in a guaranteed top 4 finish.
It's an incredible story, right? What an arc that has been. And I think for Hikaru, it was heartbreaking to watch, and especially for Javokhir to get that victory in a format, in a time scramble, which is really considered Hikaru's forte. You know, Hikaru had that winning position to sort of bounce back from that. Javokhir's entire storyline is a blockbuster movie in itself. I think few would have predicted he'd make it so far, and now he's actually in contention, for the big $200,000 first prize as well, if he's able to get through to the semifinals. But before that, he's got a big roadblock ahead of him.
Yeah, and once again, we continue the theme of the youngsters versus the experienced group on both sides of the bracket. Again, Vincent Keymer with a stellar victory in the quarterfinals over Alireza Firouzja, but it doesn't get any easier for him. From #1 in the group stage, now his next opponent is #1 in the world.
Yeah, for Vincent, it feels like he was really on cloud 9 yesterday. He was bouncing after his victory against Alireza, but yeah, to fight Magnus, to have any chance against Magnus, he's going to need to bring his very best, and he's nearly done it before, I should say.
And to that end, Levi, I think we have to talk about the form of Magnus. It's been talked about before, sometimes a slow starter in tournaments, but it just seems like an inevitability at times that you make it to those knockout stages, you make it to the point where mistakes can't be made, and he eliminates those mistakes.
For sure. I think he had 2 very nice games against Nodirbek. Yesterday was kind of a strange one because he had moments maybe he could have put slightly more pressure, but he just took practical decisions. He traded pieces down, and Nodirbek really never had a chance. So he's playing well. He should be quite happy. I mean, Keymer, of course, should be happy. He beats a fellow young player who also chose him out of a group of 4 players that he could have played. So he's in very good form, understanding positions well. That matchup is fascinating, but I have to tell you, Fabiano versus Javokhir is fascinating. I looked at Sindarov's rating chart because I feel like he and Keymer have been here for a while, guys, but we haven't seen them burst out to get to 2750, 2770. In Firouzja's case, 2800, youngest ever to do it. Sindarov had a really quiet last year, and that's probably why, in my mind, he faded, if a young player can even fade. He lost rating last year cumulatively, and this year, every tournament he's played, he's gained rating. So, yeah, Fabiano's got his work cut out for him, and maybe Magnus does too.
And it's only February, all right? There's still a lot of 2025 to go. Yeah, so it could be a really good year for Javokhir Sindarov. Of course, our focus is going to be primarily on the 2 semifinal matchups, but that won't be the only games to take place today. We can fly the schedule up on the screens for you all because, of course, we will also have Firouzja up against Abdusattorov and then Nakamura against Gukesh. The winners of those matches will end up playing each other for placement. The losers will as well play each other for placement, reminding everybody at home that each individual placement from 1 to 10 scores you more points and more prize money when it comes to this year-long circuit. And so now with those being the matchups for the day, I think it's important to remind people exactly how we got here. Let's take a look back at how things broke down just yesterday.
Have you ever witnessed someone defeat the world chess champion in just 18 moves? If not, you missed a historic moment on the second day of the quarterfinals at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Weissenhaus. 8 world-class grandmasters battled for 4 semifinal spots. Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer, and Fabiano Caruana advanced without tiebreaks, while Javokhir Sindarov fought his way through a playoff against Hikaru Nakamura. Starting position 270 challenged the players with a knight misplaced in the corner on A1. To lead this horse to greener pastures, all white players started the game with knight A1 to B3. Carlsen, playing black against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, wasn't particularly concerned, calling the move not super dangerous in the confession booth.
Obviously, with the extra half tempo, white is always going to be the one pushing a little bit, but it doesn't look super dangerous to me, so I'm reasonably satisfied so far.
The first to reach the semis was Fabiano Caruana, who faced world champion Gukesh. Needing a win after losing the first game, Gukesh sacrificed a pawn early to create winning chances. The gamble backfired. Too violent, said Caruana, who calmly converted his advantage. After just 18 moves, India's chess hero resigned in a hopeless position. Carlsen followed, gradually taking over against Abdusattorov after the opening. Eventually, the GOAT secured another trademark endgame victory. Suddenly, Firouzja ran out of options, and Keymer, in an almost winning position, secured a draw to win the match. Before the playoff between Sindarov and Nakamura, Chess.com CCO Daniel Wrench made a grand entrance, interpreting the freestyle dress code in his own freestyle way, showing up in a bathrobe as he drew the position. Then it got serious. In the high-pressure playoff, with heart rate soaring, the young Uzbek pulled off a surprise win against the world's most resilient defender.
Yesterday, when all the players were gone, it's spectacular. I mean, it's such a great environment.
The semifinals are set. Vincent Keymer takes on Magnus Carlsen, while Javokhir Sindarov faces Fabiano Caruana. Can the young challengers pull off even more surprises and go even further? We're going to find out on Tuesday and Wednesday. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Freestyle Chess 2025, and as you got a quick glimpse there, our beautiful tournament tree ever so slowly getting filled in as players advance along the top in the winner's bracket or fall down and continue to play for placing here. Of course, we did have that first of final results for the match for 9th place just yesterday. Levon Aronian kind of wrapping that one up, scoring himself an extra point and some extra prize money to boot. Still plenty of games to go here with 4 more days of play. 2 days of semifinals, and then we hit that final matchup. I mean, for you guys at this point now, as we kind of crest through the halfway point, I just want to take a step back and see how you guys have enjoyed the experience. How are you evaluating the inaugural tournament of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour circuit?
It's been awesome, right? So far, the chess that we've been seeing, the entire atmosphere here at Weissenhaus, it feels like a full celebration. You've got the absolute cream of the chess world when it comes to the players, right? Out of the top 10, most of them are here, and you've got the world #1, the world #2, the world champion, the former Fischer Random world champion, all the big names, and you've also got the content creators here, the biggest ones in the world. So it feels like a lot of fun, but I have to say, for me, the best part has really been the freestyle chess itself, the action on the board. I think that's what we truly care about. That's what matters to us most. Coming out of the conflict and the controversy surrounding this tournament, and then moving on to this incredible chess that we're seeing being played, and Sindarov's story, his sort of rise to the top right now. We've got this clash of generations, as you mentioned earlier, in that semi-final bracket. But can I just say that 5th to 8th place fights that we've got today, I mean, that just shows the strength of this tournament. You've got Nodirbek there, you've got Gukesh, Alireza. I mean, that's going to be fantastic as well.
And there are big differences between those placings as well. I do not want it to be lost on people that those circuit points all year long, in terms of being the tournament champion at the end of the year, the circuit champion, we don't know what that differential is going to look like and how heartbroken you would be if you didn't give it your all in a match to get those 2 extra points that could ultimately make or break a 1st or 2nd place finish in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you asked about the tournament. I think the players are still getting used to it, the fans still getting used to it, but the freestyle chess and kind of the differences we've seen, they've been fantastic. The highlight for me, though, is hanging out with you guys, I've got to admit.
I think the highlight for Chad has also been seeing Danny in a robe. Do you think we get more of that?
I hope not.
I hope not.
Nobody can see more of that.
Chad, you tell us.
It's
Do you want
important-
more of Danny in a robe?
And it's important because I saw comments, you know how the internet works. I saw a lot of comments like, I can't believe Danny made the whole thing about him. And I was like, he was asked.
Right.
Danny was leaving the sauna to go home, not like to the States. I mean, he would stay here indefinitely, just like most of us would. And then Jan-Henrik said, hey, we need somebody to draw, you know, the position. And Danny was like this? He was like, yeah, let's go. I mean, what better way to kind of continue the story from what happened in December with the jeans? Are we on team jeans? Are we on team bathrobe? Or do we support something in the middle?
What's between jeans and bathrobe? That's
lot.
my first question.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah.
I'm going to go, in that case, I'll be team jeans. I think I like a good comfy pair of jeans. I mean, look at what David's rocking right now.
Represent, right?
Yeah, actually, if you don't change out of this before the next round, we will find you. I will find you, you know, so. But no, I know we're probably pretty close to drawing a position, but I will just sign off by saying it's quite a unique thing in chess tournaments that if you lose a heartbreaking game, like you did, let's say yesterday, in the case of Hikaru, or any of the players that are trying to make the semifinals, the very next day you have to show up and you actually play for something meaningful. Right. A lot of online tournaments recently in chess have done what esports have done for a long time, the losers bracket, and then you play in a grand final reset, right? This is what they've started to do. Here's totally different, though. It's not a losers bracket. It's like $5,000 to $20,000 prize difference and circuit points. So you could talk about retirement, but like your reward is showing up and playing Gukesh. I mean, like, so Hikaru has to shake it off at least for a few more days.
That's a really interesting point. It's not a complete, second chance at life within the tournament, right? But there is still something very meaningful to play for.
Sure.
And so, yeah, exactly. How do players, citing that emotional interview that we saw from Hikaru yesterday, I can't begin to imagine putting myself in that position and having to, in less than 24 hours time, step back out into that player barn across some incredible talent and still have that fight in me, Yeah,
but we'll watch that one later. I mean, Hikaru-Gukesh, that'll be a nice little side dish for us. And Hikaru going back yesterday after his loss, recording a video, maybe breaking down those emotions, will help him come back. And yeah, it's just a treat for us to see all of the players still in action.
And let's not forget, Gukesh resigned in 18 moves. Like, he's also not feeling super great. I was hearing some rumblings. He's not also feeling physically well off the heels of the tournament in Vaikanze, Tata Steel. So I know some players there were sick. I mean, hopefully he's in good spirits. But obviously yesterday, that's not a Gukesh that we are used to seeing. So, the players have a lot to play for. They actually have to come into this totally shaking off all the negative emotions. Well,
the stage is set for a beautiful semi-finals today. And with that, I think it's time to remind ourselves how we got here to begin with the road to freestyle chess.
Welcome to the first day of the semifinals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Weissenhaus. I would like to welcome everyone to the opening ceremony and the drawing of the positions. But before we start that, we will recap the exciting day of yesterday.
Even the world's best chess players need a break from chess just a few hours away from the tournament intensity. The luxurious Weissenhaus Resort offers the best opportunities for the best chess players in the world to relax away from the freestyle chess games. Every chess player has their own unique way of preparing for a match. While Vincent Keymer enjoys the fresh sea breeze on a stroll along the picturesque Baltic coast, Fabiano Caruana prefers to start his day with a relaxed breakfast at the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort.
Just relaxing here for for a long time, like maybe an hour here, just not thinking too much about chess and taking it very slowly, because we don't have to prepare for the game, so it's nice just to not have to worry about anything.
Fabiano's preparation has obviously worked very well. The world number 2 also wins his second quarterfinal match against world champion Gukesh, clear and fast.
Yeah, very happy. The game was basically a symptom of the match situation where he had to win, and the position was not easy to create chances, so he chose a very violent approach, which didn't work out.
Also in the semifinals, Magnus Carlsen, the greatest of all time, beats Nodirbek Abdusattorov 2-0.
Feels very good. Obviously today's game was a bit longer than it could have been, but I just really wanted to win. I'm happy I managed to grind it out.
Carlsen will meet Vincent Keymer in his next match. The German was able to prevail against Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, it's one of the toughest tasks you can have in chess, but that's what I'm here for. It's a great opportunity to learn and to fight, and we will see.
Spectacular highlight of the quarterfinals. Freestyle chess shooting star Javokhir Sindarov against world number 3 Hikaru Nakamura with heart rates of over 150 and an impressive victory for Sindarov in the tiebreak.
Hikaru Nakamura under 10 seconds. Oh, he blundered.
Insane. I don't even know what to say about him. Something's wrong with my brain. It just doesn't work the way it once did.
Everything is set for the semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Weissenhaus. Keymer versus Carlsen and Sindarov versus Caruana. Stay tuned.
Continuing today with the semi-finals, I would like to invite James onto the stage to draw today's position. Thank you, James.
Kindly.
Our wonderful commentator.
Oh, my pleasure, my pleasure, my pleasure. Am I the one?
You are the one drawing.
All righty. Position 360.
I would just like to let all the players consider their positions in white on that side and black on that side as usual. Thank you very much.
Can castle one immediately.
Very strong bishop on d1.
Not going to be boring.
D4 is like a D4 is super logical, right? As well.
D4?
Unless, well,
d5?
I mean, because you can castle long also.
Ah, okay. This is like one castle always.
Well, it's a knight b3 c5. Do we like that?
Yeah. No.
Doesn't make sense.
No, I think you have to play. I think you play f4, d4. I think one of those.
C4 also.
C4 also. I think I've seen this position before.
Yeah, because we took
So,
the screen out, right?
what if just symmetry always, like f4, f5, c4, c5?
But f4, f5, knight b3?
Knight b3.
Knight b3. Wait. It's not c5.
C5.
But also b6 there?
B6 and c4 and e4.
C4, c5, d4, or?
Yes, actually, d4 looks quite nice. No? We get that.
Like cd4, queen d4, knight c7, do we lose like a ton of time? Maybe not.
Okay. Every single first move.
So definitely e4 is a bad move because of f5, right? Most likely. It's also bishop h5 is going.
Yeah, e4 does.
e4 looks really wrong.
Yeah.
Nothing like c4 and d4 or something like that.
f4, f5, and like g4.
What
g4.
d4 we have
f4,
to be
f5,
sure.
d4,
Like d4, f5. Do we like that? Oh, we have g4. Yeah.
I actually don't know because
No, I don't like d4.
D4 F5
F5
feels wrong because the knight gets.
Then F4 is logical, right?
Yeah, F4 is the move that I think makes sense.
Okay, so symmetry, yeah.
G4?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But G4, take.
And G5.
Rook
No,
G1?
G5, Rook G1.
Also Rook G1 or is it some C6?
Yeah, no, because you can always castle in one rook too. Yeah.
G4?
No, is there something? What about G4 maybe?
Okay, so again, let's look at symmetry.
Yeah, now maybe F4 there. Maybe like F4 here. Oh, we're in the same position. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. No, wait, it's different. The other one's a queen on G4.
No, but like, there's still F5 and then C6 comes, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah.
I mean, maybe something slow. Like we don't have to punish like immediately. Just F4, F5, and then C3. I don't know.
Actually, I kind of like G4.
So G4, G5, and then
C3.
C3.
We can still play D4, yeah, maybe. Because then we can stop F5 and then we go
Why
to the center.
Yeah, we kind of stopped F5, but we also didn't stop C5 there. Like
But
D4.
So we take.
Rook takes.
Knight B3. Lot of time.
Yeah, Rook C5 even just castles and Knight B3 next move.
So G4, G5, D. But this feels so strange to me, no?
And all you need is one move though. Once you get C3, you're happy.
C3 and bishop on D2, like that.
It's something like that, yeah.
But it also.
So I mean, it's something
can
special.
continue with symmetry, yeah, if we really want to.
Okay, so something very violent.
Yeah, consider C5.
Probably knight B3.
Castles?
Oh, you can also castle.
It's easier if I just take.
I thought. No, I mean, I forgot that like the castle in general, which is some queen d5 bishop d2. If you can castle, it's like it's a total disaster. Okay, again, if we just look at symmetry.
Probably castles or something.
Or
C3, C3.
These Knight B3 moves are starting to be attractive, right?
Yeah, maybe Knight B3 already here.
Is like knight b3, c6 really
Knight C5?
attractive? Just b6. And bishop goes to d6,
Yeah.
knight c7.
No, you're right.
Just from the beginning.
Is there no way to castle
like,
the
what
kingside?
about and c3?
Okay, this makes
Just put some pressure on f5 and
C3, C6.
Doesn't look like
doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't look like.
I mean, it looks
I mean, I'm
very,
thinking
very
like
boring.
Boring, yeah.
Bishop f2.
B6 anyway doesn't.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, right?
No?
To provoke
Like B6 is quite useful for the structure in general. Like I think once black gets f5, it's hard to, because we can never really go for full center, not with these shitty knights.
Okay, so then g.
So why not e4 here? F5, yeah?
Yeah.
E4,
Take, c3.
Just back for a cafe. Okay, black can't. But yeah, black will just castle along and take the center. Bishop on e1 is very stupid.
I think
Yeah.
these two pieces kind of make
Yeah.
sure.
Okay, so maybe g4.
I mean, f4 is if we want to be.
I mean, it's G4 or C4 basically, right? Those are the two moves.
Yeah. Also
Actually,
c4 here.
is-
C4, c5 again. What are we?
Okay, but bishop e4, your b7 pawn is like completely killed, right?
No, c4, queen
yeah,
g7, yeah?
Yeah, but we can.
Castle?
But that's we
C4,
don't need to
queen
castle, right? We
G7.
can go knight b3. I think queen b2, d4 is too much.
Can we play d3 after queen g7? Take bishop c3. And
Yeah, also.
Just
Yeah.
although okay, our bishop on b1 is so fast.
No, but this looks right to me. Like C4 here. This is
But yeah,
just it feels.
Okay, so let's see queen g7.
Yeah, so D3. D3.
But this one like
With bishop C3.
and like I don't know. Here looks probably here.
This.
Because the bishop on b1 is passive.
Oh, you're right. Actually, that's a good point.
You could have
Yeah.
played knight b3
Yeah,
and
maybe
d4,
it's too much. Yeah.
right?
But it's still the same thing. Still.
Maybe here knight b3. That's knight b3 and then take in d4. That's maybe more. No.
But still, yeah. After queen A3, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
No,
what about
we can
knight
castle,
G3?
Queen g7, castle.
Yeah, and then c5. I was thinking like, how do we continue? Because bishop b5 is a dangerous.
Oh,
idea.
what about knight G3? Just simple choose knight G3.
That makes sense.
Okay, I think someone should play c6 at some point.
Yeah, C6 and C3, and I'm just wondering if you can get anything quickly. Still doesn't feel great.
I mean, I guess we'll have to play f3 at some point to get the pieces out there.
Probably, yeah. There's But is there any way to ever try and castle kingside, or is it just you have to go queenside? Is the other thing I was trying to figure out. No, I don't mean here. I mean in general. Is there any way? Is there any way you can castle?
And put the bishop on g3. Looks a bit dumb. Maybe h4 is an idea now.
Yeah. What about h4 here? H4 here.
Okay, so if black doesn't take, black's a bit passive. Maybe.
Probably.
Well, I don't know why it's a big deal, but.
Okay, if h.
No, I had h6.
But even h5 we can't exclude, right? Completely.
Yeah. Although h5, h8,
H5,
queen
H8,
g,
knight
g8,
G3,
knight g3, at least
you get
we-
a tempo.
Hard to say because e5, b2 also gets attacked, right? Like queen b5 or something.
Yeah, b3 and then
Okay.
c4.
Yeah.
Take, yeah, like f4. And try to play against this knight.
This one actually looks promising.
Maybe the knight g6 still. I don't know.
Knight g6, f5,
Knight e5.
knight e5. Tactically a bit scary, right? Take on h4. Probably, yeah.
f6.
No, yeah, f6 is a good move. Yeah.
Okay, it's a bit, maybe a bit too much. It's h4.
Yeah, we have g4, but there's like no.
But if not g4, then what else
We
do you
never
do? Like,
really get rid of symmetry. No?
yeah.
Like no
F4?
Yeah, but f5 we just have a symmetry. At least I think with g4 it's more tension in the position if we get that symmetry.
Yeah, g4. Okay, so it's a g4, g5. What about something like d3 here?
But why?
No, but I mean, you're gonna
Why-
lose like bishop c3,
Why do you put it on?
Why is bishop c3, f6,
and then knight g3. Try to go quickly with the knight to f5 maybe.
knight b6? Black is also getting a ton of time.
Yeah.
Bishop on c3 is very, very.
You can always play knight b3.
I don't know if I like g4. Like I kind of prefer
Yeah.
f4.
Yeah, I mean,
and
I don't
just
like-
c3 and just play.
And just play a boring. Yeah.
I mean, it's boring, but
And then
what?
what's
C6.
your idea?
Yeah, I guess.
c6?
At least our pieces
No, but
with normal
c6
squares.
maybe you can go bishop f2 or
c5.
something.
c5, e4. Oh no, there's bishop h4. But maybe c5, g4. Yeah.
Gentlemen, 2 minutes to start. So, gentlemen, we will start in 1 minute.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back into the studio with the tables set and the players are making their way to their seats. The games are just about to get underway. It is position 360. That will be our board state for the day. And I think notably some patterns emerging between some of the players in terms of the way they approach the analysis. Tanya, we had Javokhir and Magnus electing to sit at their own boards and evaluate the black position. But notably as well, all 4 players playing the white side of the board did huddle up to discuss their opening ideas.
Yeah, we've seen that, right, throughout the freestyle chess. You've got these few players who do like to have that group discussion. Magnus specifically really enjoys sitting on his own, getting into the zone and kind of understanding the position by himself. I saw Magnus on camera there. It really, you know, he mentioned yesterday in our interview, James, that he usually discusses with others when he's feeling more social. Perhaps not feeling as social today means more business. You know, it's the business end of the tournament, the semifinals. And I feel we're seeing 2 different versions of Magnus, right, from day 1 of the round robin where he had 3 losses. And I don't know what happened then, because he's just been on fire ever since.
Yeah, it's been impressive. But I think in classical, it's worth exchanging ideas. Because you have to settle in a little bit. and ultimately make some really big decisions in the first few moves. But I do love the fact that he's just like, yeah, I watched 5 people talk about a position, but I think they're all wrong. And, who do you trust? And to be honest with you, I'd go with him. Like, David, I had a really funny thought I wanted to ask you. How many IMs would it take to beat you? Like, this thought of like 5 versus 1. Like, if 5 IMs played on the same team versus you, how many would it take to beat you in a classical game?
I don't know. I actually want there to be more, because then there's too many cooks, they're arguing about the decisions, stylistic choices.
So you align maybe with Magnus that sometimes more voices is antithetical to the goals?
I mean, we can play a few games later if you want.
I was just about to say, Lavi and me teaming up against David, I don't think we have such a great chance there.
But it's mostly because of me. I feel like you versus David has a higher win chance than adding me to your team. But some good IMs, yeah, I think at least like 3 or 4 like young, strong players maybe together, because they'll notice some ideas. But
I mean, last time we played Tanya, it was blitz, it was by a fountain, it wasn't serious, but she did beat me, so...
Yeah, we've had some battles across the board, some fun ones. But yeah, it's always great to play, I think, David. And you went a bit easy, though, I feel. You lost your concentration. It was for content. David was focusing more on the poses and the camera. I took advantage of that lapse of focus right there.
No comment. Doesn't sound like me.
Well, when it comes to the analyzing of the position, I think, as has been the theme all tournament long in freestyle chess, is C4, F4. Pawns that won't normally be discussed or considerations for initial starting moves that often in a standard game of chess are very much considered here in freestyle chess.
Yeah, very much so, and that's because this start position 360. Does feature knights in the corner. Normally in kind of traditional regular chess, you push pawns in the center, you control the center, because your knights are already ready to pounce in that direction. Here, knights starting on the edge means you're not quite ready in the first couple of moves to push those central pawns. But it looks like we're still awaiting those first moves of the game. And then we'll break down.
Well, I've got good news for you. I do think our initial move has been made, at the very least, on the Fabiano Caruana versus Javokhir Sindarov board, and that's where we're going to start. After a lengthy day for Javokhir Sindarov, we had him in the studio, and you could just see, to a degree, Tanya, the exhaustion on his face, the toll it had taken on him to overcome Hikaru and earn himself this matchup here.
Well, playing Hikaru is incredibly tough, but let's not forget, it's been a tough few days here. Every match, every game sort of takes so much out of you. The energy that's required from the very, very first move in freestyle chess, you have to work all of it out by yourself. And now I just want to point out that, in the semifinals matchups that we've got, Fabi playing with white against Javokhir, we've got Magnus versus Vincent on the other one. On paper, there is a clear favorite in both these matches. The world number 1, the world number 2 against their younger opponents. But again, freestyle chess, the form that Javokhir and Vincent have come in with, what are we expecting? Are we expecting some big surprises and what the ratings, what the numbers suggest? Or do you think it's going to be a power play by the 2 big stalwarts, the 2 titans, who've also played a world championship match against each other?
I think definitely the toughest matchup is for Javokhir, because he's starting with black, and I think Vincent is starting with white. No?
Yes.
Yeah. So Vincent can at least get settled a bit. Although we saw yesterday, Nodirbek got himself kind of into trouble within about 10 moves. Maybe it was the pressure of needing to play for a win. But I kind of feel like he wasn't in the best form. I mean, also in the first classical game, he kind of got himself into trouble early. Vincent, on the other hand, is doing quite well, and he's beaten Magnus before, although in the interview yesterday he said in that match in the World Cup, Magnus made more blunders than, I think he did the entire year. But who knows? Maybe Magnus is intimidated by Vincent. No, I don't think he's intimidated by anybody. But Vincent has beaten him, so he knows the feeling, and he's playing well here, so...
I'll tell you one thing about Magnus. When he loses to someone, I don't think intimidation is what it causes. I think he just wants to come back and kind of destroy them, not just once, but 10 times over. That's where he finds his revenge.
Yeah, you're incurring his wrath more so than anything.
Yes. And we do see Vincent actually, we have the Caruana game up on the screen, but Vincent has made a move after thinking for 3 minutes. Goes to show you that even despite meeting as a group, not everybody was convinced of the same thing, and Vincent plays the grub, G4, which in traditional chess is quite literally the worst move that you can play. But here it's, I think, one of the top choices of the computer. So.
Crazy move, and something we have learned over the last 4 days, 5 days now, is that activating your queen, or at least opening up lines for her, is one of the kind of ultimate priorities in the opening. Here, this move, it doesn't look like it actually does too much other than give the white queen an exit point here, but it does allow the white knight to jump towards the center. I think the knights and where they're placed is going to be a key characteristic of this game. It also takes some space, but yeah, we did see on the analysis between the players when they were discussing concepts, the idea of a queen quickly attacking the only undefended point in the opponent's position.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that one more thing that we noticed when the analysis were going on, that there are potential gambits in the air as well, right? We've been talking about the themes in freestyle chess, that how it's so much about if black is able to get that symmetry, sort of mirror white's moves, you're doing fine. But in this particular position, it will be asking for a lot of trouble if Magnus was to respond with the same move. We saw that pawn in front of the knight move 2 steps forward, giving itself up for free, and it doesn't stop there. If that gambit's accepted, the pawn in front of the rook moves 2 steps forward, opening up the lines of that bishop to target that pawn. And all these ideas were being discussed, and I think this is why Magnus, he goes into a think, he realizes the dangers in trying to mirror white's last move. And add to that, I love the concept of knights behind pawns. Push your pawns forward before getting your knight out, and you've got these beautiful spots, you know, diagonally in front of the pawns to further jump into the game.
Yeah, and definitely giving Magnus a bit of a think here. I wonder, especially as he was a player who has cited how in previous groupings of analysis, players have all arrived at the same conclusion. He's also been one of the players who is most willing to take a look at that big screen or even get up out of his chair and look at other boards. I wonder if it comes as a surprise to him today that the white players didn't all elect to go for that same initial opening move.
Yeah, definite surprise. And one thing I'm not surprised by is the fact that Magnus is thinking now. I could well see a 5-10 minute longer think here because the start of the game, the first 10 moves, that is all important. We've seen Magnus blunder in the early stages in the round robin. He kind of corrected that now that he has more time on the clock. And yeah, big shock this first move. I love it. The grob in general, really surprising not to fight for the center at all. And yeah, big questions already for the world number 1 from his young opponent.
So far, not a single game is past move 2. Abdusattorov and Firouzja have made 2 moves each. But yes, okay, Sindarov has just responded. And we can maybe pop over to that game.
I just want to add to that, Levi, when we've got standard classical chess going on, by now you've got about 15 moves already blitzed out, you know, on the board.
By now you have some draws and the game is over.
Exactly. None of that in freestyle chess, and I think this is part of the beauty of the sport.
It's a definite slow start for the players today, but as Levi mentioned, with a move on the board here in the Sindarov versus Fabiano matchup, at least as a response, maybe we can check out what the answer was there for Javokhir. Looks like it will be an F-pawn push of his own, but whereas Fabiano went for the slower approach in just moving up 1 square, it's Javokhir jumping 2 in response on his F-file.
I have always thought, like, format aside, wherever the pieces start aside, I feel like the real best player is determined in like a 60-minute format, not 90, no bonus time. Like, you have an hour. Play the game for an hour.
With or without increment?
You could add it. Like, it doesn't have to be 30 seconds. It can be like 10 or 15, just at the end, so you have like enough time to physically make a move. But, and yeah, like even crowning a world champion, it's nice to have 3 separate tournaments in some ways. But I do feel like, you know, you're the best player in the world if you can play it slow, kind of fast, and really fast. And yeah, Magnus is one of few people who has won a Triple Crown. Ju and June did it recently. She managed to win the Triple Crown. So that really means you're the best in the world. Like, who is going to debate? Okay, maybe some teenagers will beat you in 30-second hyperbullet, but that's not real chess. Magnus is still thinking, by the way. He has not responded yet, and neither has Gukesh. Oh, you know what's funny? Hikaru-Gukesh and Keymer Carlsen both have the first move.
Should we bring up our bird's eye view, our multi-board view, and just take a look at what's happening across the boards?
Yeah, that might be helpful. So
Yeah, if we'll see. I will let people know that a bit of a little funky thing happened. Apparently, some of the players sat down in the wrong seats, and so. That's causing a little confusion in our back end setup. Regardless, I mean, each player is sitting across the proper opponent, but maybe just elected to sit at the wrong board in terms of how they are being wired back to our setup. So we'll get out to this 4-box view so we can compare the different openings from each of the players. Definitely more progress made on some boards than others. Magnus finally finding his response to that initial opening move by jumping his knight out onto the board.
Yeah, and now Gukesh, if he plays knight g6, he's copying Magnus because they both have the first move played. Obviously, you know, he could have come to the decision on his own. I'm just messing around, but it is interesting. It's a very fascinating thing that you can wait for somebody else to lead. It wasn't the best move, by the way, I have to say. Like, the computer didn't like Magnus's move. So maybe Gukesh will look at it and go, why would I do that? I want my knight behind my pawn, right? Like Tanya was saying. But yeah, it's so fascinating. Gukesh has now spent about 9 minutes on his first move.
Yeah, the teacher's going to come in, clip you on the ear and say, no cheating, no copying your classmates on the test. But
or go ahead, copy them. I remember I had a professor who let us, he made the whole exam on his own. We could use all our notes from the class. We could use textbooks. He was like, you could Google the answers. He took pride in the fact that we would never be able to solve the questions. And he was right. I got like a 78% in that class. Yeah. So that was pretty cool.
I had a teacher once who allowed us 1 page of handwritten notes. Whatever you could fit on a page for the test, you were allowed to
I remember kids used to hack that. They would like...
Oh, you would write as small as you possibly could. You'd print things out and shrink them down. But either way, I guess he saw it as a lesson in preparation. If you wanted to spend that much time preparing, then that in and of itself was
work smart.
Yeah, exactly.
Work smart, not hard.
Harder,
that's
baby.
why we play freestyle. that's why we play freestyle. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know. I feel like freestyle just kind of makes you work smarter and harder. At least over the board.
I mean, yeah, straight up, Gukesh is thinking for 10 minutes on the first move. Like,
exactly.
This is wild.
No notes allowed in this one. Just you and your thoughts when it comes to these players. It does appear that we have everything sorted. So we have the option to go into any board you guys want to see
Here's
more
an
closely.
Idea. We need eye tracking for the first few moves because that would be so
sweet.
Interesting. By the way, I'm taking full credit. If that idea kicks off in Paris or New York, which I will be at, hopefully if it's in New York, the 3rd event of the tour, I would love, it doesn't have to be for the whole game, but it'd be really cool if we could get a sense of like what the players study in the first 10, 15 minutes of one of these games.
I wonder how possible that would be in a practical sense. It's something we've done in esports before, actually. Obviously, when you're looking at a computer screen, it's like a little bit easier to pinpoint where those eye lines are going, but over a practical board, maybe an extra hurdle.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're not the ones who have to solve that technical problem, but I'm going to second the idea, Levy, at the very least.
I'll third it, because as a commentator, it's so fascinating to see what's actually going on in the player's mind, right? As we try to break it down, what they're actually thinking about, which part of the board are they more focused on? Because sometimes expressions, like we've seen amongst the top players, can be deceiving. But you know, they say it's all in the eyes, Chico, they never lie. So that would be cool to have that eye tracking device.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, with each of the players giving a good think, I think if we're going to jump into any board, perhaps we go into the one that's made the most progress. You know, back over to Javokhir Sindarov and Fabiano Caruana, perhaps, in the bottom left-hand side of our screen there. Which actually doesn't match what we had seen in that 4-box.
Yeah.
Oh, just the 4-box is wrong, but the actual position is correct.
Okay, okay.
The 4-box is wrong. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But if you look at the camera, that is Sindarov. And there is F3, F5, and C4 on the board, and it does match the position. So that's at least good. And Sindarov's baseline heart rate in this game has been 100. Like, dude is hyped. I'm not sure it's a good thing, but, you know, he's young. His heart can beat a little faster, but I don't think he can sustain that over the course of 4 more days.
I mean, I'm serious. He was gasping for air in our post-game interview yesterday, just with the, how much those couple of games took out of him. I can only imagine.
But I thought that was beautiful because it just shows how hard and difficult and brutal chess is at the top level. The joy, the relief at the end of actually getting the job done. You could see it on his face, but he wasn't really able to get those thoughts across because he was still thinking about it. And chess does that to you.
I mean, yeah. Just watched a compilation of some of my clips of Title Tuesday. Like after I win a game, the next one just doesn't matter at all. I'm still like so hyped up. Like you just play moves, and for him, he just beat Hikaru. Now that's for sure the biggest win of his career, and now he gets to play Fabi and maybe even Magnus. So.
And not only he beat Hikaru, he chose to play Hikaru, and then he proved that choice. Just taking that pressure on yourself, and then he gets to play Fabi right now. Early days in this game, but what are we making of the opening choices here? David, that pawn in front of the rook that Fabi chose to move on the very first move. I was expecting it to go 2 steps forward. What are the differences? How do you break this down?
Yeah, let's just go for a quick action replay. This is only move 2, of course, but Fabiano playing a move that I don't think anyone expected. Nobody was really discussing this when the players gathered earlier. As Tanya mentioned, it would make more sense, you would think, to push the pawn forward 2 squares. Pawns have that special power, of course, on their first move. You gain more space, you occupy more squares, you open up more scope for this white rook to develop. It is very logical to move this pawn because the white bishop can come out, the white queen can come out, just like in kind of standard chess. Both of those pieces activated in one swoop. Here, Javokhir decided to gain space himself, so perhaps saying to Fabiano, you didn't come as far forward as you could have done. I'm going to take that opportunity, and both rooks now, both of the white rooks seeing pawns in front of them push. I'm trying to work out the logic behind what Fabiano wants here. I'm trying to work out where the kings go. We haven't mentioned that the kings can actually castle. They could have castled on move 1 by kind of swapping places with their rooks. But it looks like that might not be the choice of flank for Fabiano. Maybe that's why he kept his pawn just 1 square forward, just in case his king goes to the right later. It might feel a bit safer. But very odd stuff. Still yet to be seen where these knights develop. I think they should be rushing towards the center very quickly. Same for Javokhir with his knights.
Yeah, it might feel a bit safer going to the right side, but even still, he opened that diagonal that the king would ultimately land on. And there's a nice dark squared bishop over there that only needs, a single pawn push to become activated there on the A file and target across the board.
And speaking of bishops targeting across the board, I think there's one explanation for Fabi's choice of a more cautious 1 step ahead with that F-pawn going to the 3rd rank. One can imagine well, in certain circumstances, you want to block off this long diagonal. If the black queen or the bishop was to arrive, imagine if black's king, the pawn in front of the black king, moves ahead and the bishop develops itself on that longest diagonal. Now that pawn, which has moved that step ahead, actually blocks the activity. So he wants to make sure that perhaps Sindarov's pieces don't get as active. And on the other hand, now Fabi has that choice to make, right? That bishop that's just next to the king can, in fact, land on the longest diagonal, and it's got nothing blocking it. So ideas like the D pawn moving forward, or the paths that David's highlighting and landed at the center of the board, could be an active spot for the bishops.
Yeah, pawn still stepping forward, bishops active. Normally they say knights before bishops, but yeah, it feels like he's opened up his. Javokhir yawning again. I know we talked about this on a previous day, but that could be one explanation for the heart rate. He says he likes to wake up around 1 hour before the game. Maybe he's been downing the coffee just before he starts.
Well, we're trying to make sense of the opening moves here on this board, and specifically trying to get into the mind of Fabiano. We're lucky enough that Fabiano jumped into the confession booth, so we might have an answer awaiting for us as we jump in to see what he had to say.
I think this is one of the more interesting starting positions we've had so far. And all the games kind of went in different direction because White's first move was very unclear. When we were discussing before the game, we didn't actually understand like how White should be approaching this position. That's why you saw like Hikaru and Vincent, they went for G4. Nodirbek went for some F4, C3 plan, and then I was just thinking over the board and went for something that we didn't discuss at all, which was to play F3. I just felt like maybe pawn on F4 and F5 is kind of weak, because the bishop's on B1 and knight G3. starts to attack it, maybe wins some time to develop. And I think this move G4 that two guys chose, it doesn't look like a good move to me. I didn't really like it when they were suggesting it, and Vincent seemed to think that it was maybe a good option, but I don't know, like, it really weakens this diagonal, and you take out kingside castling entirely, which I started to think that maybe kingside castling is not, like, if I can play knight G3, I win a tempo on the F5 pawn, then at some point maybe my bishop moves, my queen moves, like my queen is developing very quickly, and then I'm ready to castle short at some point. So it's not so impossible to castle short, and that's why I'm not sure like playing G4 and completely getting rid of this option is the right approach. So I don't know, like Gukesh chose knight B6, Magnus chose knight G6, it's kind of funny. Everyone is choosing a different approach. But I thought maybe the pawn in F3 is a bit better. Because like on F4, I don't know, maybe it's a weakness. And okay, Sindarov chose F5, which is logical, and I play C4, and my idea is maybe to play knight G3 next. If F4, then my knight goes to E4, where it looks very nicely placed. And if otherwise, he has to spend some time to defend F5 pawn, either G6, let's say. But G6 is a bit of a waste of time, you know. I kind of gain like a bit of a time there. Or bishop G6, but that feels really awkward, like the bishop. Okay, maybe it's not bad to put the bishop there. It's hard to say, but yeah, this is definitely an interesting one. And hopefully I chose a good approach.
Layers and layers of uncertainty there for Fabiano, but declaring that this he feels is one of the most interesting starting positions that they've had so far. Talking about how he feels maybe this F5 push, the pawn from his opponent in Javokhir, is a target for his knight, jumping out onto the board, kind of overloading, maybe gaining a tempo, and then centralizing the knight. But almost in lockstep with that analysis that he gave us, Javokhir seems to have acknowledged the same kind of opportunity for him with his knight against the C4 pawn, now overloading and forcing a response out of Fabiano.
And there's no right or wrong, of course, this early in the game. I mean, move 1, move 2, we can't say that Fabiano's move is bad. But according to the computers we have at our disposal, he maybe didn't choose the best move. Pawn to G4 was much preferred by engines. Clearly, he has specific concrete ideas in mind, so we wait to see whether he's justified. But interesting to hear inside a top player's mind. They all have different priorities.
Which also means that for the second time really in a row, maybe not in a row, yesterday I don't know how Vincent handled the position, but the first game against Alireza, Vincent was better with black in 3-4 moves. So he understood the position then better than Fabiano, and Hikaru had copied Fabiano. Now he understands the position better than Fabiano again. So this is a really bad sign for Magnus, and maybe even for Fabi if he makes it into the final, because yeah, Vincent clearly has a very good sense of the format. I will say though that there are 900-something, 49 positions, 950 positions remaining out of the lottery, so maybe he just understood these really well, but yeah, Vincent should be really hyped because he is clearly in very good form.
Now that'll be the day when we start identifying bands of starting positions that certain players have mastery over. Like this player is exceptional in the 300s. This player really has an understanding of the 500s of starting positions.
We only have 5 tour events, but already the players are saying something like, I heard Fabiano say, "Oh, the position that was drawn today was the first game of the tiebreak last year." Which is absurd. I would never, ever be able to memorize that I had a game a year ago from a totally different starting position. We can hardly remember, 2 years ago, regular starting position I had a game and what did I play. So, yeah, their memory is just unbelievable. It's a really understated part of their skill set.
Memory, always something largely talked about in chess. For yourselves as chess players, as you were, climbing the ladders and studying the game, were there effective methods you use for memorization, or does it just come down to repetition? Is it memorization a tool that you can really practice when it comes to chess?
I think it's a big talent you possess. You know, if you're gifted with a good memory, modern chess has become so much about theory, standard 5-1-8 position, that it's really, it goes a long way in your success. But for myself, playing, it was never a gift that I possessed. I would say I had better memory than, let's say, my classmates who were not chess players. I had this pattern recognition that was stronger, but I still had to work with it. And like you said, I think the best way to do it is move repetition. You know, to go through something over and over again till it sort of becomes part of your intuition. It takes time to kind of sit on the board and remember it still. You know, and I'm not great at remembering, let's say, a position or a game I had 5 years ago, but you get Magnus across, and we've done this, right, with him, where we show him positions which are not even from his own game, played like 30 years ago, and the guy can immediately point out when, where, what. So don't have that kind of level, but I think repetition is a huge part that helped me a lot, David. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because you mentioned Magnus there. I've been hanging out with Magnus when sometimes he'll open his phone. He's been sent a bunch of notes by one of his coaches. He'll literally just play through it in 30 seconds. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm done. I'm ready for this next game. And of course it happens, and he's kind of remembered up to move 25. But for me, I mean, it is repetition. I sit there with the computer. I play through it many, many times. When I was young, it was more visual. I could just kind of picture things. Now, I mean, I'm getting older. I have to be more conceptual about it. I have to say, okay, this is the move because this, and try and remember things that way.
It's only a distinct curiosity for me because I've been an actor for 28 odd years of my life, and so memorization is very much a tool that you practice in that sense. But it's memorization of language, right? It's memorization of choreography versus memorization. To a sport, to positions and things like that. And so I don't know if it would be something that could be, workable, or if any, learnings from other, memorization techniques could be brought into chess to further it.
Yeah, because there's stuff you do in school. You have to remember countries on a map, or some capitals or whatever, or flags, and that stuff is probably trainable, although everything is still sort of on a big spectrum of things. Like, some people will be able to and some people won't memorize something. I think most of us chess players probably had some sort of small gift, or in Magnus's case, a large gift to remember basically everything chess related. I wonder what his memory is like outside of chess. Like, is it also as strong? And whether that's useful or not for various endeavors of life. But yeah, for me, I could memorize certain things in chess. I also had a good memory for things like playing the piano, but you can't play a piano on memory. Like, I would play little concerts as a child, not like on a stage, but in my little music class with other kids and the teacher. And I remember I got older, and my grandfather once told me, you sucked at playing the piano. You played all the right notes, but you had no feel for the music. And like, this was I just used chess player brain. I was like, I have to hit the note at the right moment, but like, there was no soul in the music, like I was just playing all the right notes. We were a very honest family, obviously. Nobody lied to each other. So this is interesting. Like, maybe you just have a feel for something a little bit better, right? But as far as chess goes, it is true. Like, some of these tournaments we play nowadays where these kids just memorize everything. And they have no feel. They have no love for the game. They've just memorized 20 moves that they have to play, and they just don't even spend any time. And that's why this was formed for the top players. So.
Yeah. Well, thank goodness for freestyle chess coming into the limelight just in time. And while Fabiano's kind of waiting for a feeling to strike him about what the next proper move will be, I think we zoom back out to the 4-box here just so we can take stock again of each of the boards. As it is a complex and interesting position, citing Fabiano once again, I think most of the players are really doing their due diligence this time around and in these opening few moves.
Yeah, and I think the spiciest boards right now are the one in the 5th to 8th fight that we've got with Nodirbek against Firouzja and Hikaru against Gukesh. We look at that bottom left board already. We see the bar. It's sort of favoring Hikaru right there. There has been a break, and then the most number of moves played on the board right above that. Guys, should we take a pick from there? David, I'd let you decide which one we go to next.
Just because it's the furthest along out of all of them, I'll start with Nodirbek against Alireza. So Abdusattorov against Firouzja on the top right of our screens there. because some weird, wonderful stuff's happening. A bit of symmetry, but a bit of asymmetry as well. If you look at the two opposing flanks, also one side is castled, and that means there's a massive threat on the board. I mean, this pawn, it took me a while to figure out, but this pawn is undefended. Got to watch out. That would come with a royal fork there. The white king, white queen attacked. It's rare to see, I mean, threats this early, of course, in any form of chess, but this is a bit weird.
So, but at the moment, I see 4 options for defense of that pawn. Both knights have the option to jump forward, either to exactly in defense there, or up to the d4 square, defending backwards. We could have our f-rook slide up 1 square, or that queen could as well occupy a similar space.
Nodirbek needs to play a sport. He has by far the lowest resting heart rate. Like, okay, maybe they're not at rest, but he really feels like he's at rest in these games. He's constantly in the 70s. Okay, now he's kind of gone up a little bit, but I mean, think about Sindarov. He was just at like 105 just consistently, you know? Like, it might be the coffee, yeah? It might...
It would be sweet to get their restings, though, as a baseline.
Yeah.
Right? Just so we could know how taxed are they really compared to their normal.
This is not rest.
No, no.
Rest is in bed on your phone. This is not. So we gotta.
I mean,
your doctor would disagree that sitting on your phone
like
is resting. Close your eyes.
I mean, we all do. What do you mean? You don't wake up and scroll for 30 minutes on your phone?
Get that blue light out of your eyes. No.
But it doesn't affect your heart rate. I mean, I feel like if watching Instagram reels affects your heart rate, like you really need a doctor.
Get outside, see some sunlight, touch some grass, then look at your phone.
I guess sleeping would be your resting heart rate. Yeah, that's. I mean, hopefully, right?
But we've seen Magnus, right? He never crosses that 75-80 mark, and maybe it's sort of a super skill to have as well, where you're able to keep your, and look at that, he's come down to 70, where you're able to keep your nerves and yourself into calm and composure. I think it was Hikaru who said this about Magnus's heart rate, that regardless of how much fire there is on the board, how insane the position is, the guy is still able to remain so incredibly calm, and that's his cheat code in chess. You know, it's inbuilt in him.
Yeah, Magnus, of course, a bit of a sportsman. I agree. Nodirbek might need to get involved with other sports too. Just the quickness of his game, it kind of backfired against Magnus, I would say, in the first day. He was blitzing everything. He was lost with an hour on his clock, but here he has been spending some time. Maybe just a quick action replay to see how we got here before we break down what Nodirbek should be doing to reply to that threat. This game started in a unique way compared to the others. Pawn to f4, so something that Fabi was debating. Is this a strength? Is it a weakness, pushing the pawn 2 squares forward? Only 1 step for Black's pawn. The knights now came out from the corner. A bit of symmetry now on the left flank. And, okay, Nodirbek castling. Blink and you miss it, but the king and rook switching place. And the Black knight came out to attack a pawn. And this is something Fabiano mentioned he was a bit worried about. But, okay, stepping forward to attack, allowing the knight forward. And here we are, current position. And, yeah, I think the one move to defend this that I would rule out is using this knight. They do say don't move the same piece twice in the opening. Of course, Alireza's broken those rules. He's a rule breaker. But moving this knight into the center would allow moves like pawn to c5, threatening it.
Someone get Nodirbek some coffee right now.
Is Nodirbek dying? Okay, I think it's just malfunctioning, right? Like it just went from like 75 to...
He just went into a deep trance, like a deep meditative
His heart
state.
just went... And that was it. Like it just optimized its blood flow. And yeah, so okay, these things are hopefully on and working, but... Oh my gosh. I mean, if he's at 45 while playing chess, that's, I think at my absolute healthiest, I managed to get into the 40s, but no, I think, what, you guys know your resting heart rates? Mine's like...
not anymore. No.
After all those years.
In my running years, I had a sweet resting heart rate,
was it like,
but no longer.
What was it?
I was down in the 40s.
Oh, wow.
Beast.
Yeah. But that was when I was a collegiate athlete. No longer. I'm probably in the low 70s.
What'd you do? What sport?
Track and field and cross country.
That's a beast.
Yeah, I was a middle distance and long distance runner.
Wow.
I mean, you said
the glory days. No longer.
You said you'd been active for 28 years. I thought you were 27. So how's that work?
Please.
How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
Let's all get. Do any of you know?
I have no idea.
Like 52 or
what?
Pretty close.
What? No, I would put you at. Put you at like 30, 32.
I was gonna say 30. Yeah.
Yeah.
No comment. I don't know.
33. About to turn 34. Just before Paris.
Don't look a day older than 35.
Oh, thank you so much. You guys flatter me. Okay, we got the answer. After you had ruled out one of the knight moves, it will be the other knight that comes out to defend. The only thing I'm thinking about here is that obviously we have positioned a knight in front of our g-pawn. So g-pawn isn't going to be able to reinforce that kind of forward pawn on f5. Of course, the knight is doing that for now. But initially, I'm thinking of that pawn now becoming a major target for black over time.
Yeah, at some point, black will need to challenge that pawn, most likely with one of his own pawns, just to try and break out on that center. You normally want to fight against your opponent's kind of most forward pawn, break the chain there. The immediate dilemma I see for black is that this knight is actually lacking squares. Now that the threats are defended, it might be forced back towards the center, but then it can get attacked again. It might be forced the whole way back. That would not be a nice journey for the black knight. You've got to be a bit careful. For example, just to show one trap, do not advance this pawn now, because suddenly you see there is no escape route for this piece. And Alireza would be in big trouble. So not clear what the most obvious move is or what the most useful move is here for Alireza.
Every game is so weird. Like, we can...
Early on.
The revolution of professional chess starts now. 10 world-class players, 5 unique destinations, 1 gripping and innovative format. Changing chess forever. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Bringing a unique chess experience to iconic places around the world, only the world's best players will take on the Freestyle Challenge. During the 2025 season, players are awarded points based on their placement in each Grand Slam tournament. Over the course of the season, each player's points from all the tournaments are added together. And after the last Grand Slam, the player with the most points will be crowned Freestyle Chess Champion.
It really is combat for move 1. This is so much better than classical tournaments.
All events in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour will be played in the format of Chess 960. Each Grand Slam starts with a round-robin phase. All participants face off against one another in rapid chess. The 2 last-place players in the round-robin stage are eliminated, but will play for 9th place in a playoff match. The remaining 8 advance to the quarterfinals. From here on, the games will be played with classical time controls. Each matchup will be a best-of-2 game over 2 days, and in the case of a draw, 2 rapid games will be played. If there's still a draw, 2 blitz games will follow. And if the winner is still undecided, a final Armageddon match will be played. From the 7th to the 14th of February, the first Grand Slam of 2025 will take place in the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort on the Baltic coast in Germany. As it is the first Grand Slam of the year, all Grandmasters are eager to make their mark, with the top spot there for the taking. After 8 intense days of play, only one competitor will become the 2025 Weissenhaus Grand Slam champion, taking home 25 points and $200,000 in prize money. Let the revolution begin.
Welcome back to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in 2025. That's what's on the line, but back into the action we go, and we want to take a look at Hikaru Nakamura versus Gukesh because, David, we're about to have you walk us through how we got to where we are on this board. While a number of moves have been made, only 3 pieces kind of find themselves out onto the board itself.
Yeah, and we'll just do a quick action replay while Gukesh is thinking. This is the current position. This is the live board right now. But just to go all the way back to the start, Hikaru Nakamura copying the move suggested by Vincent Keymer in that gathering of players with the white pieces. Playing the grob, pushing his g-pawn forward. Black bringing a knight out. And here a challenge very quickly of pawns Very surprising stuff, I've got to say, because this is an admission that he's about to lose 2 full tempi, Gukesh, just in his bid for space to fight out, to break out even an exchange of pawns, a simple pawn push attacking this black rook, and he just goes all the way back, Gukesh, allowing Hikaru to push forward even further. Yeah, very odd. Very hard to explain this type of position. White essentially just playing with pawns right now, but backup soon arriving for his pieces. He's trying to limit the scope, I guess, of Gukesh's pieces on that right flank. I mean, who do we prefer here? It's very hard for me to understand quite who dynamically has the advantage.
I would be very uncomfortable here as black, but the computer isn't afraid. Like, I just don't know where I move. Do I challenge the pawn? Do I move around the pawn? Where do I put all my pieces? It's just, yeah, I don't know. I guess I like structure in the center. Like, f5 is a really annoying move, I have to say.
If I was black here, you know, when in doubt, castle. Again, a reminder that's possible in this position, you know, get your rooks closer to each other. But I'm with you, Levy. I think it just starts to feel as if Hikaru early on has managed to gain so much space, and space advantage happens in chess when you're able to get one of your pawns across the halfway mark on the board. That f-pawn so far ahead takes away some of the key squares from Gukesh to find that harmony between his pieces. I would be thinking about going, well, castle on the left side of the board, just shuffle the king and the rook. Then perhaps think about placing that bishop in front of the queen, line it up, and start targeting that tender spot on the left side, creating threats. One of the drawbacks of that pawn move on the left side by white, right, is that the white knight can't easily jump to that square once the bishop and the queen are lined up. You'll have like these 2 snipers on that point. So maybe that's something that Gukesh can think about.
Maybe, yeah. I think he will either like completely equalize, or somebody will be winning or losing in the next like 7 to 8 moves. I mean, it's just kind of what it feels like.
Yeah, Lev, you talk about how uncomfortable that f5 pawn makes you as the player with the black pieces. So I'm trying to think of how to get rid of it. 2 pawn pushes that could possibly do so, but I'm noticing the one on the left-hand side there. If I push that one forward, offering a trade, maybe that bishop, a dark square bishop slides out.
You lose.
And things look really ugly for black all of a sudden. So then naturally, I'm reduced to looking at my g-pawn as an option. That one looks much better to me.
Much better. This would be a 5-move knockout, basically.
Yeah, something tells me it won't happen, but...
Yeah, so I do understand Tanya's suggestion of castling, then just getting the king and rook the other way, and then you could maybe think about pushing the e-pawn once the black king is not vulnerable on this diagonal. But yeah, as you say, James, g6.
If you castle here, can you accidentally get under a big attack? Is there some risk?
I don't spot the accident. Where is it?
No, me too. I'm just thinking, like, can you be attacked with like a c-pawn or something, or like bishop h4, and suddenly, like, how do you defend your pawn? And it's such a weird position. Like, yeah. And then Hikaru can try to move his e-pawn and his d-pawn and like every pawn forward, and then Hikaru castles, but Hikaru has all the space, so it feels like a very stressful position for black to play. I don't know. I would be kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's just so odd having all these pawns kind of still 7 pawns back on their starting squares. You can choose to pick, kind of push any of them, but they all have a downside. It does feel like pawn to g6 is the first move you should calculate, just to try and get the pieces out. Try to, yeah, kind of ask Hikaru what his backup plan is, his follow-up to pushing the pawn forward is. What does Hikaru have in mind there? Any tricks?
And Magnus took his own approach, as always. We should bring in the song "You Can Go Your Own Way," because he does it basically every game. And he played the e-pawn up 2 squares on the second move and left all familiar territory.
Well, if he went his own way, let's go that way. Let's check it out. Let's see what the world #1 has elected to go for in his responses to Vincent Keymer's opening here.
Yeah, that was a subtle cue, but he went, yeah, he did this, which is totally unique.
Just visually, I quite like it for black, just because he has some influence in the center. Magnus's pawn is there, at least kind of relative to standard chess. You can kind of understand the logic here. You occupy the center, you control some squares, you have kind of quite healthy piece development. I'm very surprised Vincent didn't push more pawns of his own, actually, kind of prioritizing the knights instead first. Tanya, it feels like Magnus just surviving, maybe thriving a bit later, unless Vincent can somehow undermine his pawn center in the next couple of moves.
It does look like more than surviving for black here, right? You've got this control in the center. Your knight is already developed. The bishop can once again line up with the queen, get that harmony that we keep talking about. The queen can also come out of the way first and then line up with the bishop, and it just feels like, what is Vincent doing? How is he going to break in the center? Notice how the black pawn and the knight, they control that white f pawn moving 2 steps forward. The rooks, they love open roads, like they love open lines. So as white, you want to get that break in, but Magnus, with the move order that he's chosen, with what Vincent has allowed, kind of makes it a little difficult for Vincent pieces to find it easy to develop. I think Magnus should be happy with this opening outcome, and maybe it's a good thing to be by yourself and sort of chart your own path then.
I'm thinking of a path forward here, like in all of these positions, especially in blitz, like in the blitz version of this format, I really like to play moves like h4. I always wonder if giving up stuff in the center is good. Like, for instance, can you play pawn to h4? Just black takes, of course, because, I don't know, it's free. And then here you play like...
Oh, is that queen h? Is that your idea? Double attack.
Yeah. Oops. Like, oops. So I actually don't think it's an of course moment. I don't think you can just take the pawn. And yeah, this is... black's pawn to lose is much more valuable, I think, than white's pawn.
That's very tricky, actually.
Yeah, that gets scary then, because then the h pawn can kind of continue to advance, right? If you don't opt to take it with that knight.
Yeah. There's also sometimes, like, we can bring that back. Like, sometimes you don't have such a trick with the queen, but you can do something like you push the pawn, black takes it, and then you move your f pawn 2 squares, and then, like, okay, this is obviously not perfect, but let's say you take, takes, and then just like Gukesh, except, like, let's say we put the knight back on where it was, the rook rotates to the left and, like, attacks, from the side of the board. And, like, obviously this is not, like, excellent, but this is just some idea. Sometimes you can do some weird stuff like this, and you're only a pawn down, but you have so much open space, and it's not simple. But okay, I somehow doubt that all this happens. But h4 itself actually looks kind of reasonable.
Looks very reasonable, and I mean, if we talk about undefended pawns, just to mention, Vincent does have the opportunity to jump in and threaten this little guy immediately, and black would have 2 ways to try and defend, either with his queen coming out, or the move that might have been forgotten about by Vincent. He could actually switch his king and rook. He could still castle and defend this way.
How bad is pawn to b6 and then, like, king? Do you just lose if the knight comes in and you run with your king?
Devil.
Do you lose?
Check.
How do you lose?
There is another knight coming in as well.
And then you keep... I mean, of course, this is terrible, but it's kind of hilarious. Oh, there's no fork.
Well, there is, right? No, there isn't.
Like a3?
A somewhere.
This is so absurd. No, that's the wrong move.
No, apparently f4 was the move there.
Oh, of course, yeah. No, that makes... Yeah, duh. I guess you're bringing your queen out. I guess that's the point. And, like, you bring your queen and black is just losing.
Nobody's allowing a check on that king.
No.
Not going to happen.
Just exploring some of the hilarity that could ensue on the chessboard, but while we wax and wane on the number of ideas that are even present in this starting position, I want to hear from Magnus himself. He's always got, a nugget of wisdom, and he stepped into the confession booth just a moment ago.
This starting position feels miles more dangerous for black than any of those we've seen in the last couple of days. I really didn't like my first move, knight g6. The idea was, if he follows up with a natural pawn push f4, then I can go from the other side c5, and if he then goes for f5, I get the knight in e5, which is quite a typical theme in freestyle, getting that knight established, and then later on I can go f6, opening up for my queen and so on. But I was really worried after knight g6, what if he goes d4 and taking away that square? I didn't really see anything big. Knight b3, as he played, is also very dangerous for me. I didn't love any of my options there. The one that I chose, e5, looks quite dicey, but if I can get f6, opening up for the queen on the next move. I think if he possible knight jumps can be met with castling, he can attack my pawn again with his queen. But I think I have a couple of decent ways to defend then. But I don't know. It feels like it's a fight for survival now from the very first moves. If I can get if I have a playable position in 5 moves, I'll be very happy, and I think I'll be in good shape. But honestly, at this point, it doesn't feel certain that I'm gonna that I'm gonna get there. But we'll see.
Wow, a fight for survival from move number 1 from the world number 1, and if he's considering it that's a scary board position, starting board position, I'd imagine, for anybody.
Yeah, fascinating. I mean, if we compare that to Fabiano discussing things, Fabiano was just trying to get a position just with the white pieces. He wasn't going on the attack from move 1. Whereas Vincent might have been. And Magnus clearly fearing this approach is what Levy said earlier. Vincent clearly getting to the heart of the position and trying to at least pose immediate problems to the black side.
I also just think how fascinating for him to so quickly disavow his first move, right? To throw it out onto the board and say, I didn't like my own first move.
Yeah, going your own way is it's not always the easiest, safest option, right?
For sure, it could, but this could also just fall into one of those positions where white is just better, right? Like, we don't know. There are already a database of positions where white is a lot better, according to just people who have done the research. And I don't know if this is one of the positions, but interesting to hear that Magnus, played a move after like 7-8 minutes of thought and just sat and looked at the move and was like, kind of hate what I just did, but whatever. I mean, you would never tell with the poker face. And I'm not sure Vincent is responding in the most critical way because nobody knows anything in this format, frankly. Like, it's very interesting to hear the players say all these things. Fabiano's just like, it's like one of the most interesting positions we've had. And Magnus is like, it's dead loss for black. Like, you know, it's so super cool to hear their insights. And hopefully other players go in. Do we have other players going to the confessionals or...
Well, we had Fabiano earlier. Those two making the most use of it. Yesterday, Levon Aronian dove in. Nobody else yet today. So we've heard from the two who have elected to share some of their thoughts. I also think that alone is going to be an interesting evolution over the course of the year, right? How players, warm up into the idea of the confessional booth. I think in some ways it could even be therapeutic to have a little box where you can go verbalize your own thoughts about the position and even talk through some ideas as opposed to sit trapped in your own mind, per se, silently.
It should just be contractual that the players have to go in at least
That's what I was going to say. Like, I mean, players, they don't... I mean, chess generally skews, I would say, for a more, like, introverted... look, in general, you want to sit with your own thoughts. You really don't want to, this stuff can be distracting for the players and everything, but, it's what we want to see. And if you want more events of this caliber with incredible hospitality, with fantastic conditions, like 70 cameras in the playing hall, the players have to be part of growing freestyle into everything that it wants to become, and frankly, like any tournament series in the future. So, you got to get them into the booth.
And the funny thing is, I've often seen the older lot, be more open to the idea of sharing their thoughts, of going on to the confession booth in various tournaments, wherever they've had that, and it's always been very exciting to watch. But the younger generation, we don't see them out so much to actually be as open to share their mindset, and I wonder if that's because they're more locked in, more focused. Is it a comfort factor? Because then also I think about how the younger generation sort of grown up on this idea, right? With social media everywhere, and yet you see it's the Hikarus and the Magnus and the Fabis who are so forthcoming to that confession booth.
Maybe they'd be more comfortable if we just gave them a selfie stick or something like that.
I thought that was a gun. I was like, what? I was like, if we just threaten them. Like,
no.
Hey, get in. Okay, a selfie stick. Yeah, maybe a selfie stick. Although,
if you want to be a part of the next cycle. Sorry.
Yeah.
Too soon.
Anyway.
Moving on.
I do wonder. I mean, I keep seeing these Instagram reels where it says, half of people don't have an inner monologue. I just want to know what's going through the younger players' minds. Is it just, constant moves? Is it kind of reasoning themselves through the position?
Okay, I don't know about you guys. When you play classical games, 90 minutes, what do you think about? Because I'll tell you, I remix music. Like, I just have music in my head, and I just, like, 5 or 6 different songs, like, play, and when my position's really bad, my tournament's really bad, I just start, like, saying, okay, I'm gonna go home, no more soda. Like, I'm going home, I'm gonna hit the gym 3 times. Like, I get into, or do you just think about the position?
I'm same as you, Levy. I'm like, oh, I forgot to do this, forgot to reply to this person, I need to do this. Like, why aren't I fit enough? Why don't I study openings enough? Like, I hate myself.
For me, it's just internal screaming when I'm playing chess online.
Okay, Tanya?
You mean after a game?
No, like during a game, the 4 hours you play.
What
do you think about?
I'm pretty locked in. I mean, I'm just thinking about the
Olympic
game.
champ. I mean, there you go. That's why you won the gold.
Spot the difference. Yeah.
No, I think it's very hard for me to actually get anything else. But there are moments in the game, of course, where you do get distracted, right? It's a 4-hour-long battle, and then you start thinking about other stuff. But I think part of the skill is getting back in there, kind of forcing your mind. And there's this technique I think we learned in one of our camps. It was not for this Olympiad, but for our Chennai Olympiad, how to focus back or how to get your sort of get your attention back. It's that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 rule, right? Where you sort of take notice of the 5 things you see, the 4 things you can hear, the 3 things you can sort of feel around you, the 2 things you can smell, and just come back into that moment of where you really are and be present. Sorry.
And one song.
That's incredible. I've never heard of that.
One song that you can keep remixing in your
now
head.
you're back out of it.
What is that one song that plays in your head? Do you have a chess song? Because I have one.
No, I just think of like random. I mean, you know, like for a long time.
Songs.
Pre-game. I can get hyped to like some Weekend or something, or just something hype. But no, like for me, I'll just for a long time it was the Squid Game Carousel song. If you've watched the recent season,
I have. Oh no, actually, I'm still locked on season 1.
You gotta watch it. Have you seen season 2? The Carousel.
Yeah.
That was like, for a long time, I thought I was gonna have to check myself into a facility because that song would not leave my head, and then finally it did.
Okay.
But yeah,
traumatic game as well. So I'm impressed that you kind of associate that with chess somehow.
No, I just you just have like, and then but anyway, it can be anything, any song.
And Tanya, I love how you dropped that knowledge, like the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 thing, and you were like, yeah, of course, like everyone knows. I was like, I wish I had these hacks to kind of focus. And
I just picked it up 3 years ago. Like I said, it was for one of the training camps, and we had somebody come in to help us with this meditation. It was a big deal for India to host the Chess Olympics. So we had all these, all these mind coaches and sort of these sessions. And I thought it was really cool, and it helped me a long way. I mean, it could be anything, not just chess, right? Wherever you are, your mind zones off. Try to get yourself into the present by noticing the things around you. So even the color of the shirt of your opponent's wearing, it's distracting when that opponent's Levy, because what is that shirt, Levy?
It's golden leaves.
It's glorious.
Thank you.
I'm a big fan of the Levy wardrobe.
Thank you.
Very,
I got way more coming, so
it matches the plants in the room.
Levy,
well.
I know. I'm already
on the first day I realized if we can zoom out, I was just seated behind a big plant. I was like, that's kind of messed up. Like, here's a small plant on the desk. We could have put that one there.
Right.
But
so then Levy was like, I'll just cosplay a plant.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
have no choice but to put me on camera.
Precisely. That is exactly right.
Should we try and plan some ideas on the chessboard?
Well, I mean,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right.
I was actually really curious to maybe hop to another game because I'm taking a look at Javokhir Sindarov and Fabiano Caruana here on my other monitor. And up to the most recent move that was just made, while it's not symmetry, we were mirrored on the board. Right? And so there was like a reflection on the board, but an impossibility for a move to be matched here. And so finally a little bit of imbalance in the position.
This is weird.
Right?
What is going on?
Aesthetically, it looks very strange.
It feels like a wrestling match. Like nobody has broken with a pawn or anything. I think Javokhir has the better of the opening.
This is completely nuts, David. We've got to go back. We've got to understand how we got here before we deep dive into the insanity that's in front of us.
We have to do just that because Fabiano was talking about stabilizing in the opening, and it looks like he's got anything but a stable position. We actually left it on as early as move 2. We saw Fabiano start with his f-pawn. Black did the same, and now he pushed in English opening fashion. He pushed his pawn to c4, but this pawn was duly attacked. It stepped forward. And as James mentioned, now White did the same exact mechanism. He attacked this pawn, which then stepped forward, dropping his knight into the center. These knights, a bit of a mirror image there. And that's kind of mind-boggling. Pawn formation continued. Like, white's pushed one pawn here, black's pushed one pawn, the other pawn's gone forward, the other pawn's gone forward, and knight's as well. The symmetry was eventually broken by white's queen coming out, and this is actually a pawn sacrifice, so a huge moment from Javokhir Sindarov. He's allowing this pawn to drop. He's simply saying, take the bait, please. And we have to figure out why. That move also attacks the black rook. I would be very tempted. But is that pawn poisoned? What do we think?
That looks extremely dangerous. It reminds me of Javokhir's sacrifice against Hikaru Nakamura, where he got the queen into this danger zone, and then it was like a mousetrap, right? You offer the cheese, it's taken, and then you shut the door on that queen. I think in this one, it's going to be about the rook slide lining up against that queen. Also notice how the pawns behind are tender. Really interesting how black's queen out, the knight out, white's king in the center. It starts feeling very dangerous once that black rook does slide over. There's a second pawn hanging, though, in this line. And, David, I think it does follow through. Perhaps the bishop moves forward. This is crazy, but I would be more scared as white to go pawn hunting here with just my queen adventure.
Yeah, it feels like you're walking a tightrope just to survive here somehow. If you are Fabiano Caruana and you get greedy and grab that pawn, this white queen already lacking squares. She can retreat, but will continue getting harassed by the black bishop. If she steps to this square, the black knight comes out. Black's just gaining time every single move, harassing Her Majesty there. And the problem for Fabiano, if we go back to the game position, if he doesn't take this pawn and start running, fleeing with his queen, then she's going to get hit anyway. The black bishop is coming out. There are threats mounting. Fabi might have walked himself into this corner where he just has to continue kind of down the path he chose. Queen's coming out. Ooh, risky.
It's such a strange position because just optically, it's only the queen and the knight for both sides that are out in the open and right at the center of the board. But weirdly enough, it's black that's coming in with the threats. You know, that last move that the queen just moved forward gives Javokhir one more chance. The bishop will move forward just one step ahead of the queen, line itself against the white queen, and that tender pawn we pointed out at the start of the position gets hit on. So I would say that it's looking scarier for Fabi right now.
For sure. Like, I can't understand some of these moves. For instance, one is queen A4. Just moving the queen to the edge of the board. I don't understand what on earth this accomplishes. And it feels like you activated your queen, but put it on the edge. I guess you're going for some check or some attack on the king, just sort of lurking in the position. Feels like a very high finesse type of move. But I would imagine Fabiano's going to get some pieces into the game. Taking that pawn is extremely dangerous. We can put it on the board for the people at home, like, because we did say taking this is right, and now taking the second pawn, and black, can't take. Yeah, exactly. Black can't counter capture because you would lose a knight. So you would have to get your bishop out. Then the queen goes somewhere safe. And the question is, now what? Right? Because, like, 2 pawns is 2 pawns. Mm-hmm. So what is the move here for black? Is it just castling? Is it just it's bringing the knight into the game?
Or the bishop to the center of the board? So many ideas, tempting ideas for black here.
Oh, yeah, that bishop move looks sweet.
Yeah, the bishop move looks really nasty. I guess white can castle.
Mm-hmm. Forgot about that one for a sec.
The ever-present.
And then actually the next move is, oh, no, it's not, because there might be a fork. This format is goofy. Actually, that fork might not even be good, by the way. Like, I don't know. So this is like one of the lines that can happen. Yeah, exactly. Okay, the fork is good, but not like... Okay, no, it's quite good. But
how gutsy is this guy, Javokhir, right? It's incredible to watch. I mean, whether he's playing Hikaru, the world number 2, or the world number 3, Fabi here, he's just going for these direct lines, allowing them to win material and just saying that I've got the confidence to prove my piece activity. The line that Levy just showed, it's still not clear. You're sort of playing... It's, you were asking for your favorite quote yesterday, James. One of them for me is by Mikhail Tal. In chess, you often want to drag your opponent into this deep, dark forest of complications where 2 + 2 is equal to 5 and the path out is wide enough for only one. And I feel Javokhir's chess is sort of like that. He's inviting these complications where, again, only one survives and it's not clear who it's going to be.
Yeah, dragging his opponents into the mud. He's making it dirty. It's a messy game.
I feel like queen e6 comes as such a shock. I mean, I cannot imagine Fabiano looked at queen e6. I mean, I always feel scared saying stuff like that because then you watch them in the post game and he's, yeah, of course I expected Queen E6, and you're like, what? Like, no, there's no way. And he's just straight up giving him 2 pawns, and he's sort of saying, I'm going to get all my pieces out while your queen sort of ping-pongs around the board, and I'm doing just fine and maybe even better than you. What was the evaluation at the end of that line? Like, you take the 2 pawns and then you, okay, obviously don't blunder anything, but how bad or good was this for black?
Of course, it's around equal.
So you're 2 pawns down, but it's equal. Yeah, that's like it's crazy to play like this with black.
So while this whole conversation's been happening, I've had Stockfish running at unlimited depth over here, 39 moves deep. White's best move is to castle here.
Wow. So
Mr. Fish has spoken.
So you here you castle
instead of taking the pawn.
I mean, somehow, yeah, it sort of makes sense. I mean,
second best move, by the way, just developing your knight to b3.
Because I guess now the bishop can't really come out and attack the queen, because then queen a4 is actually strong, right? Or this is what I imagine.
Yeah.
This is the whole point, and now
this pawn's protected.
Or not. I mean, you were supposed to go somewhere else. Maybe queen c4 or something. Actually, queen c4. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, somewhere. Somewhere away. But yeah, this is crazy. This is so complicated, Tanya.
Super complicated. And that means that according to Mr. Fish, taking that pawn is not a great idea in this position. The dangers outweigh the quantity that you're going for or getting greedy in this position. Knowing Fabi and his style, David, do you think he will accept the bait and walk into that line of fire right now? Or will he keep it more solid?
Yeah, most of the top players, they do not really like handing the opponent the initiative. They're not overly materialistic. I think Fabiano specifically is going to try and calculate his way to the end there. He's going to look at grabbing the 2 pawns, that position we showed the white queen running and running and running again. He'll look at that. He'll be like, okay, is it enough? Is there anything scary? If he doesn't see anything too scary, he'll grab it, probably. And also, I don't see anything else too tempting. Even castling the white king, it continues from there. But
studio vote. Does Fabi get the go for the pawn or not? Yes or no?
I'll say no.
James.
Does he go for the pawn?
You gotta say it before he makes a move.
I'm gonna go. Yes, I'm gonna go. He does commit. I think he's gonna accept the invitation by Sindarov to have a bloody fight.
The gift.
Yeah.
Lavi.
I think no.
So that's 2 no's.
And 1 yes.
1 yes. Oh, I think what I know of Fabi, I do believe he'll want to go for a more solid approach. So that's 3-1. It'll be crazy if James the one who gets it right and gets into Fabi's head. But we've seen that happen before.
Speaking of getting things right, though, and in particular surrounding this match, we did ask the audience earlier today who they thought would come out on top in this specific matchup, Fabiano Caruana versus Sindarov. And the results are in. 68% of the vote on chess.com goes to Fabi for a decisive victory. Sindarov taking 23%, and only 10% of people thinking that this one has the chances of ending in a draw. But a lot of favor given to Fabiano, who I think has shown incredible form throughout this tournament so far. To me, feeling like the most solid player across all 4 days.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, the 10% to a draw, I would definitely agree with that. I think we've very big chance of having a decisive game here. In fact, I'd go so far to say I think in the tournament, the form, the shape that we've been seeing of the players so far, I'd say Fabi's been the best. And I would say even purely from the quality of play that we've had, starting from round robin to the knockout stages, perhaps even slightly better than Magnus.
Yeah, I don't think that's crazy to say. In the classical games, maybe you could argue Vincent. I don't know, but Fabiano's been in really good shape. He also has the experience of playing, in Singapore. Last time he also did very well at this event. And like, if there's one guy that you would say would have the proper training camp and just in general do the right stuff to prepare for the highest level, it would be Fabiano, because he's been doing it for so long.
But your call out of Vincent, very serendipitously, if we take a moment to flip on over to that board where the number 8 seed coming out of the round robin is challenging the world number 1 in Magnus Carlsen. He has found himself a solid advantage, at least by the computer's standards.
Well, the only difference since the last time we were here is that Magnus castled, right?
And a question mark appeared on the board.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, so he hasn't done anything. In Magnus's defense, Vincent again, we have to remember he is better. But like in sport, you are, when you tune into a sporting event, you see a side is winning, but it's because of what they did, not because of what they can do. So Vincent is better, but like, is there a specific reason why? Or I don't know. I guess that just wasn't the choice from the computer, but okay, it makes sense, right? Castling is castling.
Yeah, Magnus isn't going to let it happen, but I see a double jump by the knight for a fork on the king and the queen.
No, knight is protecting.
That the knight is
But that is the best move.
But you're right.
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know.
In the meantime, Vincent Keymer showing himself to be formidable in this format, facing the GOAT, the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, also looking in great form. Tanya, not a great start for Magnus objectively, but it still looks like a relatively stable position.
I actually quite liked it the first time that I had a look at it when we bought this board up. I mean, I see the bar does like Vincent's position. I really like how active and energetic Vincent's playing. We see that pawn break arrive at the center of the board. If it's captured, the white knight finds itself at a really nice spot. But again, Magnus's pawns, the pieces, they look like there's no big weakness right now. You haven't left behind too many squares. The only problem is time and not on the clock, but on the board for Magnus. He needs to get his minors out really quickly. There's a bit of a traffic jam on that back rank for Magnus. Get that bishop going, get the knight out of the way. And perhaps just Vincent going on winning space does not make it easier. That bishop that's just been opened up on the diagonal next to the king can also further go ahead and start hitting Magnus's rook next to the queen, not giving Magnus the time he needs to complete that development.
That was one of the best moves, right? The other move was jumping in the knight, not to give the fork, but just in general to kind of hang out. But it's important to note here that if Magnus captures this pawn, yeah. There we go. I think the best move is to play f4. It's not even to take back.
Wow.
Which is deep, right? Like, that's crazy. And then, wait, in that line, do you end up castling your king the opposite direction? Like, the way you've pushed all the pawns? Like, if we just put some random moves on the board? Yeah. Like, I don't know what random moves, like, nothing feels random. Like, I mean, yeah, that move looks like it makes sense. Like, can the white king actually not even go long, but go short, and then you start an attack? Like, that's crazy. I don't know. Maybe. It looks ridiculous, but I don't see a way to refute it off the bat.
I would recapture that center pawn in just a second. You don't even think about it. And I'm just wondering, is that a bad idea? Is this the only way for Vincent to play for initiative? Because the most natural move to me is to get that knight to the center of the board.
Vincent's hyped. I think he really likes his position. Unless these things are malfunctioning again. But like Nodirbek didn't go to 45. But he's at 110 and it's grown. And that's like the feeling of like, I think I'm in a really good position. Like I've just struck and things are going to, and Magnus just vibing at, 78. Like
he usually does.
Yeah, but like a move here that looks really logical is d5 for black. Because you think the king and the rook are on the same straightaway.
I like that.
Right? But it's probably a terrible move.
There's a check.
There's a check, and it's probably just like really bad. But it's just so fascinating in this format, right? Like, rook and queen connect against the white king, but it's just a bad move.
Well, by all accounts, Magnus had said in that confessional how precarious he feels the black position has been even from the start. But Vincent, by all regards as well, should feel confident in this position, at least as of yet. But I'm curious how he felt just yesterday following his victory over Alireza Firouzja. Let's check in with him coming off of yesterday's victory.
I'm here with Vincent Keymer, who's just defeated Alireza Firouzja in the quarterfinals of the tournament here in Weissenhaus. Vincent, congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? What did you make of today's encounter?
Yeah, it was up and down. I mean, in the opening, I got myself into completely unnecessary trouble. At least from a practical point of view, like, I thought knight b5 was kind of smart in order to, after a6, have to take on b6 and get knight c3 back, but I simply cannot do both at the same time. And my idea was to go back, take, and for some reason I forgot that he has this square on a4, which was incredibly annoying, because he will follow it up with b5 rest in the game and will suddenly get an attack, and it's very hard for me to get any kind of counterplay. And also what I did is certainly not something I was really proud or happy about. It was just, okay, I'm not losing on the spot, and then I was kind of structurally and dynamically worse, but he was trying to win the game directly with this c5, c4 idea. And I think that kind of turned out to be his problem, that he was trying to win by force, and I couldn't really find the forcing win, and that's also then how he kind of lost his advantage, I think.
Yeah, was there ever one moment where you kind of sensed you were back in it, or did you just feel momentum-wise things were turning, he was losing his way? I mean, it must have been scary. The attack looked very scary for you, as you said, but it felt like he just... Yeah, something was off with Alireza, that killer instinct.
Yeah, no, like after c4 knight d2, I was kind of worried that there might be some great move here, after which black is just somewhere between much better and winning. And then when he played b4 knight b1, this is like the turning point here. He has to show something immediate, or otherwise I will be kind of fine. And I'm pretty sure that bc and knight takes b2 can't be the real problem, because after rook f1, this knight on b2 kind of doesn't do much anymore.
It's trapped.
So I think there he has to find something. The weird thing is that also I didn't have any like very clear follow-up after c4 knight d2, so I even considered moves like king h8 or something like that to be interesting. So forcing knight after b4, very often this diagonal actually becomes quite important.
Yeah, his king would have been weak. And okay, you've made it to the semi-finals. I mean, did you have a goal of winning this event beforehand, or are you just taking the games one by one as they come?
Yeah, I have to take the games one by one. There's too many strong players here so that you can actually say, okay, this is the minimum goal. Of course, it would have been like kind of unpleasant to drop out before the quarterfinals, and then facing Alireza. Okay, it's great to win the match, and now it's not getting easier.
No, and I guess you know your opponent for the semi-finals?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I mean, once you start winning the match, you will have to face him at some point usually, yeah? I mean, it's very unlikely that Magnus drops out by himself, so yeah, it will of course be a tough match, but I'm looking forward to that, and I felt that in general my shape compared to the first rapid days has been quite good. Like today again a bit shaky, but the game yesterday I felt was quite nice. And yeah, a lot can happen here. I mean, we're as it's called freestyle chess, it's much less stability for all of us, which means that always you have to be fully focused, and many things can change very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you had a great match against Magnus in the World Cup a couple of years ago. Does that give you confidence heading into tomorrow?
Difficult to say, because that match mostly was good because he had he went for blunders, which usually happen maximum once a year for him, and it happened two times in one match. So I don't really expect him to do that again.
Sure.
And that's why I don't think it's very easy to draw any conclusions from that match for here, also because we play a different time control, or we play freestyle instead of classical. I also developed as a player. He changed his approach to everything, so
yeah.
I believe it's completely different. It's a completely new match, and yeah, I'll just fight.
Yeah, have you been preparing specifically in any way for freestyle chess, looking at any positions, looking at any kind of themes, patterns, or just kind of turning up and feeling fresh?
I have, but only little.
Okay.
I mean, I was also coming pretty much directly from Weiganse.
Oh yeah, busy guy.
It's not really, doesn't really make sense to spend too much energy on these positions. Of course, it is useful to know some ideas, but yeah, that's about it, I think.
Vincent, congratulations, winning the quarterfinals against Alireza, and best of luck against Magnus tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining.
Freestyle Chess 2025, Vincent Keymer elated following his win just yesterday, and I think deservedly so. But again, now has to retool and refocus for an absolute slugfest here against the world #1 in Magnus Carlsen. And while we tune back into the chess, we are more than happy to be welcoming Anna Kramling to the studio with us. Anna, thank you so much for joining us.
I am so excited to be here. I've seen you every day. I've walked past you, and I've just asked, how does it feel to be in the studio? Now I'm here, so I'm very excited.
Well, we're happy to have you join us. You, though, have had the privilege of exploring the event as a whole. So while we, are watching the chess from our lovely setup here, what's the experience been like for you so far, both on the grounds of the resort, but also strolling through the player hall?
It's been amazing. I can't remember last time it was so easy to just be able to be in the playing hall, record things. They've been so open to having media. It's been amazing. But I think the environment is just really cool, and you can feel the tension in the playing hall. And yeah, no, it's been fantastic.
And Anna, you've been recording some incredible content. I've been watching it. You've been playing games with the players who are in there as well. Is there one that you really particularly enjoyed out of all the cool videos that you've made here?
I think my draw, I got one draw against one player, against Javokhir Sindarov.
The one who's in semifinals right now?
Yes, and I was so happy. I was like, oh my, this is crazy. So I think I particularly enjoyed that game because it was the only game I didn't lose. And it was against a very strong player, so I'm very proud.
That's a big flex right now, Anna.
Thank you.
I mean, not many players have been able to draw against Javokhir.
Well, that's an insane flex. I have to imagine then you're hoping maybe a finals berth for Javokhir then?
Please win. Javokhir win the whole thing. I'm his #1 fan, like from now on, for every tournament. I want him to win everything.
Yeah. Now, what about the format itself, though? You know, it's such a step away from standardized chess, and we've had the privilege of, you know, kind of tuning in to the pro players themselves to get their thoughts about the format. Very exciting chess, but in some ways very terrifying chess, where it seems to take, you know, the world's best players and bring them back down into this level of uncertainty that they probably haven't felt for, you know, decades at this point with their chess understanding.
I think it's really cool to see the players struggle and to see them be a little bit clueless about what exactly is going on, because we're not used to it. They always know exactly what is happening when we're seeing them in normal chess tournaments. So I think it is really nice to be able to see that. And we're also seeing more mistakes, I guess, in a way, because obviously it's impossible to know the 25 best first moves in freestyle chess. So I've honestly enjoyed it a lot. I haven't played a lot of freestyle in my life, but I really want to try it out myself because it looks a lot of fun and it feels like maybe that is the way where I would have a chance against more higher rated players. Maybe that's not how it works, but I want to believe it.
The good news is you will be trying it out.
Exactly, Lavi.
When?
Today.
Look at Levy
I was trying to set it up, you know.
Host extraordinaire.
I started setting it up. It was good. It was good, Levy.
So who are you playing? Who are you playing?
I am playing Alexander Botez today. And we're going to be playing in the playing hole when all the games are finished. We're going to do a show match, and we're going to see who's the better freestyle chess player. Ooh. Is it me or Alexandra? And I think it's going to be cool because it's going to be, you know, not two top-level grandmasters playing, so it's going to be cool to see.
It's going to be cool to see, and I want to get chat involved in that. Let's check out who chat thinks will take that show match away. It's going to be a big one. We're all going to be there cheering for both of you. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Now, you said you're a Javokhir fan. He's playing against Fabiano right now, and I know, Anna, there have been a lot of Avalon nights, so kind of hard to root against also Fabi here. Got to ask you a little bit of an off-topic chess question there. Who's the best Avalon player in Weissenhaus?
Who's the best Avalon player? Oh my, it has to be Fabi.
Ooh. Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
I got to get in on one of these games.
You do? Where have you been?
I've been playing poker, but now I've got to get in with the Avalon crew. For those at home who might not know what Avalon is, a mafia-style game, just so deception-based game. So very cool that people have been playing it. It's a part of the community, I think, that you're speaking about here at the resort, the level of access that we all have with each other and how you can go from intense competition in one moment, and then once everybody exits the barn, it's just like, okay, how do we enjoy the evening together?
Yeah, people are going to the sauna together. People are playing chess games together. I mean, it's beautiful to see how competitive it is in certain moments and how friendly it is in others.
You got the show match with you and Alexandra today. So if there was one thing that you could say to your opponent, Alexandra, before that freestyle chess match, what would it be, Anna?
Oh, she should be terrified. She should know that I've been commentating freestyle chess every day. I've tried to take all the tips and tricks from these strong players. I'm hoping I can bring them on tonight.
Follow-ups on that. Are you guys going to run a position lottery, or are you playing one of the positions that the players have already played at this event? How are we setting it up?
I want to do a lottery. I want to have someone do the whole thing with the ball falling down and having to pick up the ball. So I'm hoping we can do that.
Sweet. And then in terms of commentary and covering the event, I know you guys already have a slated lineup of casters for it.
We do. I'm very excited to announce that we're going to be having Levon Aronian commentate our match together with Andrea Botez. So I think it's going to be a really fun dynamic. I think it's going to be really fun to watch.
Two fantastic players, very experienced, titled as well. Yeah. It's going to be very, what's everybody laughing at? It's very unprofessional.
When I think of no one better to own the role of a color commentator than Levon Aronian, one of the most colorful human beings I've ever.
You were going to say Andrea Botez. So Andrea will be supporting Alexandra. Will Levon be a diehard Anna Kramling fan?
Do you think Andrea will be supporting Alexandra?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually.
Is there like, is there more beef? Like last time they were here, she wanted to fight her, so I don't know.
No, what I'm saying is that I also think there's going to be some beef between them or some rivalry. I don't think it's going to be only that she's supporting Alexandra. I'm hoping Andrea supports me a little bit, but if Andrea doesn't support me, yes, I'll tell Levon to be my #1 fan.
Yeah,
yes.
he has to, right?
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned that Javokhir was the player that you were able to draw against. He finds himself in a, quote-unquote, draw-ish position currently on the board against Fabiano. How much have you been able to look at the starting position today? Magnus had said he felt like it was the most precarious of the starting positions that they've seen at the tournament so far for the black players of all people, and that's where Javokhir sits right now in the black position.
I actually haven't seen the starting position today. I was doing an interview right before this, so I couldn't see it. But this looks like a really exciting position. I mean, it almost looks like normal chess somehow, with the kings having castled already and everything.
I agree with Anna there. The bar is in the middle. It says it's level, but this position is as far away from a draw as it can be. Not a single pawn has been traded off yet. Not a single piece off the board. Both players find safety for their king on the right side of the board. I will point out, though, if I have to pick one, for me, it would be Javokhir. And simply, again, because of that pawn moving over the halfway mark, getting more space. I think that f4 pawn is a bit of a clamper for white here.
Yeah, I don't really understand what white's next moves are. Like for black, it feels much more natural to strike in the center or bring the knight out from the defense of the king. Like if I was playing somebody my own strength, I would be very happy playing with black. If you put me down in Javokhir's seat and I had to play Fabiano, no move would look good. I've experienced, I played a few blitz games against Fabiano after these Avalon nights, and he's like, I'll play blitz, but I'll only play freestyle blitz, and we play, and by like move 15, I'm just completely lost, and it's just so fascinating that it doesn't even matter where the pieces are. Part of it is definitely like overthinking though, because you just don't know where anything goes, and Fabi's just like playing moves, and you're just losing.
Now, see, with this pawn push, though, Levy, I'll go to a point I know you've made in a number of your video series around players maybe more my chess rating. I see a pawn shoved 2 squares forward, and I have a pawn waiting with open arms. I want to en passant that right away.
I mean, you can. It's, you can. It's fine.
Thank you for your permission.
Yeah. It's in this case, it's actually a reasonable move. You open up your rook a little bit. Your bishop maintains some pressure.
You don't lose your queen in one move.
I mean, yeah, we were just going to assume that James was going to find that one, but
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not an unreasonable move.
Away once or twice before.
And the pawn feels annoying there. Like it's a strong pawn on c5 that white is going to have, I feel like.
Yeah, I just want to shout out to James as well, because earlier we were talking about whether Fabiano would grab a pawn, and I think the vote was 3-1.
Oh, hey, thanks for bringing that back, my friend. You guys could have gotten away with that.
Titled players 0 here.
Wait,
James
he didn't grab a pawn, right?
He didn't, but we predicted he would, right?
No, we didn't.
Oh, no, it was the other way around.
Oh, no. Okay,
sorry, you even baited me.
No.
Wow, way to make me look like a fool, David. Very kind of you.
Yeah.
That was very sweet.
Sitting on that for ages. Just wanted to drop it in there.
Yeah. That was like yesterday how I really confidently went into a tactic that completely failed.
Strongest player in the room beating up on the weakest player in the room.
We were talking is clearly not a skill.
Yes, exactly. I was going to say memory. See, we were talking about memory,
I was thinking about those Avalon games with Fabi. I've had too many traumatic memories. He's got the face of an angel, but best liar I've ever seen.
That's true. I will agree with that.
Yeah, but watching Fabiano and Anna sit right next to each other at Avalon, one of them is bad and one of them is good, screaming at the other that they're good or they're bad, and I was like, I can't tell who's lying, because like they're both feeling a little demented. Like I was just like, you were good, yeah, you were bad, no, you were bad, and I'm like, one of them is lying. I just don't know who.
But I think for Anna, it's really difficult to play Avalon because I think it's just really hard for you to be a bad guy.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
She was pretty good bad guy when I played.
When she's got the few times I've played, yeah, it's just hard for me to tell. I mean, when she's good, she's very active and trying to figure it out. But I think as a bad guy, you just get a bit confused, and loss is just such a difficult role for you to play.
So you're calling me a bad Avalon?
Yeah, I was just
a really sweet person.
I'm sorry, you can't be both. You can't be a good human and a good Avalon player.
I'll take that.
Guys, I think Magnus is in like a huge amount of danger, by the way.
Okay, thank you for bringing us back to the chess for a moment.
Yeah, because what always happens when we get off topic is I get all the blame, all right? And I don't want that. I want you guys to get the blame. I'm going to get us back on subject today.
So let me reinforce that in case you guys don't like when we get off topic. Feel free to
it is my fault.
Chess.
Yes,
yeah, exactly.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
It's all about the blame game.
Yes. Why can't Vincent just play like e4 and c5 and just win the game in like 5 moves? Like I don't believe this point 9. I mean, this looks insanely dangerous for black.
Yeah, with the rook on c1.
Because white never castled. Magnus castled, and you know, the king in the center is totally fine if the center is closed. This looks very dangerous for black.
This is terrifying. Just to put that move on the board, I mean, there's so many tempting moves as well. You could also line up your bishop against this black knight first, but just to stabilize the center, right? Defend this pawn, freeing up the pawn next door. I mean, I'm clueless here. I don't have a suggestion. It looks absolutely... I mean, terrifying is an understatement in this case. I wanted to suggest bishop here to pin the knight, and then I was like, wait, whoops, I'm pinned myself. I mean, what do you even play? Do you maybe go for a pin, line up the bishop with the queen, try to jump out the way? But this feels like it won't delay white for too long. White can maybe just kind of continue the attack, block this diagonal, and once the c-file is blown open, looks like the black king...
The computer is really not afraid, though.
But I feel like you have to play perfect chess here as black to not immediately get into big trouble. It's one of those positions. You go a little bit wrong as black, and then everything can collapse pretty quickly.
I feel like Magnus manifested this a bit. Like I mean, it didn't have to be so dangerous in some ways, right? Almost feels like he showed up to the first confessional and was like, this is the most dangerous position, you know, we've had so far, but I don't think any of the other players are in such a dire circumstance. One person has a big advantage I saw, but it's like Nodirbek Firouzja, and both those guys just kind of seem like they're over it a little bit. Like they're sort of winging it and playing really fast. So
can we just stay here and try to figure this out? Because it's a really big one if Magnus is in as much trouble as it feels to be. In fact, the computer doesn't give it a big advantage. But to Anna's point as well, from a human perspective, right? With white, it's so much easier to make your next moves, while Magnus has to be extremely precise in his defense. Now, David, we were trying to find out what would be the response, and it's important also to mention that white does need to move that pawn 2 steps forward before opening up the C line, because you need to defend the D5 pawn, which is right now being attacked by Magnus's queen. But again, pawn moves, you know, pawns can't move backwards. You have to make sure it's a good idea. It does leave a huge square for the black knight to jump into as well. That beautiful outpost right now that you're bringing in. And how dangerous is it really if Vincent does get the c5 break here?
Yeah, that is the big question. What would happen if he pushes on now? There is the idea of maybe sacrificing something in the center, trying to get the black queen out. If you do take this pawn, then it does feel... Well, I was going to say it feels very dangerous, but maybe white doesn't have quite the knockout blow that it looks like initially. This looks like a deadly pin. You're threatening this black knight, but black can defend kind of tactically himself with a bit of a fork here. You can take this knight with the pin, but the pinning piece is removed now, and knight takes rook, and no time to recapture because the white queen is hit. I mean, these are the types of variations that might be going through Vincent's mind as he decides whether to push his central pawn forward. Either way, it looks like a very committal move. I'm not sure it's his style, Tanya, to go all out for the attack. Maybe he'll keep trying to build up.
And I just want to take a moment to recognize, Anna, that you're perhaps opting into a position like this later today in playing a show match of freestyle chess. Can you even begin to consider, you know, how your heart rate will react?
We are going to be having a heart rate monitor.
Oh, really?
So I am really excited. So you will see how my heart rate reacts. But yeah, it's just so fascinating because you just have to think about it like right in the spot. I have no idea what positions we're going to get. It would be cool if we got one of the positions they've had before, and now that we've been seeing all these games. But yeah, it's going to be incredible.
What's the time control? Did we...
Oh, good. That's a good follow-up.
What's going to be on the clock?
So we're going to be playing 2 rapid games that is going to have 10 plus 10, just like the players played in the beginning. And then we're going to be going to 2 blitz games.
Ooh.
So 5 plus 5 it's going to be, and we're going to get 1 point for each game. So it's going to go fast.
That's very brave, right, James? I mean, the toughest format in chess where you have to use your minds from move 1, and the girls are taking it on head on with a fast format. Love it.
Yeah, the commitment to the blitz. We haven't even seen any of these players get pushed into that in the playoffs. We were treated to at least the rapid portion of the playoffs was Javokhir versus Hikaru yesterday. But yeah, you're diving straight into the fire and the flames.
Oh yeah, someone's got to do it. So we will see how that goes.
I love it. I love it. I think it's so intriguing to a position like this where just not a single piece has left the board still, right?
Yeah.
It's you know, again, I feel like I want to see pieces fall off the board. I want openness to play with. To me, this feels so constricting. And we get to a position where it feels like almost every decision is a bad decision.
I just want to mention as well, this looks like a really complicated middle game. We're only on move 8. We've only had 8
this
moves.
Move 8?
We've only had 8 moves since this game began.
What? How's that even possible?
This makes no sense. What?
I think that's a great point. Let's see how it actually got to this point really quickly, David.
Yeah, just to backtrack the whole way. I mean, this is the starting position.
This is the starting position.
The white G-pawn push forward, the grob. I don't know what the cow would be here. And actually, wait, the cow. The knights are there.
Yes! I love this position. This is amazing. It's the easiest way of playing the cow. You don't have to go through the whole maneuver. Thanks, David.
Sorry, just dropping that one in there.
Would you play the cow here? With the starting position?
Probably not still, but I'd be more tempted than in normal chess.
Okay, I see.
Position 360 then. That's your position.
I'll remember it. Maybe I'll try to get the organizers to put this position later against Alex and nobody will know. Yeah.
This rig.
This will forever now be known as the freestyle chess cow position, though.
It actually is.
Yeah.
And just to catch up, so pawn to G4 and Magnus saying that this was very scary stuff. Vincent pushing forward on this flank now. Magnus castling into the attack, potentially. A bit of a mistake. And just to catch up, Vincent taking all of the space with his pawns in the center, giving a check, which was blocked. And this is how we got here. Only 8 moves in. But already the world #1 in trouble, potentially.
Landing in a very precarious position. Anna, before I let you go, I do want to pester you for one little prediction. We have 4 players remaining in the semifinals. It's the younger generation versus the older generation in both of the matchups. We've got Vincent Keymer up against Magnus Carlsen. We've got Fabiano up against Javokhir Sindarov. When you're looking at that final matchup on the final 2 days, who do you think is going to be punching their ticket from the semifinals into that grand final?
I think Javokhir will go through. Maybe this is, we will see what happens, but I feel like he's just played so well all of these games, and he's doing well today too. So I put my money on Javokhir, but we'll see. And here, I mean, I do really like Vincent's position, but I don't know. Magnus is Magnus. It feels like he's going to somehow survive. So... yeah, I'll say Javokhir and Magnus.
All right, I like it. And we'll continue that theme of the younger versus the older generation if your prediction comes true. And while we let you go and enjoy the rest of the day and get ready for your show match a bit later on against Alexandra Botez, we are going to hop into another confessional from Magnus himself as he tries to reason a way out of this very precarious position.
I feel like the worst is kind of over for me here. I think I'm playing some weird kind of London as white, where my bishop, that's usually on h2, is now going to be on a7, which is kind of protecting my king in a reasonable way. I have some tricks also with knight f4 later on. For instance, if he tries to push his pawn going after my knight, I think I have some interesting, maybe some interesting ways of attacking a piece. Otherwise, I can play king b8 and then knight c8. When he trades off my bishop, and he will have a very big space advantage, but also no obvious way to find out where to put his king. So I think he's maybe a little bit better still, but I kind of like my practical chances now.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I think the audio was missing from the first portion of that, and not wanting to miss a single word from the world #1, we are going to go ahead and cue that one back up and roll it again. Make sure that we get every bit of insight that we can.
I feel like the worst is kind of over for me here. I think I'm playing some weird kind of London as white, where my bishop, that's usually on h2, is now going to be on a7, which is kind of protecting my king in a reasonable way. I have some tricks also with knight f4 later on. For instance, if he tries to push his pawn going after my knight, I think I have some interesting, maybe some interesting ways of attacking a piece. Otherwise, I can play king b8 and then knight c8. When he trades off my bishop, and he will have a very big space advantage, but also no obvious way to find out where to put his king. So I think he's maybe a little bit better still, but I kind of like my practical chances now.
How does nobody have the show up?
Welcome back. I think it's quite interesting that Magnus feels like the worst of it is over, as we were sitting here going, it's looking pretty bad for the black position.
Yeah, I think he found a way to consolidate everything. We can draw the arrows quite simply. He said, move the dark squared bishop to a7, move the king to where the bishop was, and move the knight to where the king was. It's like playing 2048 when you just slide, you know, and you just like, and he says that here he thinks that he's not in that much danger, which if I had to name like, if I had to name one weakness or the earth exploded of Magnus's chess, I would say when he's just like ruthlessly attacked. I remember he had a game against Bu Shengji in like the World Cup like many years ago, and just like sometimes if you just go completely all out against Magnus, you have a chance of winning. Like of course you can beat him in other formats, like he might make a mistake, but he's actually right. Like you look at the evaluation, and this is kind of why the computer is not scared. But how many of us would feel comfortable going a6, bishop a7, king b8, knight c8, like what he's doing? Just I wouldn't be. I mean, I'm still very scared, and I know that black is fine.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he blunders a few times to knight kind of jumps.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, attacking him is by far kind of the best strategy, and really fascinating that he thinks that this is nothing, that this isn't such a big attack from Vincent. And Magnus said he thinks it's quite promising because long-term, Tanya, I mean, he does have outposts for his own pieces. His pawn structure is still very flexible. Later, he can break out once his king is safe, maybe on the other flank once the knight moves as well with some pawn pushes. So he just needs to weather this initial storm, and then he's okay. And then it's just a game.
And he did say that, you know, Vincent might have a slight something in the position, but practically it's not easy. And I think we saw that in those lines that we were playing out. Because let's point out that if Vincent goes all in with his attack, pushing that c-pawn, trying to get those inroads towards Magnus Carlsen's king, Magnus's rook is also lined up against Vincent's king, you know, that rook that's just next to that black king right there. And when the position opens up, there will be tactics and counter-tactics on the board, especially because of that hole, that last move that Vincent has played has just created once Magnus's knight gets closer to that white king. So again, yes, it looks sort of promising optically, but I think practical chances are for both players here. Once again, you know, we talk about from a human perspective, yes, it looks tough, but Magnus, he's often able to find these engine responses. He's often able to sometimes even play moves that later on the best chess engines realize is actually better than what was first suggested. So he's got things under control, and I think it's going to be a game that's going to be out of control, which means a lot of fun for us.
A very maneuvering heavy game. Still yet to see a piece come off the board.
I will just say, if we made like 100 games in this position at like your level, I think white wins 80% of the time, if like not more, because white's plan is so straightforward. Black has to come up with, like, we are really understating here, and I think people watching at home really don't get how hard this is to defend with black. Maybe even higher than 80%, like, because I have no clue how black is supposed to play here below Magnus level. All this contorting and like moving, you know, knight f4, well-timed stuff. I think for most people it's really tough to understand, but yeah, Magnus will figure it out, of course. But maybe you disagree.
To your point, by the way, the knight does jump in.
Yeah.
I'm not only looking at the idea of the bishop shuffle, I'm also looking at sacrifices on that central d5 pawn, which always has to be on the radar of both players once Vincent does go with his idea of pushing the c-pawn forward. Notice the black queen ready to jump into that line, the two knights targeting it. That bishop is out of the way. The rook lines up as well. So there are a lot of counter-tactics idea, and to that point, you know, Levi, Magnus did not even go for the bishop a7 response. I think he's looking at all these counter ideas that will open up for him as well.
Yeah, but in a lot of ways, to Levy's point, it feels somewhat obvious to me, just because everything's kind of already pointing in the right direction for White, in the sense that we can slide our dark squared bishop all the way over and threaten the knights. The queen's already pointing in that direction. We could take our F rook up one square, slide it over, double it up onto that C file as well, supporting that pawn push. So it does, in a lot of ways, yes, feel like the moves are easy, and that's a concept that we talked about yesterday. You know, it's there's positions where a certain player is faced with maybe a decision tree of 3 moves, and then there's the opposite situation where there kind of really is only one natural or right feeling move at any given moment, and that's generally the position that's easier to play.
And just to point out how strong Magnus is, how deeply he sees, I mean, this is the current position, Black's knight trying to jump in, but if we do backtrack just 2 moves, the all-seeing computer does pretty much confirm what Magnus was saying. White's best move might have been to actually target this Black knight immediately. Then Magnus's idea would have been seen. He mentioned bringing his bishop across. Now there might be an exchange of bishops, for example. But let's say White jumps in with his knight. There's a threat now of knight takes pawn, deflecting away this pawn from the defense of its knight. Then White would be able to snipe on this diagonal. But now Magnus's idea of just shuffling the king into the corner, dropping the knight back, can be seen. Let's say just White makes a random move. Actually, maybe even a trade of bishops first. But let's say White makes a random move. Now the Black knight would drop back. We would have seen Magnus's idea. There would have been a trade of bishops, and this would have been totally fine. So the world champion actually understanding the best variation. There has been a move in the meantime, an exchange of bishops. Black will recapture this piece.
First pieces come off the board.
Yeah. Move 10.
It also feels like the kind of position, once the trades get going, there's going to be no stopping, right? Once they've got these open lines and the pieces coming into play, we'll see a lot of those sort of a flurry of tactics and trades. And I'm just wondering, is White still setting up for that break, that pawn push? Because that does look like the most dangerous idea that Vincent has in this position against Magnus.
Probably. And if he waits, isn't Magnus going to prepare f5? Like, does Magnus have a winning concept here, or does he have to wait for Vincent? You know what I'm saying? Like, if Vincent does nothing, can Magnus do anything? Or is it just wait to see if Vincent will make a break?
And because we're coming in for all the questions for David, 3 ways to capture that bishop.
I was thinking, can you take with the king? Like, if push comes to shove, I wouldn't recommend it now, but maybe you can.
And then you run away. But the problem is you want to kind of bring the king the whole way across.
Yeah. But there's no guarantee it's safe there either. No, probably you take with the rook, right? Or the knight.
I think about the knight.
Taking with the knight means you can never really get this bishop out. That's the main problem, potentially. And if White just avoids any forks here, then this bishop isn't too happy. Yeah, taking with the rook would make sense. And also your point, Tanya, of White pushing forward and allowing potentially some sacrifices. Maybe we'll just show this on the board. The Black queen coming out now. This could very easily suddenly turn against the White king. So not one-way traffic. I think Magnus will most likely take back with his rook just to keep the rest of his pieces happy.
Let's look at Sindarov, see what he's up to. They've got a really weird position. We're gonna leave this one and see if Vincent is able to make some progress. He's also getting low on time, and I feel like Vincent is in time trouble kind of a lot.
Okay, so first to the young Uzbek versus Fabiano Caruana, checking in with our other semi-final bout, where similarly not too much has happened in terms of pieces being removed from the board, just 1 pawn apiece. So still plenty to play with. The most recent move centralizing that dark squared bishop, putting a little pressure onto that B pawn, of course protected for the moment by the queen.
I just want to give a shout out. En passant did happen.
Hey!
Cool. En passant a few moves ago, White capturing a pawn, Black doing likewise. It is a very odd pawn structure, especially for White. We talk about space in chess, like pushing pawns forward so your pieces have more kind of room to maneuver behind those pawns. But Fabiano here, he's playing like baseline tennis. He's playing pretty much with all his pawns back on their starting squares. And to play just with pieces takes a lot of energy. So maybe it's time to get this knight out into the game for the first time. Maybe this bishop will develop. Either way, he needs to kind of hurry and get his pieces active. Otherwise, it just looks good.
We'll check in with David's mic, making sure that we get all those sound bites of wisdom.
Highest rated in the stream, but
highest rated chess player.
The least respect given. Just heartbreaking. I'll give you my mic. They don't need to hear me talk. You just take my mic.
Oh no, we need it. We need everybody's voice here. That's for sure. But I think the point that David was kind of making to a degree, there's still everything kind of rests close to its starting position here on the white side of the board. Much more space control for black. But while we've seen that in some other games and other rounds, you also have to be careful not to be too committal, over-committal, right? And maybe Fabiano is just waiting for that counterpunch, the right moment, where his opponent overextends and he can take advantage.
Yeah, who would we pick here? Shall we have a vote? Who do you think has the better chances long-term going forward?
I don't think I can vote against Fabiano in this tournament, but that's more speaking to his performance in the event so far than maybe the position on the board.
I would say it's too early right now to really call this one, but I do like the way that Javokhir has managed to get his pieces to the center of the board. That's such a key idea in chess generally. Get that development going. Try to capture as much of the center as you can, as much space you can. I'm loving that F pawn as well. The one piece for black that needs to come out, always look for ways to improve, is that knight, but that's not too far away. It can jump in front of the rook and come again, once again, towards the center. I'm liking black's position, but I don't think that it's so bad for white just yet. I think it's still very much under control territory. No big, clear targets in the position. A few moves away from completing his own development. Too early to call a result on this one for me, David.
Yeah. I voted against him many times this week already in Avalon, so I'll vote against him again here, Fabiano. I think
you got to be right eventually, right? So
exactly.
Yeah. Black's position looks really good. I really like black's position. So
that's 3 votes for black. And
once again,
I'm not saying black will win. I'm just saying if I had to play a side, I would. You wouldn't play black here?
Yeah, I would. But again, to call a result, I think
no,
it's too
for sure,
early.
of course.
But I'm liking everything that Javokhir's done. You're absolutely right.
I think he's played very well. Nodirbek has the biggest advantage of anybody right now. We haven't been there in a while, but he's cooking.
Yeah, before we hop there, just with this bishop towards the center of the board, my inclination is to chuck my D pawn forward and try and kick it away. Can we do that?
It's legal.
That's okay. So step 1 complete, but now we have to evaluate if it's good. Legal, yes. Good, jury's out. What do we think?
Yeah, you weaken the corresponding squares that the pawn used to control. Right, so black has some ideas there. Overall, it's probably not a good move, but it's not a terrible move. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, I mean the downsides are you do blunt your own bishop. Now you're just staring into your own pawn. There is a potential outpost for the black knight, and the white central pawn, the e pawn here, is backward, meaning it cannot really move without being captured. Those are the downsides. The plus side is you do kind of control some squares. You do kick your opponent a bit back. Jury would be out for me. But I think unless that option is running away, one thing top players love to do is stay flexible. And it's most likely possible to push that pawn forward at a later moment. So maybe he'll keep that one up his sleeve for later.
It's always such a commitment, right, to move your pawns forward. And I've seen this in top-level chess so many times. It's such a great strategy where you actually provoke your opponent to make pawn moves. You sort of tempt them, right? Because for so many of us, we see that move. We want to attack that bishop in the center that looks so beautifully placed and dislodge it. But that's just sort of the short-term game. Again, I think from a long-term perspective, it does create strategic weaknesses that you'd like to avoid in this position as white.
Okay, then let's explore something else. We talk about all of these pieces needing to get activated. I'm looking at the knight, and well, there you have it, the knight.
Great call. Great call.
Just in time.
And not just to, wow, that was fast.
Ooh, a very quick response here from Javokhir.
That's that pressure.
Hey, using his opponent's time to evaluate his next move and putting the pressure right back on.
Yeah, both guys just bringing out the knights from the corner. That it could be summed up in just one sentence, but now Fabiano has to decide, is he going to move the knight to b4 or d4? Like, both look okay, and then you got to start, crunching which one you like more. Probably knight d4, but actually now that I'm looking at it, he's forcing a trade, right? Javokhir is ready to give up his dark squared bishop. So is that a forcing line? Can we put that on the board?
Yeah.
David, I'll let you.
Yeah, just to point out, the black queen is actually trapped. She has no safe squares to run to, and again, this is another reason to be flexible, kind of keep squares vacant, because putting his pawn on that square would have taken this option away. And as Levy says, a trade is pretty much forced. And now white does have the bishop pair. It's a relatively open position. This kind of unchallenged dark squared bishop has some targets long term. In return, Sindarov would need to play quite dynamically. I'm not sure how he would start that. Maybe he could start pushing pawns. He plays this move. We're headed in that direction. Does he kick the bishop back this time? Sindarov, does he have anything else? I'm expecting this move.
It has to be played, right? Everything else loses on the spot. You have to pick up that knight on our live position. But Sindarov, he's not making that move immediately.
Yeah, what? His queen is trapped. I don't know.
Don't know what else he could be considering here. He's got to take this knight off the board, and maybe he's just looking into the future. He'll wait and then play a quick flurry of moves instead. Yeah, I often do that. I get into time trouble and then realize, wait, I've just been looking 3 moves into the future. I have a force move right now.
There we go.
But there we go. He plays it.
So the trade is executed. But yeah, perhaps just thinking of what his follow-up would be following that trade.
Yeah, he has a lot of options. I like the move c5. It makes sense because white's the only one on the board with the dark squared bishop, so you might as well fight back with pawns in the dark squares. But I don't know the next move. And it does still, now it does feel like white's position makes slightly more sense with the bishop pair, and then white just has to make a few pawn trades and open things up. And this really awkward white knight in the center is actually very well supported. So I know it's like 0.1 or 0.0, but that last sequence of moves has started tilting me in the direction of white. Yeah, maybe Sindarov should have been a bit more careful, but I'm not sure what he could have done to avoid this trade.
I regret betting against Fabi. Again, voting against him.
Just want to remind everyone, I was the only undecided one.
Yeah, that was before. Did he have to give up his knight for the bishop? I mean, the dynamics for black are still there. He just has to, like, if his D and E pawns could stop being in the back and could move forward, you know, he would be doing fantastic. Unfortunately, they can't do that, so.
Yeah, for clarity's sake, I was the one who said Fabiano.
Yes, you knew this was coming.
I would pick Fabi. Yeah. But yeah, quite a few options left up. But I think this is where maybe, Levy, we go to that game that you had called out, the one that seems the most skewed positionally, which would be Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Alireza Firouzja in our 5th through 8th place matchups. So we can hop over there, take a quick peek at the position. And so while Nodirbek does have at least an advantage by the computer standards, he is down on time, working with about half the amount of clock that Alireza has in his pocket.
Yeah, and to break down why white has an advantage, I'm not sure if there's anything concrete, anything immediate, but essentially we just need to compare all of the pieces. The black king feeling the heat. Alireza, they're not looking too happy on the camera either. But the white rook's looking pretty glorious, both on great files. The black queen looking a bit cramped, the white queen relatively looking very active, and knight and f5. There's a lot of sayings about that piece, but it tends to be such a great attacking square. Clear path. It's just like that Vincent game, clear ideas for white. Very unclear what black is actually aiming for. The white king is going to be safe, looks like for life in this game. Tanya, other than the clock, it looks like everything in Nodirbek's favor.
Completely agree. That's the one thing that Alireza has going for him is the time advantage, but I don't know how useful that will be. Again, the plan that you highlighted with that H-pawn, once again, perhaps being the hero of the attack moving forward, just seems like so natural. On the other hand, when you've got these opposite side castle, right, it's a race to each other's king, you see that white C-pawn is one step ahead. Yes, it can be a hook, but all of black's army is on the right side of the board. Nothing really targeting that king. Getting that B-pawn moving 2 steps and then 1 step ahead to get to that hook, you don't have an assist. Meanwhile, the H-pawn will come with a hit on that bishop, which will be a very powerful hit. Yes, you can take the knight and trade it off, but that would mean that would leave you with some open lines and direct access on that G-file with the queen and the rook lining up. So it just feels as if Nodirbek's attack has got more momentum and Alireza will be on the defense.
You used a term and a concept there, the idea of a hook. Perhaps we can break down for people what exactly the idea of a hook is.
Yeah, so a hook is normally a pawn that kind of sticks out in the position. So here for white, it would be this pawn in front of his king. So for example, if, let's say I'll make some moves for white, if black is able to find the time to push this pawn forward, a hook normally means you kind of break open the position by force. You kind of, you violently try to open lines for your pieces. Later, maybe there'll be a line open for the black rook, whereas the hook for white would be this pawn near the black king. This is the pawn that sticks out, so you would try and push your pawn forward, try and force a trade here to open lines for white's pieces. So it's essentially a pawn that can be attacked by another pawn in order to blow open the position.
Feels like in this game, Firouzja has changed his strategy from the other classical games, which was think a lot. Here he's just like, I'm not going to do that. And even if my position is more dangerous, I have double the clock time. So at some point, Nodirbek might make a mistake. And he might, I don't know.
You know, as David was breaking down the whole what's a hook in chess thing, what was going through my mind was Captain Hook, you know, sort of using that point to move forward. Does that make sense to anyone? Like that pawn?
If you want.
I haven't seen Tinkerbell or what Peter Pan. That's where I thought it was named. I haven't seen that since I was like.
So you see that pawn, you use that to sort of push yourself forward, to push your own pawns forward to get that break in.
Sink your hooks in for leverage. Pull yourself forward for progress.
Who invented the term hook in chess?
Wasn't me.
Like who was it? Was it in some like journal or
opportunity
newspaper?
For a little history lesson for us?
Yeah, help us out.
Chess historians are fascinating because like stuff in chess is just born in news articles or something, so small paper written somewhere. So much stuff we just take for granted. Like,
I mean, it's appropriate as well. Captain Hook, crocodile, ticking clock. Clock is ticking here for Nodirbek. Okay, Peter Pan, enough analogies there. Forever young.
Why is Nodirbek not playing h4? Like,
it's a battle between the youngsters.
Yeah, battle between the youngsters. I mean, maybe he's just tempted by immediate action. The knight can jump. Okay, he does play h4, the most natural move, after a bit of a think. Of course, it's given a question mark.
Of course.
Amusing. But he could have jumped in with his knight. Maybe that would have been stronger. Attacking the black queen, there would have been some tension against this black knight as well. So there were many strong moves in that position we should mention. He doesn't blow his advantage. He still has a large chunk of it and a clear plan to do something, at least in front of the black king, to scare Alireza here.
I was wondering about that knight jump as well, but then I didn't really see like what the follow-up idea for white was. It felt like the queen could like slide over and just kick the knight right back out or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think what he might have been calculating, moves such as knight takes pawn, for example, attacking the black rook. If the black queen now swings across to grab that knight, it loses contact with its own knight.
So we do end up winning a pawn.
Yeah, and maybe this was just playable. I'm not really sure why he didn't go for this. Yes, the bishop's going to be exchanged, but a pawn is a pawn. Maybe he just wanted to continue the attack and kind of keep this idea up his sleeve, but okay, big difference now. Took me a second to realize now knight to this outpost is a fork, but consequences come with every move, and the black queen could slide across because the white queen no longer defended by that white pawn that previously sat on h2. So not possible any longer.
That is very tricky.
That's very sneaky from Alireza. Oh, has he checked out, or is he just feeling much more confident, Alireza, now? I mean, he's playing so much quicker than he was in those quarterfinals against Vincent Keymer.
Well, looking like another trade is forced here as the pawn on the h-file launches forward once again. Bishop will slide down, snag that knight. Looking for the recapture, 2 options here. Going to be the pawn or the rook. Oh, actually, or the bishop, 3 options.
Pawn would make a lot of sense, but the black knight at least has an outpost now. The knight will sit to try and block the white's queen on the g-file. Okay, he takes with his bishop instead. Knight to an outpost, Tanya? What do you think?
It does feel like the last few moves, once again in this game as well, that Alireza sort of out of the big trouble situation that we were talking about, white getting a big attack going. Now that the rooks are centralized, you're looking at more trades, neutralizing that pressure. The point that you were highlighting earlier, a really nice spot for the black knight to jump into where it can't be attacked by any of Nodirbek's pawns. The rooks lined up. Does it feel that the worst is behind and perhaps Nodirbek does not have that firepower to the attack that we were thinking about?
Yeah, the top players talk about stabilizing a lot. That just means they won't be knocked out immediately, that they can kind of prolong the game, prolong the tension. Yeah, it feels like he's stabilized. He's got some grip, some squares. No, not easy for white to get at these hooks without blocking the position.
All right, well, if we feel like we're in a little point of stabilization, perhaps we should check in with one of the matchups that we haven't taken a look at all today yet, which is, of course, Hikaru Nakamura versus the world champion Gukesh. Again, fighting in that 5th to 8th positional matchup. Hikaru trying to recover as well from a very tough loss to Javokhir Sindarov just yesterday in the playoff format. His move to make here with the white pieces, 27 minutes on the clock. Time looking much better for Gukesh overall.
And Hikaru coming off a tough game yesterday, a tough match, losing to Javokhir Sindarov, aiming to bounce back to restore some confidence there, to gain those all-valuable Grand Slam points against the world champion, though. They had some intriguing encounters in the candidates tournament last year, and Hikaru coming so close that time. He'll want to set the record straight. He takes back with a pawn. It's funny, last time we were here, there was a white pawn on f5. Again, there is a pawn on f5, but half the position has just disappeared. Half the pieces have been exchanged.
I was going to say, notably, the only match right now that has the queens off the board between all 4 of the ones that are rolling. So a much more open position. We did just have that bishop taken back by the pawn there, opening up the g-file, which the black rook is nicely positioned on. Of course, I think the white king is already also kind of nicely tucked up on the second rank, though, so a little bit of a safer position, it feels.
Absolutely, and to add to that, there's this concept of pawn islands in chess when you try to look for weaknesses in the position. And here we can see all of Hikaru's pawns, they're sort of compact, they're together. There's one pawn island for white. Meanwhile, Gukesh has that 8-7 pawn on that h-file, that outward flank pawn. So he's got 2 pawn islands, and usually the player who's got more of these islands, well, in real life having more islands is great, but in chess not as much. It perhaps means you've got more weaknesses to deal with in this position, so something that can become a target with the bishop being long-range pieces, being an open position. To your point, I think if anyone's pushing this, it's got to be Hikaru with a slight edge here.
Did you mean like owning islands?
Yeah. How many islands do you?
I was trying to understand. Did I miss like a reference to something, or just like island ownership?
Yeah.
Just
just have. It's a good idea if you can. If you have the luxury, the more islands you have, the better. But in chess, not so much.
I was with you 100%. Ownership of islands.
Do you have islands that we don't know?
Like it's going quite well. Yes.
Do you own a private island, or?
No, I don't love it. I have a total of 0
2026 is inaugural event will be happening on Tanya's island.
I mean, the way the freestyle tour is going, I wouldn't be surprised if one of the next events happens on an island. Like,
that's pretty great.
I am built for
us
them.
parachuting out above an island into the chess arena, something like that.
Gukesh went bungee jumping after he won the world championship, which was crazy. I don't know if I can stomach that.
So I've been wanting to see if I can I have a content idea. We did it in League of Legends. It was a little series called Dash Made Me, where I would take pro players and quote unquote make them do something that was a little bit outside of their comfort zone. The very first episode, I took 2 pro players skydiving.
Were they scared of heights, or like were they?
They were, yeah, exactly. It was one of those things where it's like, I've always been intrigued and kind of want to do it, but I can't bring myself, to overcome that fear. And so part of the idea is like, let's go tackle, one of those fears, and I will do it with you. No matter what it is. And in the process, we turn it into kind of like a larger interview series, get to know the players and their histories and whatnot. And
were they happy they did it, or?
They were very happy in the end. Very, very happy in the end.
David, you want to go skydiving?
You want to go jump out of a plane with me, David?
You can choose one of the players.
You're the perfect candidate, though. Now you shouldn't have said that.
I mean, saying no is my biggest weakness in life, so you could persuade me. We'll see.
All right, I'll work on that.
I think it would be fun. Because you have no control there. I think that's like the scariest part for me is like, but I'm not afraid of flying. Like a lot of people are afraid of flying because they have no control over the situation. But yeah, plane is like shaking. I'm like, I'm chilling. Not after recent events, which have made news, but just in general. But
it's a good lesson in letting go.
Yeah.
When you.
Exactly. This one, this is an endgame. It will. It's a much sharper endgame than traditional endgames because of all the imbalances, but I think only Hikaru can accomplish anything in this position. He has the bishop. He has a lot more pressure on Gukesh than Gukesh has on him. His structure in the long run will be more together.
Yeah, it does feel like that H-pawn is way more targetable. I mean, while the white pawn currently is a pawn island, technically, if everything goes the way we'd want it to, we do have a way to connect it back to the remainder of our pawn chain. Would take some time to do so.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Hikaru type of position, style-wise. It's not so concrete. There's not too many forcing variations. I would say Gukesh is a decent endgame player when it comes to kind of finding a narrow path and kind of setting tests, setting traps for his opponent. But when it's very kind of slow and stable like this, it feels like Hikaru should start as the favorite. Yes, lower on the clock, maybe affected by yesterday, but this is the type of position I associate with Hikaru Nakamura grinding it out for victory. So, for the American player, potentially bouncing back from yesterday's defeat.
It does feel like in this tournament that Gukesh never really got going. You know, he hasn't really found his form and rhythm in freestyle chess. Sort of a completely different beast and animal to standard chess, right? And meanwhile, for Hikaru, it's been a different story where, yes, on day one of the round robin, he had a tough start, but then a 3.5 out of 4 score in that stage, coming back with a bang. But then the quarterfinals lost. So Hikaru not showing up in his best form, Gukesh struggling with this format. How much ambition, motivation the players come in with today. It's been a long couple of months for Gukesh as well. I think so much of that is at play as well, the off-the-board story right now.
A bit of a roller coaster over the 4 days of this event and into the 5th one. You mentioned both of these players trying to find their top form, and I think for players at home, if you want to find your top form when it comes to freestyle chess, we have the solution for you. It's the master class of freestyle chess with Nicholas Huschenbett. Take a look.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome back, everybody. I know what I'm doing. First thing when I get home is signing up for one of those master classes myself.
Yeah, I mean, Nicholas, a very strong grandmaster. He's been a second of Hikaru Nakamura. He knows his stuff.
And he's also on the pro stream, right?
Yes.
Along with Judith and Peter, deep diving into all the analysis in each one of these games. So definitely check that out for, I would say, really high level, grandmaster level, deep. Well, deep.
We got no grandmasters here.
But just, I wonder if we have one around.
Poor David, man. They don't just put anybody with this circus, you know.
Why do you have to put up with us? Yeah. Who did you piss off to make them saddle you with all of us?
This is a community stream, you know. And David's a people's grandmaster, a real grandmaster as well, David.
Wow. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
It never ends.
Thanks, guys.
Too funny. Too funny. Too funny. But I think it's a really good point, calling out for those of you at home that here at Freestyle Chess we have many different ways for you to kind of pick and choose your own adventure when it comes to your viewing experience. Right? It can be here with us on the community stream. It could be, of course, with Judith, Peter, and Nicholas over there on the pro stream. But also, if there's just one specific match, one specific board that you're interested in as well, you've got a favorite player and you don't want to miss a single second of their match, you can go ahead and find their boards as well by going to Freestyle Chess board and then the number. Of course, we have 4 boards in play today, and maybe that's an opportunity for us to go back to that big picture view and take stock of the condition for all 4 of the boards. And there you have it, up in the top left, Keymer and Carlsen battling it out in the upper bracket semifinal. Just below them, the other semifinal in Caruana versus Sindarov. And then, of course, our 5th through 8th place matches currently taking place. Abdusattorov, Firouzja, top right, and bottom right, Nakamura versus Gukesh.
And we left that game between Nakamura and Gukesh. It's an endgame. There were some developments there. Nakamura actually winning a pawn, but only temporarily. Gukesh about to regain the material balance. Abdusattorov still with an advantage on the top right there. But I'm keen to check out what's happened with Magnus Carlsen to see whether he has indeed stabilized and survived the worst.
And before we dive in, just want to point out from this view, it does look that the games have started well for the white pieces. We can see the bar on each of these boards seem to be favoring the player with white. So, David, absolutely agree. Time to check in with the world #1 against Vincent Keymer, the one player, the only player to have beaten him in the 2023 World Cup, getting that win, which eventually Magnus did go on to win the match. And I believe that Magnus has played, well, what I want to call the first pawn break into the position on that right side of the board.
Yeah, Magnus finally, after manoeuvring, just clinging on, curling up into a ball, he has had the time, the opportunity to strike against some of Vincent's very far advanced pawns. So we'll see if that one pays off for the world #1. It does definitely feel, just body language alone, kind of painting the picture there, it feels like Magnus feeling more confident.
Magnus perhaps feeling more confident, as he should. We talk about how sometimes maybe a slow starter, but always seems to find the form when it is most prescient and most needed.
The world #1 facing Vincent Keymer, and I have to say, for Keymer, the story is so big, right? He is the home crowd favorite, and he's got so many fans here. He's playing from Germany. He's a #1 German player, and it does appear many times that for Keymer, you know, he's looking for that great finish. David, we see him in all these big tournaments. While he's got his colleagues, his own generation winning so many of these events, somehow that breakout moment for Vincent hasn't yet occurred.
Yeah, he is a contemporary of all these super talents, of course. He's seen Gukesh, his good friend, he was seconding for him. He saw Gukesh win the World Championship, have all these stellar results last year. He's seen Praggnanandhaa now win Tata Steel. He's seen Abdusattorov win the World Rapid. But Vincent, yeah.
But didn't he go to college?
I think he did study until just a year and a half ago.
Like he graduated, right?
Yeah, he was 18.
Yeah, so that's probably why. I mean, I feel like some of these players don't even go to school. I mean,
that's true.
I mean, how do you have time to? It's incredible to me that anybody at this level went to school.
Yeah, but I think like for him, he's, you know, well educated, has a degree in I don't know what, but probably something useful. So now he's back and he's ready to win some games. By the way, I was wondering how was Magnus going to create counterplay, and this is a bad sign for Vincent, because this is where you feel, especially against a player like Magnus, that you're losing control of the game.
Well, he always seems to find a way. And finding a way onto our set once again. We're very lucky to be joined by the Botez sisters, Alexandra and Andrea. Thank you so much for rejoining us here on the first day of the semifinals. How you doing?
We're so glad to be back.
Anna
Thanks for
Cranley
having us.
was talking so much
She
crap.
was.
Oh my God.
She was saying how much better she is because she's been watching all the games and we've just been frolicking around.
She also said you wouldn't support your sister.
Yeah, I heard that and that one bothered me. But that's not a surprise. Just kidding. I'll be cheering with my best friend Aronian, so we're gonna be. But we need to be an unbiased.
Anna wants to put 50 subs on the line. So if you and I are
Streamers were just
covering that
betting 50
together,
subs. It's crazy.
You're gonna have
Bet
to cheer for
50,000
me.
subs, you know.
I told you that I think you're gonna win. I told you this morning when you asked me in the sauna. I said you don't need a prep because your aura is not prepping and not playing chess for months and showing up and winning. So.
I was about to say there's been plenty of conversation around what is the proper prep for freestyle chess, and some people have been saying good sleep. I don't know, frolicking sounds like a pretty good version of preparation.
Hubris is usually mine.
I love that as well.
Didn't you like really work hard last year when you won all those tournaments?
No, I actually didn't study. I would only cram before the games. It was really helpful.
She's just a natural.
I'm not.
She just wins.
No, it's actually a really bad habit where I had this habit of relying on short-term memory. So like I would cram all of the prep in before, but if you ask me 2 days later, in 1 year, out the other. So I'm glad that there's no preparation in freestyle.
My favorite was when you guys went to Italy and all of your opponents were like Marco, Carlo, Alessandro.
They were the best.
Like the recaps for those tournaments were fantastic because it was just Italian NPCs, like
They were
one after
so
the other
nice.
after the other. It was very fun.
The Italian men were the best. They didn't study too hard. They were just on vacation. Like, they were really funny. They're the most relaxed opponents.
It's going to be Andrea Botez. Italian men are the best. That will be the quote. It will be the fade out shot. What are those memes now? Like the ones with the playful music and it's like
You mean your
text on
entire
the screen?
Instagram?
Yes, but this one I haven't uploaded yet. But
What's the next meme you're uploading? What's been your favorite meme of the week? You work really hard on that.
Yeah, hit us with the hot memes.
Hot chess
I don't have any hot memes.
I think your first day one was for sure the best, but maybe you have more.
Oh, the one where I pulled the ball and I said no. There
The
was another one.
rotating one, when you didn't do.
Oh
poop in the group
yeah.
chat.
Yes, that was a pretty good one.
That was the best.
Have you guys seen that one?
I don't think I have.
It was so good. You guys aren't watching chess
You don't follow
memes?
Gotham Chess on Instagram. It's fine. It's okay. I mean, I'm just not like.
Admittedly, I think maybe I hit that follow button this morning.
Okay, but what advice do you guys have for me against Anna? I've been watching the streams today. I've been trying
Lord.
to pick up as much as I can.
Get this position, but with white.
Okay, yeah, easy.
Just trick her, because we realized you can play the cow from the beginning.
I saw that. This was the cow freestyle position,
Yeah,
right?
so you got to be like, all right, Anna, you just got to play the cow. And she's going to be like, okay. And then you win, because white is doing pretty well.
Yeah, okay.
All I feel like I've noticed while this one was the cow position is it feels like C pawns and F pawns get thrown very early
I feel
up
like
the board.
we have one grandmaster in the room, probably the most qualified to give some advice.
And he's seen my chess also, so you can make it
All
more
right.
specific.
Get in here, Coach David.
Although you were kind of bad luck. Every time you commented on my games, I'd always lose.
I know, but at the end of the tournament, I was like, you'll win the next one. And then you went and crushed everyone in Italy. So.
Yeah.
I mean, my only advice, I mean, it is freestyle chess, so it's hard to be specific, but my only advice is don't make eye contact with Anna. I've played a lot of Avalon with her this week. Anytime she's trying to bluff, she's like trying to stare you down. Literally, she will not blink. So just head down on the moves.
That's like a huge tell, no? That's like a really. You should have kept that to yourself. Now everybody's going to know.
I mean, I kind of wonder if you'll even have time to look at it. You elected to play 10-10 and then 5-5. That's.
Well, I actually get better with lower time control, although it's usually because of flagging, and I think flagging with increment is going to be very difficult here. But are we going to be able to study the position after we pick it? I mean, I don't know. I'm asking you guys because we organized it.
Yeah.
I don't think we added that in our brainstorm.
Wait, so like we get a random position and then the clock starts and then you have to figure it out?
Yo, I'm not going to lie. Like, I think for non-grandmasters, that process is completely useless.
Really?
Like, I've played a few. Yeah, like, I will just sit down and just set some position up, and if I looked at it for an hour, nothing would have. Like, it's the monkey drum meme. There you go. That's the next one.
That's what's always in my head.
I ran into Levon at dinner the other night, a couple days ago, and he said he came off the position, went and sat down, looked at it for an hour, and just determined that they still understood nothing about the starting position. And so that's one of the world's greats who, with that much time, can't figure anything out. And while I talk about Levon Aronian, I hear he's going to be joining you, I think, for the casting of this incredible show match.
I'm so excited. I'm going to be on my best behavior. I hope he lets me wear his blazer. I've been telling Alex ever since we got there, everyone had these beautiful velvet blazers, and I really wanted to wear one, and I feel like Levon would be the only grandmaster who would maybe let me wear his blazer. So I feel really professional.
I feel like that's a good choice. Now, if you could, though, have a blazer of any color of your choosing, as each of the players has their own unique color, which colors would you guys choose?
Black or white, honestly.
Black or
Not
white.
that creative.
Black for
that's fair.
fashion.
There you
Stand
go.
with the Berlin German
Everybody looks
fashion.
good in black, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Pink?
Pink?
I think so.
Ostentatious, my friend.
Probably like pink, like a white.
Oh, you're
like,
going full suit, full jumpsuit, basically.
Yeah, with like bright white shoes.
Let's
I
go.
think.
Let's go.
For this trip, I was lazy.
I'm royal purple. I'm so jealous of Fabiano's.
Fabi has the best
Fabiano's
suit.
royal purple is just so
Speaking
gorgeous.
of fancy clothes, Alex, I saw you hosted a fancy poker night with a lot of players joining in. And how was that? And is Magnus any good at poker?
Magnus is really good at poker. Levon didn't know what was happening, but he just kept manifesting his hands into it. He'd just be like, I'm gonna win. And he would say what card he has. I was like, oh, he must just be saying this. But then I would look, and it was actually what card he had.
Okay, so then I think I'm going to reverse my question. Who out of the chess players is the worst poker player?
I was actually one of the big losers of the night, so you know.
But you are an experienced player. You know that doesn't mean that you're the worst.
That's true. Well, you know, what you learn when you play enough poker is that you never want to say who the fish is.
So they come back again.
So they come back.
Now I'm wondering if I was the fish. If I was sitting at that table.
You were playing a hand against Magnus, and you ended up taking his money. I saw Magnus got really heated, and he was discussing it in Norwegian for like the next 3-4 hands. He was still very bothered. And he was like, "Oh, if he was a good player, he wouldn't have called that."
So I am the fish.
Yeah, he gets very competitive, I think, regardless of what he plays. You know, we had Anna here earlier, and we asked her that you're playing this big show match later on. If there's one thing that you could say to Alexandra, what would it be? And she said that you should be very terrified. So I'm going to put you on that spot as well. What would be your message to Anna right now?
Anna, I crushed you last time we played classical, and I'll do it again.
But
there it is.
But you're not
straight down the camera.
I'm terrible at classical. If I crush her in classical, imagine what's going to happen in freestyle.
But you're playing rapid.
I'm even better in shorter time controls. It just keeps getting worse and worse.
That was layer trash talk. I'm too stupid. I was like, wait, but you're not playing. Oh, I got it. Oh, she's cooked.
Levy, who do you think's gonna win?
If I had to bet money, I would bet it on Alexandra.
Yes. Sorry.
I'd have to.
Yeah,
I'd have to. I played Alexandra when we sometimes stream, all of us again, and yeah, she's like, I don't like it. It's like when we play these random bullet things or whatever. That's why if we record a podcast, I don't know, I don't want to leak anything. I was like, yeah, I can't play. I watch these grandmasters play 5 versus 1, and it's impossible. I don't know how. And okay, most of them lose. They don't win.
We ended up having to increase the time.
Yeah, I mean.
Levy is afraid to do our rapid fire question blitz.
Because he doesn't want you to ask him when's the last time he pooped, Andrea.
Oh gosh.
This morning.
Before
but,
that,
yeah.
okay. Before that,
I mean, I would hope same for most of you.
Why didn't you pick Levy to commentate on that match?
I think we did.
But I was like, I'm here, and then I have to make the recap, then I have to go to the sauna, and then I have to eat dinner. So.
Have you went to the sauna yet?
Yes, it's great. Okay. We're not promoting anything, but if you are here in the future, you should go. Yeah, it was very nice. The cold plunge.
The cold plunge?
It was too cold for me, but yeah, cold plunge, little sauna.
Cold plunge.
Met a nice gentleman here who's here just spectating. I think he's friends with one of the investors, so he was very nice. We chatted, actually from New York.
Well,
just coincidence.
Glad you're making some friends.
Yeah, so it was fun.
Well, Aronian was actually my top pick, but we wanted Levy to feel included, so yeah.
You know what I want to see later? Yeah. You know how the players are discussing the start positions with each other? I want to see you two discussing the start positions for 10 minutes while Anna discusses with Aronian, but you still come on in.
It's going to be comedy. It's going to be like you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about, and we're definitely the you in that situation.
What I want to see is both of you also take a trip to the confession booth and actually share your thoughts with us.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You got to do that. Yeah.
I didn't know they're doing confessions in real time.
No,
I was so surprised people agreed to that, but I guess it doesn't disrupt their flow.
Well, I liked what Levy was saying earlier. It's like, if we really want to grow freestyles, everyone has to be participating and doing their best. So I like that they're doing it. I mean, honestly, if Anna will do a confessional, I'm down to do a confessional.
Totally do that.
The lower the time, the higher I think my advantage. So
it's going to be a speed confessional. We're going to come crashing through the door. Here are my thoughts real quick. I got to get back. Time.
It's going to be an awesome match. I don't know if Anna wins or Alex wins. I think YouTube definitely wins.
I feel like
that's a fact.
We need to put something more than subs on the line. Like loser takes a cold plunge.
Oh God, I would hate that.
Yeah, I guess there's nothing that could scare my sister, so I don't think there's any punishment we could do.
No,
here.
I think the cold plunge one is a great idea.
Earlier we were talking about skydiving.
She likes that too.
Adrenaline junkie.
She's not afraid of anything.
I'm afraid of you.
Yeah, I guess I could be your punishment.
And I'm already punished every single day. What do you mean?
Yeah, we've already spent too much time together.
The plane ride home.
The most stressful thing about this trip is just me and Andrea bickering nonstop every day.
I think that's just been 80% of our vlog here, so.
And we did get Anna's take. I also want to jump into the semifinals matchup with you guys. What is your prediction for the finals bracket? We've got these 4 players. They're fighting it out, and it's all to get those 2 spots. Who do you think makes it through?
Honestly, I kind of agreed with Anna's take, because it's so hard to not pick Magnus, even if he's slightly worse in this position. And then Javokhir has just been playing incredibly well. You can't, but so has Fabi, so I'm not too sure.
Yeah, that's a tough one to call, right? Despite that being a favorite on paper, because you see these two match up against each other, you'll be like, Fabi's got to take this one. But Javokhir's form has been so incredible. Has that also surprised you guys? Just this incredible storyline with Javokhir coming through the plains, getting this final spot, replacing Vichy and the chess that he's shown here?
It's crazy, but then I guess you see all these talented youngsters just doing things that you didn't expect. So I'm starting to get less surprised because it feels like the new generation is just going to have an advantage. It's just how long can the old guard keep them down? And as the old guard, I hope a while. It'll make me feel better.
Yeah.
Try as they might.
Fabi's there. Yeah, I mean, like, Hikaru's talking about retirement, and he's 3 years older than Magnus. So how much time do we have left? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, don't get me thinking about time and career length.
Yeah,
Fabi's young. He's 92.
Already retired.
No, and Andrea saw that video and she was really upset about it because, as you guys said, she was cheering for Hikaru in the tournament.
Yeah, it's been really hard to keep up with the competition now that Hikaru is gone, so I stand with Hikaru.
Well, he's still here.
Fighting for fifth.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta, you know, he's getting some prize money and some circuit points.
Yeah,
which is,
that's true.
By the way, I really like Fabi's position now. So it just took a few moves. We were all discussing that it looks really good for black, but I think Fabiano is actually also in good shape. Experience plays like a huge role. I mean, Fabiano had to prepare for a world championship match. I imagine after that, not much really compares. I mean, this for him is a walk in the park. Meanwhile, this is quite literally the biggest moment of Javokhir's career, maybe only second to the gold medal.
I was going to say, isn't it interesting that pretty much every step along the way of this tournament, it will continue to be the biggest moment for Javokhir, and you're kind of in, you know, a new frontier, unfound territory.
That's why you can't not cheer for him, you know?
Yeah,
how are we going to cheer for him, but show up and play Avalon every night with Fabiano? You know, we can't.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Can't do that.
I have a question for both of you, Alexandra. You know, we've been talking about this tournament having this narrative of sort of the clash of the generations. So many times you see these fights happening. Amongst the younger lot, who do you think would make the best content? The best content creator, the best streamer? Because we know with the older generation, Hikaru, you know, who's fighting here, that would be an easy pick. But what about the younger guys?
I saw Gukesh's commercial with Vichy, and that was hilarious. It made me think that he does have potential.
Yeah, but I can't see Gukesh being like, here are the top 3 tips for beginners. Like,
all the younger players are just so polite, and we were interviewing, and I'm always poking the bear, and like the only players I could poke were the older generation of chess players. So I hope that they step out their shell a little bit.
Actually, Nodirbek is really funny. Like, I was watching
Nodirbek was hilarious. He kept roasting me.
Nodirbek was the most talkative.
Yeah, I gotta talk to him. I gotta be like, listen, man, you gotta do some stuff in Uzbekistan, because they're actually like, they're super hype. Their community's super hype, but
Naughty Beck.
Yeah.
Good one, David.
Naughty Beck.
What do you think, Levy?
Nodirbek. Like, I've watched some of his interviews, and I'm like, well, he doesn't try, and he's really funny. That's a really good sign of a content creator. But I don't think I don't think we're gonna get Nodirbek to start making the Uzbek version of Guess the Elo.
And I wonder if that's the reason, like you said, like not breaking out of the shell, why we don't see the younger generation as much in the confessional as we see, well, the older guys who have been more open about their thoughts. Again, a conversation that we were having here. But again, they're so locked in, right? They're so into, and I think they kind of view all of this maybe perhaps as a bit of a distraction for them to go into the confessional. They want to just focus what's at hand.
I think they have more to prove over the chessboard, so it's a higher priority for them, and it is much more difficult to let anything else cloud your judgment. So I understand it.
Yeah, you just have to wonder, like, who sits down Alcaraz or Sinner or like one of the top young tennis players and is like, you have to do media or like you're not going to get opportunities, right? And I don't know if we have the same type of ecosystem in chess. I think it's mostly just show up to the tournaments and play good chess. Whereas like other athletes, they have to do both. So
yeah, I asked Alireza if he would ever pursue a career in content, and he said, hopefully I just make enough money with chess that I don't need to. And I was like, that's a fair answer.
I think think he'd be really good, actually.
He's great. He's also a little more outspoken. But I think all of them, like Alex said, they're so new in this world, and like Hikaru, Magnus have been entertaining us for quite a while now. So I think it'll just take them a little bit of time to get used to the ecosystem.
Or even finding outlets, right, to showcase the things that they are passionate about outside of chess. Speaking of Alireza Firouzja, fashion being a big.
He told Sagar Shah he's retired from that, by the way.
From fashion?
Yeah, unless I read a wrong comment somewhere. Yeah, I think he did an interview with Sagar and said, look, every time I talk to Alireza, I'm like, dude, do you regret saying that? Because like now every interview is like, so how's your fashion career? And it's like he just said he had a hobby, but I don't think it was ever like that groundbreaking or serious.
But I wonder if that also has something to do with this sort of newfound ambition for the chess world to try for that world championship title with even more fervor than ever, especially with Magnus stepping down from it. And then suddenly you see, Fabi really motivated, Hikaru really motivated, the younger generation, because there's this feeling that, well, now more than ever it's achievable.
Don't look at me, not for me. Maybe for them.
David?
I was going to say, it's Magnus's fault. If he just stayed as world champion, the younger guys will be like, oh, what's the point in trying?
Yeah, fashion it is.
Let's go to fashion, yeah.
Oh, David played in a Grand Swiss, the last edition. Probably going to play in the next one, too.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm a bit
almost
older,
won it.
different generation. Stop it, guys. Back to you.
Back to me. For me, I just care that ultimately we get to know the players and what they're passionate about. If it's not fashion, that's fine. I think as we've seen kind of the chess world evolve in the last 5 to 10 years, we are seeing more of a push to create superstars, right? And part of stardom is having a defined brand and passions outside of just the thing that you are brilliant at, or rather known for primarily.
And I think whether he retires from fashion or not, and we had this poll in our chat as well, definitely the most stylish chess player. Would you guys agree?
Well, hang on.
Okay,
Did you guys see Levon's flair?
Levon. Yes.
That was pretty good.
That's
and then also,
Levy shirt today.
the scarf. Vladimir Fedoseev was wearing some really stylish things as well. I think there's some competition here. Gucci Reza didn't show up the way he used to.
Yeah, got to step up that game. Maybe he really has retired then.
I'm just going to say the Magnus game is heating up.
Okay, maybe we hop there real quick before we let the Botez sisters go. Let's check in on how the world #1 is faring in his matchup against Vincent Keymer. What jumps out to you initially?
Doing on C2? How did he get there?
He walked it manually a couple of moves ago. This game has been a really fun game, actually.
Action replay, David?
Yeah, bring us back to where that king started to make a run.
Yeah, let's jump in and just show the last few moves. It is Vincent Keymer trying to attack, Magnus just reacting, just surviving. We actually left it a few moves back. We left it with this kind of sword dangling over Magnus Carlsen. When would Vincent Keymer pull the trigger and attack? First, he marched his king over to c2, so from its start square, given a question mark, but very understandable to want to prevent the black knight from jumping in with some nasty threats. Magnus now not getting greedy, not capturing this pawn. We should mention then the white king stepping back. This is a very, very promising sacrifice since the black king is now on an open file. So instead, Magnus developing his bishop. A few moves down the line, Magnus shuffling his king into the corner. We saw some maneuvering. We saw the black pawn step forward on the edge of the board. And this is how we got here. Finally, Vincent Keymer pushing a pawn forward on the king side, I'm going to say this time. Normally the queen side, but this is where the king's sitting. And after a trade, this is the current position.
I have liked this position for white since the very beginning, but I'm very biased towards attacks. And I think, against somebody not named Magnus, maybe it's practically a little bit better. Tanya, how are you feeling? You're a positional player. Is this a little too...
This is anything but positional on the board right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I think it is looking good for white. And as you're pointing out with the arrows, once the king moves back, you really see the power of those two rooks. I also like this sort of decision to trade the dark squared bishop. Magnus's bishop is a good defender to his own king right now. So trying to get that off the board, trying to find the knight to hop over to those squares, which will be vacated once the trade takes place. Again, the narrative, right? It feels that it's easier to play if you're white. Magnus sort of board divided into two halves, but where is the play? Where are the pieces targeting? I don't really see any big weaknesses in Vincent's camp right now.
Yeah, his main problem, Magnus Carlsen here, is the queen, the black queen, just not really able to enter the action, which is most likely going to happen on the other flank. He needs to get that piece into the game if he wants to hold the balance.
Well, with a fair number of the clocks diminishing for each of our players, I do want to let both of the Botez sisters go. I know you have a chess match of your own to prepare for, some frolicking to ensue, perhaps.
I'm going to YouTube how to castle in freestyle, and that's going to be my next 30 minutes.
Honestly, that could be the winning move at some point. And Andrea, get those vocal cords warmed up for your show with Levon Aronian.
Also, I brought a peace offering for you, Levy, before we go. This is a gift to you. It's a postcard that Freestyle made of my sister and I. It says, "No risk, no fun." I don't know why that's my quote, but we thought you might want this.
Maybe you could put it on your fridge with a magnet.
So you could remember this amazing time.
Or maybe just like tape it to your monitor so that it's just always ever present.
Do you like it?
My brain is like firing off, like say something mean, say something mean, say something nice.
The pendulum swing.
Thank you.
Can you hold it up and show it to the camera, please, and smile?
With a big smile.
And say, "This is the best gift I've ever got."
I will do the first part of that. This is a very interesting gift, and it may or may not be AI-generated art of the Botez sisters. Yes, it's great, and all the players will get one as well, signed by their favorite chess content creators.
Yes. We would have signed yours, but we couldn't find a pen, so don't worry, we'll do it later.
Yours looks better. I won't. Mine looked suspicious.
He's definitely not going to throw darts at that now back at home.
Well, no, I don't have darts. This will be memorable. You know, we have the family up on the refrigerator. We've got like magnets from different cities and. Who is who? Oh, Alexandra's on the right. Alexandra's on the right. You're on the left.
We were asking the same. They did make us look very different.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell. I'm not sure.
Everyone must showcase their AI art later.
Alexandra's on the right.
I think so, right?
Yeah, I'm on the left because I say no risk, no fun. That's what they
I think they thought that was me. Oh, you think I'm in purple or white?
I'm pretty sure you're the one saying freestyle.
This is the best present we have ever.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having us on the show.
Thank you for being so gracious to bring us a present. I'm sorry Levy didn't bring you one in return. That's rather rude of him. But we look forward to your show match later tonight. Have fun enjoying the rest.
See you later.
Good luck.
Alrighty.
You know what? We're going to have this right here.
Fantastic. No better place for it to be. No risk, no fun. That will become the motto of the tournament for the remainder of our days. And speaking of which, we do need to kind of take stock of the field here because between each of the boards, maybe a shared 40 minutes to deal with for each of our pairings in order to navigate their way to victory, defeat, or a drawn position.
Yeah, I'm going to say that the other three boards looking very level now. This feels like the one, Magnus Carlsen, where the action might really happen, especially as we tick down on the clocks as we start to reach the time trouble phase of the games. Here we see all four boards. We're in the endgame in the other three. Maybe I'm calling that prematurely. It looks like the queens are about to be exchanged, at least between Sindarov and Caruana on the bottom left. Tanya, it looks like Magnus might be entertaining us.
I still want to go back to that one. I think that's where the fire is, and it's a big one. And Vincent, right now, it is advantage Vincent. There are some threats on the board, and I think we need to do a bit of a deep dive into what's going on and the troubles that the world #1 is currently dealing with. Because, it's the most exciting position as well.
Yeah, the most exciting position, the most dramatic position, also the most imbalanced position in terms of evaluation and piece configuration.
The few moves that the computer is suggesting are all so outlandish. So one of the moves it's suggesting is Rook D7. We can just draw the arrow. It's just saying, I don't even understand. I don't even begin to get this move. But the point is, like, you can't take the rook, right? That's the point. Is that the bishop?
And your queen's hanging.
Yes, but like, what? what does that move even do? And then one of the next moves is moving that same rook just back one rank, which is possible, to d8. Another move which makes much more sense is pawn to g6, just sort of preparing queen play on that side. I mean, technically it's the king side, but it's the queen side in this game. And then, another move. Oh, there we go. And that's the move that Magnus plays. So of all the moves that are obscure, that one was the one you can actually explain. But he's just not addressing the bishops, right? He's saying, you're going to have to take me And in the meantime, I'm going to rotate my play to the other side of the board, and yeah, it's game on.
Again, that just feels so counterintuitive to me, as a player, right? To be under pressure and to instead start shifting my pieces to the other side of the board. But so often that is a concept that it seems the computer or the engine really likes, opting for counterplay a lot of times as opposed to a pure defense.
Exactly. And we should mention that long-term Magnus is doing very, very well here. Especially if he is able to line up some heavy pieces, rooks or queens, against White's backward pawn here on h2. The problem is he might just get checkmated while he goes pawn hunting on that flank. And I think the only reason I can explain for the computer wanting to move this rook is because that rook might just get hit in the next couple of moves. If there is, for example, a bishop exchange, most likely White's start move, the follow-up, is going to be a hit on this piece. But now Magnus has cleared a path for it to run away. And to my eyes, the only question is whether Vincent can start an attack now or whether he has to kind of waste a move or spend a move on dropping his king back first. And Magnus, he's got that narrow window of opportunity to try and create some counterplay or distraction against White's pawns. But I've got to say, I would still take White. It just still looks so beautiful in the center, so stable in the middle of the board. Beautiful knight too.
Yeah, from there, could we have the knight jump into e6?
Yeah, maybe not right now because that square is covered, but definitely.
Do we not want to create that path? Or no, because the queen would then grab it. Okay.
But if you trade off the black knight by playing like knight to e2, for example, yeah, it's probably like not exactly working out time-wise, but for sure. I mean, I don't really know how black will unwind here. I think the pressure is still very much on.
But I think the real story is what David pointed out, right? Short term for Vincent, it is all about creating attack and creating those tactics on the board against Magnus's king. But if pieces get traded off, the more pieces off the board, strategically, positionally, Magnus is the one who's doing great. Again, the concept of pawn islands, more weaknesses for White. There are three. Magnus's knight beautifully placed on that f4 square. The files, the lines that are open up, it's much easier for Magnus to target White's weaknesses than it is for Vincent to get on them. So the majors in the position, the queen and the rooks, definitely need to stay on the board for Vincent Keymer to keep the pressure against his strategic weaknesses alive.
And David, you talked about timing, right? And the idea that at some point we are going to have to find a way to get that king down onto the b1 square, and Vincent opts for now being the moment.
Yeah, very logical. He's saving this one for a bit later. The white knight might jump centrally, it might even jump to the side of the board to target a pawn, and just to put the kind of main idea on the board here, assuming the white knight does jump in, the white rook, I believe, then is going to try and lift up and attack the black king from the front here. Some really vulnerable pawns. Only really one defender for Magnus. He's got to hold everything together with his knight alone, which is not going to be easy. The board is pretty much split in half. White here focusing against the black king, black focusing against pawns. But those pawns will drop, and I don't think Vincent will mind too much.
I also want to point out another idea as a follow-up to exactly what you have on the analysis board. The queen can now take the place of the king, which has just moved backwards. It's sort of vacated that square to find itself on the left side. It can also move to the b3 square, eventually lining up against that black king. And we can see, we've always spoken about this, right? A queen and a knight combo for an attack is perhaps the most dangerous to deal with right now. So does Vincent have enough time, or can Magnus distract him with the threats on the right side on those white pawns?
Yeah, Magnus, I mean, he's got 21 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually uses a chunk over the next couple of moves, just trying to cling on. He's just got to survive this middle game somehow. That black queen still hasn't moved once this game, and we do know now, we have been learning over the last few days, that queens, so important to get them active at some point in freestyle chess. Looking really tough.
Especially when you've got positions where you start with the queens on the corner of the board, right? This is why we see, well, in standard chess, you never get your queens out on an adventure early on and make them vulnerable to attacks. But in freestyle chess, we've often seen players choose their first couple of moves, getting that activity in. And I think it's Magnus who said it, right? When the dust settles, when everything else is sort of in the balance, it's usually the queen position. Which queen is more active? Which queen has managed to find itself developed on a good square that determines which player is better? And right now it does feel as if Vincent's queen might be the one who will be doing the talking.
think the first player of the day has dipped below 10 minutes. Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We talked about him being under clock pressure all game. And by the way, I do just want to point out, Vincent Keymer now is at 110, right? And what's funny, remember last time his heart rate went up? Yeah, it turns out I was stupid. He was walking around. So last time I wanted to hype it all up, Vincent's hype, blah, 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 he was walking around. Now he's actually hyped up because this is actually the part of the game where I think over the last few years I have turned into like a club level, like 1800 level player. When I have 15 minutes on the clock and it's tense like this, I completely fall apart. Like I don't know what to focus on. I'm trying to like calculate long lines, but also try to play instinctively. So take me through this, David. What should Vincent be looking for here with his time ticking, 13 minutes, better position? What do you calculate here and how much time do you spend on everything?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult with the time situation. Ideally, he wants to kind of come up with a plan, which is essentially to attack the Black King. His trumps are short term, just his active pieces, the extra space. So I would start by looking at the forcing moves, jumping in with the White Knight, kicks this rook away. I think the black rook will shift up one square, and then it's just a race. It's about whether white can lift the rook up to attack the black king in time. Do you have time to kind of step your pawn forward to kind of limit the black knight from jumping? Okay, he starts very quickly. Normally, I mean, Levy, I guess in classical chess, you do have a time control at move 40, so you know you just need to get to a certain point. You need to kind of maintain your advantage here. I think he just needs to go all in at some point with an attack.
Keymer's in agreement, though, with your approach, right? Looking for that forcing move.
Yeah, the problem is that now, what do you play?
Here and now.
That last move was very easy. Now I have no clue what you play. Like, do you try to trade off the knight? Do you try to bring a rook? Do you play a4? Like, try to, like, restrict the knight? That's kind of a weakening move, but if you don't do that, the black knight ventures into the center in certain positions. So what do you play?
I would be so tempted to get the queen on the B line. I also want to point out that that white knight where it's sitting, it's eyeing a forking square where the black rook just was, you know. So it's not very easy for Magnus to get that rook into the lateral defending position in front of the king. And Vincent, he does reach out. He goes for Levy's idea of getting rid of Magnus's most active piece.
But you know what was the best move? It was knight f1. It was rerouting a totally different direction. That could be in a book. I mean, we can just show that.
Yeah, what's the idea there?
You just, well, you route the knight to the queen side. And basically, we can sort of highlight the path.
Oh, like, we're not looking to trade at all. We're just trying to add it into the attacking side.
Which is like, when you see it, you appreciate it, but of course you just think I should trade off my opponent's best piece. That's why I wanted to play knight e2. The computer actually liked a4 as well, which I don't know. I don't think I would play a4. Like it's.
Yeah, but what about my principles of not moving the same piece twice, let alone 3, 4, 5 times? I mean, it just feels like such a journey. Just in the opening.
Just in the opening. No.
It does, though. It feels like such a journey for this knight to go on regardless. And just from a timing perspective, how much you would afford, you know, Magnus now the ability to, you know, take that time.
Magnus is just going to take and bring his other knight, no? I mean, we just mentioned, like, the other knights. That's why you kind of had to consider at least playing the move a4 on the edge of the board, but...
You know, Levy, I hear you, and especially that idea that you pointed out of the knight maneuver. That is beautiful and stunning, but I will say getting rid of that super strong knight on f4, it just feels like something every player wants to do. You know, you see your opponent knight beautifully placed there, kind of creating this stronghold in the position, and your knight not really doing so much on the same side of the board. You always think about the quality of the pieces that you trade off. I think this is a very understandable move, despite the fact that it gets a question mark.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was the first thing I thought. I was like, you should probably trade the knight. I have no other idea how you can possibly make progress. I've been reading the chat, and they're sort of saying Fabiano's at 170 beats per minute.
Whoa!
I don't know if that's just a malfunction, so maybe we pop over there.
All right, we're gonna trust Twitch chat just this once, and we're gonna jump over to Fabiano versus Javokhir Sindarov to see if that's the case. Credibility on the line there, friends, and it looks like your credibility is in the dirt.
Maybe they were talking like in the past, and like, but instead of focusing on this, I was just reading like, oh, it must be really, you know,
must be some intense moment.
But I guess they were reminiscing when last year his heart rate went up to 170. But guys, what do we think about this? Black has 2 sets of double pawns, which doesn't look particularly convincing, and White's about to break out of his only weakness, which is the center pawn.
I mean, usually when it's a weird pawn structure, especially when there's a bunch of doubled pawns, kind of backward pawns, knights actually do very well against bishops. But here, white just simply has no weaknesses. It's very unclear the path for the black knight, and yeah.
I was just saying, am I wrong? I feel like that pawn has been hanging for multiple moves now.
Yeah, and that pawn is currently indirectly defended. Just to show this, if we backtrack one move, you could not grab it yet because
a fork with the knight.
Yeah, you're on an awkward
tricky
circuit.
knights.
Those darned knights. Yeah, this would have been a mistake from Fabiano. So he's kind of tying black down to that defense. Kind of in a tricky way. It's very unclear whether Sindarov needs to put his knight in the center now, whether he needs to use his rook on an awkward square to defend that pawn. Either way, he's just floating that idea. Again, the threat stronger than the execution, and yeah, pushing this pawn forward. Also on the docket, just breaking this bind that the far advanced black pawn has had for most of the game.
Yeah, also feels like maybe the only option to free up both his queen and his rook. You know, right now the rook defending the queen against the queen of his opponent, and so it kind of feels locked in that position right now.
Yeah. And open lines will favour bishops more than knights, so I think Fabiano coming up with a very nice plan. The enemy knight, though, does jump into the centre. I'm expecting Fabiano to try and lift his rook up the board this time, slide across, and maybe harass, annoy this black queen.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, especially now that we see on this diagonal from where white's queen is placed to black king, there is a lot of pressure and the black queen needs to stay connected to that knight. To me, the big question if I'm playing white here would be to always look out for that g-pawn moving one step forward. You know, you're always looking at ideas, how can your opponent make your life tougher around your king? Is that a concept that white needs to be careful about here?
All right, Captain Hook, looking for the hook in the white position.
Maybe you can get reversed, like pawn takes and some rook swing. It just, I mean, obviously, okay, rook there.
Yeah, rook swing anyway. The black queen would start lacking squares.
But white's next move is like e3 or e4, and then like d4 or something, and
explosion in the center. I like Fabiano, I've got to say. I betted against him earlier, but I might have been wrong. It looks like Sindarov, he's just trying to do what he did against Hikaru, just survive these classical games.
Yeah.
A draw here would be a fantastic result for the teenager there.
You know, David, often in these kind of positions, you can't just sit still, right? Because Fabi will come at you. It's not a position that you can just hold. And as a player, you're always trying to find ways to kind of create some chaos counterplay. Yes, that hook on the right side doesn't work with g4. I'm looking at ideas on the left side of the board as well. Can Sindarov push that b pawn where the rook has just landed, hit that rook, provoke the white queen to win that pawn, but create an open line for his own rook to line up and look for counter chances there?
Yeah, this would actually be a really sneaky trap, because now the white queen is suddenly lacking squares on the edge of the board, and if you drop back to the wrong square, whoops, again, there are forks all over the place. She's almost trapped, actually, surprisingly. I can barely find a safe square for her, like if she tries to hide on the edge of the board. The other black rook now comes along, and there we go. That would be deadly. I think the solution for Fabiano, if the rook gets hit, is to run away first, clearing a path for the white queen. I'm not sure whether now you take the pawn. Still, you do get hit by the rook, but at least now you have, you have a plan B in terms of where to run away next. This is getting complicated if he plays that move, Tanya.
I'd love to see it on the board because it feels like the dynamics completely change here. And if you don't accept that bait, you know, those pawns are going to move even further on the board, attacking more of the majors that Fabi has. Clock's ticking low here as well as both players go under 13 minutes. And I think big questions lie ahead in this position. The complications are just starting, especially if we see b5.
Yeah. Sindarov, will he go for it now? Will he just move his knight, move his queen, even get his king out of the way? Who knows? Lots of choice. Not an easy position to handle for either side. Fabi, he's around the 100 mark with the heart rate, but maybe it will climb to 170 later.
Is rook b8 fine? Is that okay? Like, do we lose?
No, looks fine. Pushing the pawn next move.
Yeah, just, I'm trying to decide, will Javokhir try to do something or just sit?
It makes sense to kind of push the white rook into the center just to block the e-pawn. It's less strong now. Maybe white's break in the center. Very cagey game.
I'd want to see b5 without the preparation on the board. I think it would be more fun. Well, at least for us if it happens.
I just heard a clock hit.
Huh?
I thought it might have been on this board, but it's not. I think it's the Vincent board, where Magnus has completely equalized, by the way.
Yeah.
And also, Nodirbek, who has 7.5 minutes on his board, is no longer doing anything to Firouzja. So he had that big attack. He also could have won a pawn. But clearly, Firouzja doing exactly what you should be doing in classical chess, just putting a lot of clock pressure. And Nodirbek obviously not super confident after the match against Magnus and wasn't converting in his usual form.
Yeah.
So
maybe we zoom out here, just have a quick recap of the 5th to 8th place games, and then we jump into the incoming time scramble between Keymer and Carlsen.
Yeah, for the fact that a number of players felt like white was better from the start. You take a look at the eval bars. I know it's the engine, I know it's the computer, but across all of the boards, everybody seems to be kind of locked in even position.
Yeah, quality reigns. It just looks like a very equal endgame now between Abdusattorov and Firouzja. Just all the pieces disappearing from the board. And between Nakamura and Gukesh, a bit more complex. I still think Nakamura will have some practical chances, but Gukesh defending really well. That's on the bottom right of your screens. But the action is on the top left between Keymer and Carlsen.
Yeah, back we go into one of our semi-final matchups. And we were talking about how the attention or the pressure is going to be split to different sides of the board for each of our players. And Vincent is going to bring in those reinforcements. Strongest piece on the board in the queen, sliding up onto that C-file that we were talking about before. Just behind the knight, supporting.
And this looked so bad for Magnus just a couple of moves ago, right? We were talking about how much in control Vincent was. And now it just feels once again that Magnus around his king, getting that rook to where it is, the knight forward, the queen laterally defending the left side of the board, has really managed to stabilize the attack. A lot of it will play out on the clock. And the thing I've noticed about Magnus, right, he brings another piece into defense, maybe at some point also hinting at a break, moving that c-pawn forward, getting his pieces prepared for the opening up of the lines if trades were to happen here. How many times, Levy, David, you know, we watched Magnus while he's converted winning positions, advantages flawlessly, but even the ones where he's in difficulty, where he's on the back foot, he always finds a way to sort of turn it around. You know, one slight inaccuracy from the opponent and suddenly it's a Magnus Carlsen show.
Yeah, the top players, Magnus and Hikaru, they just have different gears, right? They have survival mode, they have kind of stabilized mode, and then they have kind of go forward mode, as well as the endgame gear if they really need it.
I'm still trying to figure out just like how white can go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it feels logical. Knight jumps in as Magnus keeps adding defenders to that c7 pawn. Knight adds another attacker to that same c7 pawn, and everything feels very tense. Obviously, we're always eyeing that black queen, staring at the h-pawn as well. When, if ever, would Magnus have the opportunity to slide in and infiltrate?
Yeah, maybe we can just backtrack one move, because there was a big trap in the position. If Magnus had been greedy, some viewers at home might have been wondering why not just take this pawn. But this would have allowed the, well, the stunning, I'm going to say, pawn to a4 first. The black knight moves, jumps in, and now knight takes pawn. And the black queen was needed to defend this little guy on the c7 square. King takes knight now, and the black rook would fall next move after this check. So yeah, I think just adding protection, maybe also just hinting that he's freeing up his queen. He might get greedy. Next move, Magnus. And yeah, I love your move, James, actually, knight into this square. I'm wondering what Magnus has in store, unless it might be kind of trying to undermine the support of that knight, maybe pushing his pawn forward. Or maybe he's just going to be greedy, Magnus, and say, I've protected everything else. He's got 3 defenders around his king already. Maybe the queen is free to start moving.
But can we see that line? What actually happens here? Because this looks so attractive for white, right? You get that knight into that beautiful spot. And if now Magnus does decide to grab that hanging pawn, your idea from earlier, get rid of one of the defenders, does that still give white the attack on the tender c7 spot? And it doesn't. Whoa. Oh, it has to be knight checking and then the rook coming in. This is stunning.
Wow, what a trick. Nice spot, Tanya, there. This is a fork. The white pawn captures, but suddenly you've been opened up for an attack, a nasty check. Suddenly it looks like this was all planned by Magnus, and checkmate next move.
That's disgusting.
Beautiful.
That will be a turn up for the books.
2 very different words to mean the very same thing.
Oh. That's nasty. Okay, but I guess you can start with.
We can still get that knight move out, though, right?
Yeah, we can still start with that move.
Yeah, starting with this move does allow the black knight in, though, and now it's less attractive for white to jump in with the knight.
Take it? Or do you just play like knight b3?
Levy, do you want to know the top computer move?
Like b4? No.
Oh, in the whole position you're talking about.
What is the top computer move?
Yeah, so I think either now or on the previous move just to play g5.
Nah, it's never happening.
This is deep because now it is linked to one of the ideas you mentioned, getting rid of this knight. But now you've pushed away one of the black pawns from the center. Now you can step forward, occupy the center yourself, and white has fantastic compensation for the sacrificed exchange here. So rook for knight down, but these pawns. Yeah, I think we can all see that aesthetically, at least, this is still very promising for white. But this is deep. This is layered.
Yeah, how do you ever reason yourself to that?
Even that's hard to evaluate.
You can. Okay, he plays a4.
Yes, a4.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes g5 here.
And the knight has landed to that square, so now is the big moment, right? Did he play it?
He played
it's
g5.
on the board.
He played g5.
Wow.
Whoa, Magnus
And he played it
trouble.
instantly. It wasn't even a thought.
Incredible.
Lo and behold.
There's no way that like Magnus could have seen this coming.
What a play. I'm so glad we discussed it just before, if only to highlight, in a sense, how amazing it is that this move has been found.
And to be clear, you have to sacrifice the rook, right? Rook takes and I'm sure when he does it, he will scream it in Magnus's face, as all people think chess tournaments work, right? And then, yeah, you advance and...
Yeah, you won't have to scream it in your recap. You'll just be able to take a clip of him screaming it himself. Yeah.
We want to hear you scream it and hear it in the studio, Levy, if we gotta, given the opportunity.
Maybe. It's funny because we can hear people outside of our booth. I wonder if I yell, will they be like, what was that? What's going on?
Oh, if we see that on the board, you have to go my rook.
I mean,
if that happens, we need that.
I'm not going to yell my rook, but I will yell,
my rook.
We all have to do it.
Fine, deal.
I got you.
If rook takes knight, we all do it.
I'm in there.
Yeah. And the problem for Magnus is it might just be inevitable at this point. Like, he's undermining this pawn anyway, Vincent Keymer. And I'm not sure how you keep things intact. There are so many knight forks, by the way, in the position. So Magnus might just be forced into that terrifying variation we showed.
He completely missed this move. And it's just brilliant how quickly Vincent found this idea and played it.
And for clarity's sake, right, the same thing happens even if I elect not to take that pawn. Either push my own pawn, forward. We still have the same option to sacrifice the rook, yes?
Do you mean the rook?
The rook!
The rook!
Rook to d4!
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. Yeah,
let me know. If your voice ever leaves you and you need someone to step in for, you just do the mouth movements and I'll do the ventriloquism behind.
I don't see any other thing for white, right? Like if f takes g5, this is what he's going for. He's not going for like knight d3, right? Just attacking the pawn.
Can I just ignore the move entirely?
Well, you got to make a move. You can't pass.
Yeah, I can't pass, but I just mean, can I ignore this? Let's say slide the queen in now to h2, and just say, you then take g takes f, and then I slide my rook over to recapture? No, the computer doesn't like that.
Yeah, the problem is there is a fork, and there are lots of forks actually lurking in the position. So black cannot quite get the attack going. Likewise, if the black rook tried to slide the other way with similar ideas to what we showed earlier, sudden blitz attack against the white king, again, the white knight saves the day with this fork. And Magnus, he plays another move. He actually slides across his rook. Could still happen, though, in the near future.
So he is trying to ignore it.
He's trying to also defend against those knight jumps to that square, so fighting against that fork, kind of trying to at least hint that his queen might be slightly more free than it was. But yeah, to me, this move really implies that Magnus feels the pressure right now. That rook is lined up against a wall of that pawn that's right in front of it. It's a very defensive move. It also leaves that c pawn a bit tender, right? So now the black queen has to not only defend, well, the square next to it, but the pawn as well. And for Vincent, what's the move? I would be very tempted to grab and trade on the right side of the board, create a weakness of that central e-pawn that Magnus has, and then reroute my knight to get to that pawn.
Ooh, let's just show that on the board. An exchange very likely. Yes, the black rook gets an open file, but you have weakened your position in the process. This looks very, very juicy for white, especially considering the black queen cannot any longer defend this pawn, as you said, Tanya. The c7 pawn tying down black's pieces. Maybe the black queen would have to slide this way just to cling on and defend.
Vincent,
continue.
Vincent is getting up there, 6 minutes. First of all, down there, 6 minutes, and up there in heart rate.
They're in position as well. I'm quite liking what he's doing right now.
Yeah, but he's leaving himself not enough time at the most critical moments, you know, which is the story of most chess players' lives. Like, we get to a nice position and we have to maintain our nerves.
Too many bad memories.
You're preaching to the choir, yeah, like, I mean, and the problem is when you get low on time, you want to force something. Like, you want to sacrifice on d4 and push, but it might not be the right approach. And the best approach, actually, looking at the computer's lines, is just to trade the rooks. And it should be noted, they have the same heart rate, except Magnus is walking around, so.
He will snag that pawn, having to disavow his idea of the rook sacrifice.
No, he can still do it. I just don't think it's maybe best anymore. But can he still play it after rook takes?
Yeah, let's investigate. Rook takes pawn. When Magnus gets back to the board, we'll most likely play that move. And yeah, let's see what happens. Will he sacrifice the rook? This time pushing forward in the center, now that the black rook is active. I'm not sure exactly where it goes.
To f4?
Yeah, if it does slide anywhere on the f file, for example, to f4. I mean, firstly,
there's also a fork.
Another fork. Man, I just walk into I'm walking into those left and right.
Oh, like some queen before you just checkmate. Oops.
Yeah, it looks like this square is just too tender. If you push this pawn forward, then the white knight snacks and the rook joins the fun. So, yeah, maybe you have to go the other way. Maybe it's this move. And it does look a bit precarious, the placement of the black rook, but you are surviving. There's no way really to dislodge it because it does have a nice square to sit on no matter where on the b file. It hides. Also watch out, the black queen might start joining the action soon. Less convincing now. I think we might still see it though, if Vincent Keymer's feeling very ambitious. It might just be the clock situation. Like you said, Levy, just the temptation to trade, be safe, with only 6 minutes left must be there for Vincent.
We're going to find out.
Yeah, we'll find out soon enough.
He's got like a minute. He has to make this decision in a minute. I mean,
what do you say was the best move? Rook, just try and trade the rooks off, yeah? Try and capture the open line with your own rook.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to me, that's not a very natural move in this position, you know? It just feels that the rook, it's lined up against the knight, always the threat in the air.
I guess you are trying to remove a defender. Just the black rook, as we saw in that previous variation, needs to slide over and defend its king. So you're trying to trade that active piece off, arguing that the other rook for white is more active than the remaining rook for black. So I guess there's some logic, but I agree, Tanya. He must be in attacking mode. He's been looking at all these rook sacrifices. That was clearly his plan. So to switch gears here would be difficult and maybe inconsistent.
Yeah, maybe either anecdotally, experientially for yourself. How do you have a process or a system by which you kind of evaluate, you know, hey, this was my original, you know, line of thinking. At what point do I have to, you know, disavow it and be so willing to let, you know, my ideas die, in a sense, in favor of something better for the moment?
Yeah, it's hard to kill your darlings in chess. It's hard to kill your ideas once they've kind of been hatched in your head. I mean, I would be so glued, so married to the idea of just taking this knight now that I don't think I could resist. Or likewise, I mean, once you've seen the white knight can drop back, attacking this pawn, it's hard to get these things out of your head. And often we see one player kind of focus fully on one side of the board, and having that full board awareness to suddenly switch, take your foot off the pedal and go in a different way, that is so difficult, so kind of counterintuitive in chess.
Okay, Vincent has spent almost 2 minutes, which is 33% of his remaining time. And yeah, he sees it, of course. It's the only move you look at first, and then the pawn push is very natural, but you do have to wonder, like, what if I just don't do this?
But very often when we're looking at these very tempting options, right, that rook capturing that knight at the center of the board, it's almost screaming to be played because of the follow-up, the pawns marching up, your attack still continues. If you feel that you're not worse in those positions and you have enough to hold the balance, you would still go for it, even if you can't find the knockout blow. And it does appear to me, David, and correct me if I'm wrong, that even if he doesn't calculate the line through, those pawns will give white enough compensation for giving up that exchange. But if he has to take this decision, he needs to do it fast. He can't take this decision with 30 seconds on the clock. That would be problematic.
Yeah, it's just risk assessment here. It's whether he feels he has enough with the attack, with knight jumps, with pawn pushes. It is a rook for knight sacrifice, though, so it's difficult with 3 minutes left. Still thinking.
And for our viewers at home, we're hanging on this game because it feels like the one in the most precarious position, you know, on the verge of going one way or the other. We're keeping our eyes on all of the others.
That's the best move.
But they currently sit in more stable positions.
That was the best move. Rook F1. And
so he lets go. He lets go of the idea of the sacrifice, opts for the trade, thinking his remaining rook would be better in the end.
I'm just gutted for everyone at home who wanted to hear us all scream.
It might happen.
Sacrificed.
It might happen. Yeah, the Fabi game is also insane. Obviously, we have individual streams for all the games, and folks who are watching on, you know, like the chess.com events page, let's say, can go follow along. We're gonna stay here. Or, okay.
Yeah, we can take that big picture and then come right back in, just as Vincent Keymer has gotten to move out onto the board, and the time pressure is back on to Magnus Carlsen, 12:30 on his clock to make a decision. Does he want to go for the trade? Does he want to reposition that rook maybe over to the b6 square that we pointed out before in front of his king? Either way, the rest of the positions all fairly equal as well.
I mean, if we want, we can go to Sindarov because Magnus has 12 minutes. So whenever Magnus moves, we will just come back. Yeah, the Fabi-Sindarov game is opening up like crazy. We should definitely analyze that one a little bit because they both have 7 minutes and it is a completely insane position.
Yeah, I agree. This is the perfect moment to jump into this encounter. Yeah, the pawn structure is one thing. The rook lift is another. The white rook is literally swung across the board. Watch out, the black knight needs to stay where it is to cover any infiltration squares. Checkmate not threatened yet, but what else can Sindarov do? The white bishop actually threatening to come in, potentially trade off black's defender, and maybe even the white king shuffling into the corner, the other white rook lining up against the black king. But then again, white's pawn's a bit tender as well. Do we still like Fabi's chances? To me, it just looks like it could go either way anytime.
Completely agree. I think it's just a game for 3 results, but I feel that over the last few moves, Javokhir has made more progress in the position. Those pawns that you're highlighting for Fabi, they're clear targets for black at some point. Yes, you have to watch out for that one tender spot next to the black king, but with these long-term weaknesses, potentially the black rook lining up against one of them, it just feels that Javokhir will have enough play to compensate for the attack. Well, the small threat that's on the, I say a small threat, but as long as it's defended, it's small. Otherwise, it's a huge one.
It's not even a threat. You should just
keep the knight there.
Yeah, just get mated and get over with it. Yeah, there's one really long-term problem, which is that if white can push his a pawn to a4 and then move his bishop to c7 and win the pawn and then the game, because he would win everything and then promote. Because of his outside pass pawn, it would just become a queen. That's like, you know, if everything gets traded and Javokhir gets like locked in the toilet and panics and, you know, runs back and makes a random move. But for now, he's playing great. His rook is now also entering as both a defensive and an offensive piece. And yeah, this is not a position I would like to play with 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Beautiful move there, though, from Sindarov. He's basically echoing what Fabi did. The white rook came up, slid across. But he can lift just as much as Fabi, and the black rook is about to do the same. I think he might actually just put his knight on the edge of the board, maybe undermining this bishop, and suddenly the rook swinging, the pressure on Fabi's position. I could definitely see this becoming very difficult for Caruana to play in the next few moves.
Yeah, I agree. I think I really like this last move. You know, I was only eyeing the central lines, but this is a very creative way of bringing the rook into the game, because once it gets to that g file lined up against the white king, again, the pawn formation that Fabi has really doesn't help the cause of defense. And David, white's idea of trying to get rid of that knight by sliding the bishop over the key defender that we were talking about, I think will be met with the same concept that you were mentioning, because that knight jumping there doesn't only open up the rook's pathway to the white king, but also blocks that white rook from getting into the attack.
Yeah, and actually, if Fabiano doesn't give checkmate, then what is his rook really doing on this square? Now vulnerable on this f-file and to potential checks from the front. I think this might be turning. Look at the heart rates as well. Sindarov, this is the calmest he's been all game. We saw his heart rate up at 100 plus earlier.
What? He's so weird. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, now it's spiked by
a little bit.
Reasonably so. I mean, you can see it in his body language as well, right?
I mean, shaking, but okay, it is going up. I mean, against Hikaru, he was pretty calm for most of it until he realized the decisive moments were about to appear.
Well, you said it feels like this might be the point where it's turning. He very well might be feeling that in this moment, too.
With all these threats that we're pointing out for Javokhir, once the knight does move forward, is it time for Fabi to move his own queen to that F line, taking control of that knight jump, just making sure that more of Black's pieces stay exactly where they are?
There you go.
Good call, Tanya. Just
beautiful call.
He plays it. And now the black knight cannot move. It simply cannot move. So harder for the black rook to swing across to the side of the board it wants to be on. Yeah, this is just a high quality game, I've got to say.
Yeah, who's going to crack? 5 minutes left.
Oof.
Just to mention, 97+% accuracy here for both sides.
This was a very, very interesting game, actually. Went completely different than any of the others. Magnus has made a move. So let's zoom out.
Back we go. Back we go. Over to Magnus.
How well will Vincent handle his nervous system? Or how well will the nervous system handle?
As we left there, it was actually Sindarov who might be offering a queen trade as well by sliding his queen up diagonally one square. But let's dive into the Magnus Carlsen versus Keymer game just to see how that one has developed in the short time that we have been away.
Just a couple of moves. I thought you were trying to make some puns on my name, Levy. How well is Vincent doing right now? I quite like his last move, very calm. White with the rook just defending across the second rank. And Magnus kept rooks on the board, we should mention. The black rook, a great defender of his king. And now Magnus trying to open up his queen. But currently no threats. This pawn is defended by the white knight.
Oh, the Caruana game actually might end in repetition because it was queen e6, queen g6, queen f7.
Oh, we should jump back.
Well, let's see, because we don't know.
No. Javokhir slid his queen back just now, all the way back to the 8th rank as well.
So he's playing for more.
But he might... yeah, I guess, yeah. Okay, we don't have to go anywhere. This is obviously the big game.
Yeah, we'll just quickly see the repetition potentially. The queen's dancing around the board. Much depends on Fabi's next move, depending on where he places his queen. If he can put his queen back where it came from, he might, and allow that dance to continue. The threat of the queen exchange, but he has a bunch of choice. He could keep queens on the board in other ways.
Which position wants to play for a win here? Is it Javokhir, of anybody?
I think if the queens come off the board, Black has got an edge in the endgame because of the pawn weaknesses that we're talking about. So it would be in Fabi's interest to keep either the queens on the board, as David's highlighting, and then the rook doubles up. You know, it's already prepared itself to put more pressure on that pawn. If Fabi's ambitious, then he's got to keep the queens on the board, but move it to a different square than what is the most ideal point right now. So if I had to make a prediction, I think Fabi repeats here.
I was not trying to take us back from the game. So let's go to Carlsen, because this one is nowhere near finishing, and that one very well could in a skirmish in the next few moves. And Vincent has 2.5 minutes. So
yeah, we're going to go to Carlsen versus Vincent Keymer. I mean, all the games right now have a lot of high action, so we're going to have to do some jumping, and we're going to have to track them all. We're going to do our best to keep you guys apprised of all the action.
Vincent has moved.
Whoa.
King out. That might have been the best move, by the way.
Also, that is such a Magnus move to make by Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, very classy. So the white king was in the eye line of the black rook and the black queen. So why not shift that piece out of the way? And yeah, he puts his king on a very safe square.
I feel like Vincent is playing like 98%.
Beast mode.
I feel like these guys are getting demoted because the computer liked Vincent's position early on, right? Yeah. So okay, yeah, Vincent didn't do as well as Stockfish would have with the advantage that he had, but okay, fine.
Only 93% accuracy, almost.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
But okay, I mean, I think we've all as humans liked how he played.
very much so. The question is what next for both sides. It is difficult to improve the position, I'm going to say, for Magnus. Like, this black rook is kind of tied down, defending some checks. I mean, this black rook tied down, the black knight in the center cannot really move. The black queen has to be a bit careful. She needs to defend her 7th rank, so process of elimination. Very hard to move a single black piece.
I see one piece that could move then. I'm just seeing that pawn island, the G pawn.
Nice.
But I don't know, if that's
Magnus
wise at all. Okay, he finds the other piece that has the availability to move, and we'll bring his king over to a7, just tucking it away.
But in positions like these where it's so hard to find a move, you see this this little move, which actually has got some big meaning behind it, because now whenever Vincent is able to get to that c pawn, it will come without a check. So he just places his king at a more safe spot, so that perhaps in some of the future variations, the black queen is free to move around. So surviving yourself from that tactics, it's prophylactic.
Yeah, he's looking into the future and trying to dodge any potential tactics. And the reason, actually, I think that black might have actually preferred pushing the pawn forward is because now white's rooks can double up and they're coming to invade the 7th rank. Suddenly the targets are clear, a bunch of pawns, but also the black king, black queen. And if, for example, just a move ago, Magnus had played this move, pushed his pawn forward, this rook slide could have been blocked by the black knight, pretty much neutralizing the power of the white rooks just on its own. Of course, this would have continued. White
also adding an attacker to the h-pawn.
Yeah.
Vincent has a minute and a half.
Make a move.
I said it like an hour ago. He's always in time trouble. And 1 to 7 is manageable, because every move you play, you gain 30 seconds for the folks at home. He's not just going to lose on time, but...
The thing is, right, that depends so much on the nature of the position that's there. If it's some endgame, if pieces have been traded off the board, it's a simplified position, it's absolutely fine to play with a minute on the clock. But this kind of a mess, what we have in front of us, where every move is potentially a very high responsibility move, and a lot of big practical problems lie ahead for both these players, those extra minutes that Magnus has will really count.
They will, and I wasn't sure if Vincent Keymer was shaking his head or just kind of licking his hand or something, but either way, he needs to move fast. Just an update on the other board, the other semi-final. Fabiano Caruana was the one to walk away from the repetition of the position, so that continues. But queens are off the board, so that's an endgame now that will continue. But it looks like Sindarov with a small advantage. Vincent makes a move, tries to line up his rooks. They're coming in.
Yeah, sticking here just because of the time trouble that Vincent might be in, but he does find that move, rook to f1, doubling up.
We definitely
looking for a new angle of attack.
We should not leave this game.
This is getting very fun because there's so much calculation to do, right? That rook is looking at attack, but it also needs to laterally defend its own king. So how ready are you to take that risk to allow the black queen to come into a power play of giving up that flank pawn to try to get your own activity? It looks like you're playing with fire if you went down that road.
Yeah, I think he's just hinting at the idea of bringing his rook forward. As you mentioned, Tanya, black does have some counterplay, very long-range counterplay against the white king. So not entirely clear how much Vincent is threatening, but Magnus looking a bit uncomfortable on the camera. Suddenly, I mean, he was slouched, right, Magnus Carlsen? I love the previous angle we had, and then suddenly he's kind of perked up, straight back, trying to find the best defense for black.
I will just say, just a funny note. Everybody has around 6 minutes left. Like Vincent has 1, Magnus has 6. Gukesh and Hikaru are like 3 versus 7, 5 for 3 in the other game. And then Nodirbek has 1 and Firouzja has 16. He's obviously just played like he has a flight to catch this game. And it served him well. I mean, it's one of the strategies in classical chess just to play really fast. If you have the nervous system, you don't feel like you're going to make a mistake. You can play like that, and it really sucks to play 1 versus 16. Well, David's like a pro and wins many of those games.
But normally I have a time control to look forward to at move 40, where I know I'll get more time. But these players are in time trouble now till the death. 1 minute against 5. And counting now for Magnus Carlsen.
This feels tremendously difficult. It just doesn't feel like any of black pieces can move.
What to do?
taking from James' idea earlier, I think that's still possible, right? Because I'm looking at Magnus's knight on the center of the board. It can also land further closer to the white rooks. It needs the pawn to defend it. Can Magnus be thinking about pushing that g-pawn still ahead and get that knight on that square before the white rook marches up? It's on the board, and apparently it's not a great move. As we see the bar, it shoots up.
Is it?
It's just too late? Is that the idea?
Rook f7 or is it rook f8? Like, which one is it? It's probably rook f7. That looks like very natural. But
whatever it is, will Vincent find it in less than a minute?
Well, if it's that move, yes. But is it the move, David?
It is by far the best move. This is a one-time offer for Vincent Keymer before the black knight jumps in and blocks the white rooks. So he needs to bring his rook in. But calculation is needed because the black queen's going to come down and grab a pawn, threaten a checkmate on the second rank.
Oh.
You don't spot it because it's so difficult to give up that pawn.
Yeah. And he had to spot it and then maybe knight back. Like, what was the defense?
Yeah, maybe we just jump in and show it. This was a missed opportunity by Vincent Keymer. Very likely now that black is able to dodge the worst that could have awaited him there. If we just quickly show it on the board, Vincent should have brought his rook forward to the 7th rank, allowed this queen to capture on the 2nd, and he actually uses his other rook. The 2nd rook now steps up, hits the black queen, defends, and when she retreats, only then does he come in and capture. And this is all based on the fact that there might be sacrifices against the black king. For example, if the black queen moves, whoops, there would have been checkmating ideas. And this was not so easy to foresee or judge in advance.
Oh, and if the queen even went to g1, attacking on f2, you can just take the pawn, right?
Show that.
So there, you can still play rook c7 because the threat is rook b7. Wow, that's really nasty. Wow. Yeah, he had to have seen this whole sequence.
With 1 minute.
Yeah.
Not easy. But instead, he stepped back with his queen, so still on the cards. He still wants to bring his rook into the 7th rank. Now he's defending the pawn near his king with his own queen.
But whereas Vincent was given that one-time opportunity, right, to slide his rook in, now Magnus is maybe given an opportunity to find a way to defend against it. Jump that knight in.
It's not easy to play that move because you block white's ideas, but you allow the white knight to continue forward. Also, you can still sacrifice, just hypothetically speaking. Like, it's still there. Yeah, this is crazy. Magnus below 4 minutes. This is really epic moments here, late game.
Yeah. And I think very critical ones as well, right? This is why we're talking about how important time management is. If Vincent just had a few extra minutes on the clock, he would have sat down, calculated that line through, at his level, worked it out as well. A huge chance of that, a missed opportunity. And right now, I think what's going on in Magnus's mind is, can he actually bring that knight and block that idea forever? Can he deal with Vincent's knight jump? Because that comes with its own consequences. I want to highlight that central e-pawn in Vincent's position, which right now is defended by the knight. That g-pawn moving forward has opened the path for the black queen to get to it. So there is a lot of calculation required here for the world #1 as well. Can black get to that pawn once the knight starts attacking the black rook?
Ooh, big complications. So let's just quickly show that to try and get inside the head of Magnus Carlsen. He wants to block the white rooks, of course. Then the white knight will jump in, hitting the black rook. And now he's trying to work out whether he can ignore that. Queen takes pawn. As Tanya mentions, knight takes rook now would be met by a capture. And next move, the white knight falls, and this time it will be Magnus sacrificing the rook.
2 pawns and a knight for a
It's still on the cards, right?
Yeah, well, that one we don't yell because it's a defensive sacrifice, but, you know, if it's an offensive one...
Step 1. Oh, but denied.
Yeah, rook g2. I mean, Vincent needed to play a move fast. I think he wanted to get a little bit of momentum back, and now maybe black is very slightly better.
Yeah, this is turning, but there's still traps all over the place. This pawn kind of attacked by one of white's rooks, but he should not get greedy now. Magnus Carlsen take this lone pawn on the edge of the board with his knight, because he would walk into a pin. The white rook would slide across and tie down that white knight, that black knight to the black queen.
We'll just say Firouzja versus Nodirbek ended in a draw. We don't need to pull that up. That would be deranged. With 2 and 1 minutes on the clock here, but that is the first official result of the round. The matchup for 5th through 8th place, that one ended in a draw.
The position we have, the clock situation, I think massive twists and turns ahead lie in this one. You know, I think we're in for a blunder coming up soon by one of these two players. Just, it's such a dangerous position with both the kings sort of under attack. The knights, the way they're placed, and right now Magnus just defends that very key pawn, making sure.
I still feel like only white can win. Like, I don't understand how black.
You've been loving white from the very start.
Yeah, but like black has a weakness on e5. Black has like g4 and h2 are sort of interchangeable, and white's king is like fine, you know, and white's knight is fantastic, right? Like, it's actually playing a role of attacking the king, whereas the black knight is desperately defending the position. Yeah, the only way this works is that if Vincent makes a horrendous blunder somehow in time trouble, but like, I don't know. I think Magnus also has the sort of sense he can't overpush here. Like, he's still defending. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. What do you think?
We're asking so much of these players with so little time to play to perfection.
Yeah.
I still think black is defending, like, more than attacking.
Yeah, I completely agree. If the players had more time on the clock, I just don't really see where the blunder will come from either side in the near future. I mean, just talking about the pieces as well, Levi, you mentioned the pawns kind of balancing each other out on the king side. The black knight kind of neutralizes the white rooks. This white knight neutralizes the black rook on the other flank. Kings, it's not clear whose is weaker. Yeah, it just feels very balanced, but it does also feel like the type of game where there have been missed opportunities. There have been so many tricks lurking under the surface that eventually one of them is going to come out to the fore. A question mark there from Magnus. I'm very surprised by that move. I'm not sure what he should have played instead, but now white can step a pawn forward and prevent the black rook from ever coming back where it came from.
Yeah, and you have to ask yourself, do I want to play that pawn push? Because, you know, it's surrendering the square to the knight. Like, the knight now goes on this little carousel of, you know, jumping through these three squares. It feels right, but it's so hard to play with a minute because you don't want to give anything up to your opponent square-wise. And Keymer in the 120s now, right? Yeah. So this is how a normal chess game goes.
Heart rate
not for
climbing.
Magnus.
The pressure of the moment speaks to that. The other thing too is just all these ideas of the, you know, the attackable pieces here in the black position. So I'm looking at a couple of the squares that we had previously talked about the white knight going to, either like e6, putting pressure on that pawn again on the c file, or maybe even dropping it back to like d3 and targeting that central pawn again. Yeah. Won't be the case though. It's going to be a queen move.
Not yet, but he's setting it up. Firstly, there's a threat against the black king. If the black king moves, then the white knight is free to start jumping. He also had to defend his central pawn. The white knight was doing that job, so he's relieving the white knight of its duties, and only then will he jump once Magnus solves the tension on this diagonal. Crafty move. I like it from Vincent.
And just so the audience knows, you can't repeat moves here. You cannot move the rook to play defense. You will lose in spectacular fashion because the pawn move will attack the rook. Yeah, this is so stressful. And Magnus approaching Vincent on time for the first time in a long time. I'm trying to see how many times I could say the word time in multiple sentences.
One more time.
Yes, one more time.
Yeah, the clock's leveling out. It's getting very, very dangerous, right? Because if you sidestep this attack by moving your king away, the knight can also jump further into the game, and then suddenly you realize that Magnus's knight does not have the scope to come back to the central square, because that's going to be guarded by the white knight and the queen. It's getting very tricky, and the rooks can slide over. Once the knight gets there, the rook comes over to the c line, starts attacking c7. This is pressure on. This is not going to be easy for the world #1 to defend.
Yeah, time is level. Both sides at 1 minute. It's a bullet game with a little bit of an increment.
And nobody feels comfortable here. I mean...
Predictions. What happens in this one, Levi? Magnus win, Vincent win, draw.
It's very tough to say. I'd like to think Magnus will just defend himself, just be safe, not overpush. So I'll say draw.
I'll say Vincent.
I'll say Vincent.
What's the logic? But he's stepping out of the discovered check.
I love how James just dodged the whole prediction game and goes like, hey,
I'm trying to understand the game of chess over here.
I mean, if Vincent wins this game, it'll straight up be one of the best games he's like straight up ever played, like in his entire career. Like he has been so on top of the ideas of the position, but like holding the nerves too, because he's approaching 130. When you can feel your heartbeat in your throat, like that is not a feeling that is conducive to making really good moves, because he senses something is there.
I mean, Vincent's precision has happened from move 1, right? Finding the best move number 1 against the world number 1 at the very start, working it all out, and then these little moves across the middle game, setting up the attack, getting the king to safety at the right time, and Vincent's knight now does land on that square. The rook's looking to dash over to join the party to get into that C7 point that we were earlier highlighting. David, Magnus's troubles continue, very tough to defend.
Yeah, Magnus with his back against the wall. This is pretty serious stuff. And Vincent wasn't super impressive in the round robin, I'll say. Time trouble isn't necessarily his forte, but his moves are so natural. Magnus's moves are so difficult. That is the main problem for the world number 1 right now. Defending under time pressure is so much harder than attacking, and Magnus looking visibly uncomfortable on the camera a moment ago.
Well, we're about to find out if age is catching up to both of the top players in the world who have talked about not making critical decisions in time trouble. C6 on the board, and it's a big mistake. It's a double question mark blunder for Magnus Carlsen.
Wow, and this is so difficult now for Vincent Keymer. I do see that the engine suggests 2 queen moves. Vincent looking confused there by this pawn push from Magnus. He's about to move his queen, but there's several tempting squares for him.
I think he looked up, and I think he knows what he has to do.
Wow, that's the best move.
The right square?
Yes, that's the best move.
Wow.
It's giving it a miss, but it's not deep enough. It was either queen a3 or queen b6.
Changes to an exclamation.
Yeah. I mean, come on. It rethought about it, and this is what we have to say.
150! I mean, 50 he knows he's on the verge of doing it.
Oh my gosh, and Magnus has been at 99. Like, this is why he's so good, because he knows he's under pressure, but...
Yeah, one of the biggest wins of his life this will be if Vincent gets the job done.
Oh, don't. No commentators jinx. Oh, queen e7. Oh, queen e7, rook takes. Oh, Magnus, he missed this move.
Look at him. He's getting very, very stressed on the camera there. Magnus reacting to the pressure. He gives up big material.
Wow, he has sacrificed the rook to defend himself.
It's your moment, Levy.
No. This is like desperation mode. Yeah. I mean... Wow, Vincent is completely winning.
So instead of my rook, it's my rook.
Yeah.
It's a sad my rook for sure.
Wow. I mean
10 seconds on the clock here for Magnus. After giving away that material, he still knows he's in a very dire position. 5 seconds to make a choice.
You gotta move.
It feels impossible.
3, 2.
Make a move.
He makes a move.
Oh, with 1 second
at the final second.
Oh my goodness.
But Magnus is just dropping a pawn. The white rooks now are finally going to come to life, and Magnus
gives up.
Vincent Keymer just won the game of his life.
Up 1-0, 8th and final seed into the semifinals, and he takes down the world number 1 in game 1 of the semifinals.
You guys called it. I mean, the pressure just built up too much. Magnus had to sit and wait. That's what I predicted he would do. But he tried to lash out with c6, and that was just wrong.
You know, they say against a top grandmaster, you need to win a game 3 times. Once in the opening, once in the middle game, once in the end game. When you're playing against Magnus Carlsen, you need to beat him on every single move. And that's what Vincent did today, his level of precision.
Incredible display of chess from Vincent Keymer, putting himself in glorious position heading into the second day of the semifinals up against Magnus Carlsen. Just keeping our cameras on him to see how he reacts. I mean, honestly, playing it off fairly calm, cool, and collected for what might be one of the biggest wins of his life.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah,
in the words of Kobe Bryant, job's not finished. But I mean, I'm sure he's buzzing inside. That was an incredible game from Vincent Keymer.
And Magnus predicted it himself. He said that this was a very difficult starting position for Black, fraught with danger. Vincent Keymer, though, understanding the position so well, put the world number 1 under pressure for so long and eventually broke through. We might break down the closing moments of this a bit later. Really impressive finish from Vincent Keymer, but there are still games ongoing.
Yeah, you can see the toll it took on both of these guys as the handshake is extended, as it always is. But you mentioned it, we still have a couple other of games underway, one of which is the other all-important semi-final between Fabiano Caruana and Javokhir Sindarov. It's less than 1 minute on the clock here for Fabiano, just over 3 minutes for Javokhir Sindarov. I think we're going to hop over there just to take stock of the board.
Yeah, and here we see it is an endgame. It's just rooks and minor pieces with a bunch of pawns for both sides. This is very imbalanced, though. Yes, the evaluation bar says it's level. It should be a draw with best play, but that is still far, far in the distant future. The black knight jumping around, trying to target pawns. The white bishop defending its king, also a long-range piece. And Fabiano here with a pawn 2 squares away from touchdown. We saw that pawn be the hero pawn for Sindarov against Nakamura yesterday, but will it be a problem for him today? He steps forward. He's trying to get his knight in forcibly. The white king is in a bit of trouble, potentially, if there is a knight check. Who do we prefer here? Whose position is easier to play? Caruana's heart rate was sky high a moment ago, dropping slightly, but it looks like he's playing pretty well.
This is absolute chaos on the board. I mean, you see that A pawn, now it's got a connected best friend on the B file.
How is this not? It's just white's king, right, that's keeping this level, because this looks horrible. I mean, you've doubled pawns on the D file that can't move, and white has AV. Like, you have 2 connected pawns that can just go, but black has enough time to create counterplay.
Yeah, checkmate ideas in the air right now. If black has time to land a nasty check against the white king, forcing the white king onto one of the edges of the board. So Fabiano needs to take a timeout to deal with that threat. Not easy to cover that square.
Would be very tempting to get at least a pair of rooks off the board, right? Like you're pointing out, if white's king is forced up the board or down the board, you could land up in checkmating patterns. It's time to build that bridge, perhaps, so you've got this running route to the left side of the board.
Gosh, I'm like still buzzing. That was one of the best games I've seen. Yeah, that was just amazing.
It just felt like Vincent outplayed Magnus in that one, start to finish.
It won't be difficult to find some highlights for a recap, right, Levy? That last game.
Yeah. Oh, Fabi just threw the game? What just happened?
He's allowed a check. He's created a square, Fabiano, for the white king to sit on. He's blocked the H file, but still some problems. If the black rooks now team up on the bottom rank, if the black rooks can now both slide down, he's actually in a checkmating net. The white king struggling to escape from the edge of the board suddenly.
Yeah, that was a big blunder by Fabi, and this is what we were talking about, right? And to get out of it, Fabi might be forced to give up his rook. And then, Levy, that will also be a very sad my rook for that night.
Yeah.
Once again, heart rates that match the moments. Sorry.
Both guys at 140.
Wow.
You know, average.
But you got to find it, Sindarov. You got to go in with the rook.
For very different reasons.
Is youth about to defeat experience on both boards in the semi-finals? The underdogs.
Now it's like an hourglass, and Sindarov's is chilling out, unless it's breaking again, like the Nodirbek one, and Caruana's is only going up, and he went the other way. That was the wrong way.
So he needed to come down to the first rank first.
Yes.
He had 2 very powerful, very strong moves there, Sindarov, but same idea, just different order, bringing the 2 rooks down to the bottom rank to slide behind and try to checkmate the white king. He's instead trying to go into safety mode by eliminating Fabi's strong pawn here. I don't think he's going to be in trouble, Sindarov. I think he's very safe now. But missed opportunity. He will be kicking himself if he realizes later, or when he's told that he had this one shot.
And he had enough time to work it out as well, right? He's got about a 3-minute advantage in this critical moment, and you have to feel that kill zone around white's king. And now Fabi moves back with the bishop, so sort of forcing Sindarov's hand to grab that pawn. And then I think we're going to see some trades, because at the end, Sindarov also loses a key pawn at the center of the board.
Yeah, we will likely see a hoovering up, a vacuum cleaner come out now, and the pieces disappear off this board. One set of rooks is traded. Black's central pawn disappearing too.
I think this is fizzling out now. The black knight can jump in for more hoovering around to do, get rid of those minor pieces and go into a pure rook and pawn endgame. This one will end peacefully, and I think it came down to that one moment, David.
One moment, and that is it. In chess, essentially, you need that killer instinct. You need to be ready to pounce and defeat these top guys. You don't get many chances. So Sindarov, if he doesn't win this semi-final, then tomorrow he might even be looking back at that one moment.
Wow, what a diffusion of energy there, right? From what could have been, or what was balancing so precariously on a knife's edge. And now we have
the handshakes.
The handshakes. There it is. It will be a draw declared between our other semi-finalists. So entering into day 2 on even footing are Javokhir Sindarov and Fabiano. Let's see if the gentlemen talk about the game. with our 2 semi-finals in the books and only one more matchup on the boards. We are very happy to be joined by Vincent Keymer. Vincent Keymer, a massive victory over Magnus Carlsen here on the first day of the semi-finals. My friend, we're reliving some of the moments of the Javokhir Fabiano matchup that just ended in a drop. So you will be the only player entering the semifinals with a point up and the advantage. I have to imagine you feel a bit over the moon right now.
Yeah, of course. It's amazing to win the first game in the match, and especially being the opponent being Magnus.
Is this one of the biggest wins of your life?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the only other match you ever played, I also won the first game, but I'm trying not to repeat what happened after that.
Tanya earlier said that it's a common phrase shared that in order to beat, a top player, you have to beat them in the early game, the mid game, and the end game. And for Magnus, it feels like you have to beat him on almost every move. Did you feel like you were playing at that level today?
Not really, actually, because I think out of the opening position was really, really good, and I kind of messed that up by myself. So I gave him way too much play again, but I think the good thing is that his position was so bad to start with that even after my mistakes it was still unpleasant.
He did go into the confession booth, and we would love to see you there as well at some point, but he went in and said, it feels like the position is very dangerous for black today. And this was like early on. And then, it did feel that way, but like you said, he also managed to sort of consolidate it at some point, and it was more balanced. Did you feel like that?
I actually felt the position is incredibly weird, what we got today, simply because the starting position is like, it's so little harmony in the pieces. Like the knights are in the corners are never that great. Queen on g1 also not fantastic. We have this kind of stupid bishop on e1, which can't really go anywhere. Then we have a few more problems. First of all, we need to develop this bishop from b1, which means that usually we need to play either c3 or c4. If we play c4, c4 might get attacked, and then we might need to play d3, which will then kill again the bishop. If we play c3, d4, we will have the weaknesses on c4, because the queen from jade will come after some f6, knight b6. So there was kind of no way to get a harmonious setup, which is very unusual. Like usually I had some kind of idea, okay, this is how I'm going to try to set up, and then I will have a nice game. But here I didn't really find anything. So also, there were so many first moves. Usually you have kind of an idea what might be a normal or good first move. Here, no idea whatsoever.
Well, you just kind of listed and identified a number of problems within this starting position that you'll have to deal with. How do you start to build a priority list for yourself in that short time that you have to evaluate the position of how you want to deal with each and every one of those different, maybe deficiencies that you just mentioned?
Yeah, of course, it also very much depends on how the opponent plays. Yeah, for example, I decided that g4 I wanted to play first move, which had 2 different reasons. First of all, I wanted to make sure that my queen will not be cut off from the game, and also to prevent him from playing f5. And he then set up very central, but I think that when I got to play c4, I was kind of happy about my position, and I do believe that long castle must have been a mistake. I expected knight b6, I have to say.
You're right.
For example...
Did give him the question mark on that.
Yeah, bishop f7 also was kind of natural, but after bishop f7 I had bishop e4. And then I will get d3, and the big problem for him is that he cannot really, let's say c6, yeah, you will protect it, I will play d3. And then suddenly there's bishop b4, knight f5 coming, and this queen on g8 is kind of stuck. You can't really move the d-pawn, the bishop from b8. Also, you have the problem that actually you want to castle long as it into the game, but then you're in this kind of indirect pin from the rook on c1. So the position was very weird in the sense that there were no, even though we play a new variant, I think most of us found some kind of patterns, which none of them worked in this position, not at all.
It was such a complex endgame as well, and you're playing against the player known to have the best endgames in the world. How do you keep your composure? How did you even approach that today?
We didn't really get to the endgame, yeah. I mean, we always had queens and rooks on the board. So.
Yeah, James.
We did.
Top players going at.
This is a fair learning moment for me.
It's true. I guess with queens and rooks, it always felt like a late middle game because there was always attacking chances. If he hadn't played this move c6, which was the big deciding move, did you see a way forward? Like you were going to just advance some pieces and sort of see what happens?
His problem is that he has to make some kind of move. Also, like I have rook c2. He's in this very, very annoying pin on the g file. Like this knight on f3 is always kind of hanging in the air. It's tying down the rook and the queen, and I can kind of understand why, like, there's no obvious move. So basically, maybe you can just wait and play king b8, and you're not dying. But also, I will find some plan. I mean, even if it's just going rook g3, h3 or something, I mean, there will be an idea at some moment. Also, rook c2, of course, is something he really needs to be kind of careful with, generally. So, yeah, I think here already it's just basically after his move, I can check for tactical options, but he doesn't have any of them. So he needs to be aware of all my tactical ideas before his move, and I can have the comfort of checking afterwards, which is, of course, a huge advantage.
I was going to ask Vincent before we let him go. And by the way, Hikaru and Gukesh drew, so all the games are done, just in case people at home are maybe worried we're missing some of the games. Against Firouzja in the first classical game, both Fabiano and Hikaru deviated very early. I know we don't have that board, but it turns out after your move c6 in that game, black is just like better, just straight up. And today, Fabiano went into the confession booth and said you were pushing for g4 on the first move. He thought it wasn't the right approach, and that's why he chose something different. Seems like so far you're understanding some of these positions just straight up better than, you know, some of the household top player names, let's say. Is there something about this format you really like?
Yeah, and today I'm not sure that g4 was actually the better move. I think it wasn't really about g4, but more that Magnus' strategy was kind of having some, like, I think generally it was very nice, and I was kind of getting worried for myself already, but there was some like immediate problems with that. So yeah, I like kind of figuring all these things out. Yeah, it's completely new, and you have to really have some kind of vision of how you want to play, because as we all know in classical chess, you will have like your openings, you will know your ideas and the structures and so on, and here suddenly, like every day you can have, even with the same structure, things will be completely different, because even changing one or two pieces can change the whole character of the position.
And Vincent, the round-robin portion was not as easy. It was a bit up and down for you, but then quarterfinals and getting this first win against Magnus, it just feels that you've really stepped it up. And I'm just wondering, is it because it brings in more time to actually work things out, and that's something that you really enjoy? And a second part to that question, you know, we've got Peter Lecco here as well. He's your coach, your trainer. He's doing our pro stream. Are there any tips that he shared with you going into these matches? Do you get time to discuss?
Yeah, of course we get some time to talk at dinner, going for walks, but you know, I have to play, he has to commentate, so it's not like we can have some huge training sessions, which I also don't think would make any sense. Here really is the most important to come to the game focused and fresh, because you actually, in my opinion, the games themselves are a little more tiring than in classical chess, simply because you don't have this relaxed opening part of the game. And yeah, the time control is tricky. I mean, 10 plus 10 is really not a lot of time. And simply many blunders happen for everyone. So also these matches have a very own dynamic, let's put it that way, because like in a round robin, even if you play decent, it might be that someone else plays better. In a match, if you just play well and you don't lose or even win one game, it's fine. It doesn't really matter what the others are doing. So it's also this match compared to round robin also changed a lot. But yeah, of course, I would say that in classical chess, I was able to control things way more.
Yeah, it's been awesome to watch you. And we've got this awesome match coming up now that the games are over, this show match between Alexandra Botez and Anna Crumling. But I also want to get your predictions in. But I think the question I want to ask you is if there's one advice that you could give them right now before they go into their first freestyle chess match, what would that be?
Which time control are they playing?
It's 10 plus 10.
10-10. And 5-5, actually, afterwards.
Yeah, I think just... you need to find the right balance between not getting into a horrible position immediately and not spending too much time in the opening, because if you do, then it doesn't really matter how well you played, you will have some huge mistakes afterwards anyway.
Well, if there's anyone whose advice I'd want to be taking right now when it comes to freestyle chess, I think it would be yours, my friend. I think we could pull up the results of the day just to give everyone a big picture of how the matches broke down. Of course, this man on your screens right here, Keymer, taking the win over Carlsen, and all 3 other matchups going in a drawish way. So it sets you up brilliantly for tomorrow. But I know I've already talked to you before about how you can't really rest on your laurels in this format in having that decisive victory and lead, because without knowing the starting position, sometimes committing to just playing solid chess isn't enough. But how do you feel about your chances in tomorrow's matchup in another go again against the world #1?
Yeah, I mean, they certainly increased since the match started, but still I don't expect it to be anywhere near an easy ride. So yeah, I'm sure I will need to play my best chess tomorrow, and then hopefully this will be enough.
Is it extra special to get these wins in Germany, in front of your home crowd?
It's nice, yeah. I actually, when playing here, I don't have it really in mind, but of course it's always nice to. Also, I really like the place here, and yeah, it's nice.
Well, thank you for treating us to some brilliant chess. Congratulations once again on your victory. Best of luck tomorrow as you look to book your ticket to the finals. We can't wait to see it.
Okay. Thank you.
And as Vincent leaves us, we can go ahead and take stock of the entire tournament as a whole, pulling up that beautiful bracket. Of course, we do have our 4 semi-finalists doing battle up there at the top, trying to book their ticket to the final table. It's going to be Keymer at the moment, who looks to have solid chances, while Fabiano and Sindarov are locked in battle at 0.5 apiece. Just below them, you can see those battles for 5th through 8th happening, of course, with Hikaru Nakamura and Gukesh on one side, and Alireza Firouzja on the other side. I think, again, it comes back to this idea that there's still always something to play for in the circuit, which I think is very interesting, maybe compared to some other formats that we've seen in the chess world, right? Where you have to be able to suffer a loss the day, like yesterday, like Hikaru, and find a way to recover, because you're not done yet.
This is just the first event. We're just getting started with the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour right here at Weissenhaus. So those tour points are going to be so critical at the end of the season as well. So the players fighting for 5th to 8th as well, getting those, well, it's also about big bucks here. There is a lot of money on the line, and those tour points. So we see those incredible fights. But I think today's day, the show just belongs to Vincent Keymer. I mean, putting Magnus Carlsen in this spot, James, where he's in a must-win in a semi-finals, he's not used to that.
I know. I'm right there with you, but I want to make sure that chat's there with us as well. So this is your moment to make your voice heard. Go ahead and jump into chat. Let us know who you think the MVP of the day was. Exclamation point followed by the name of the player.
This is the easiest.
And I know, I'm keeping my eyes on y'all. You better come up with the right answer here, because I feel like there is one today. All right. We wait on bated breath though to get the results of that.
Big North Star shining right now.
Right.
Guiding chat to that answer.
I think too, I find it incredibly humble. Response from Vincent as we talk about the seeming mastery that he's had over a number of these starting positions. He just seems to find his way to what could be considered, the best first move, even if he's not willing to say he feels it so confidently so. But it does feel like maybe there's just something about him and his brain and the way he, evaluates freestyle chess. Maybe he was made for this.
I was thinking about that, and I think one of the explanations that came to my mind why he has this incredible feel of, the right way to approach this absolutely fresh position that the players haven't seen before is his very solid chess foundation. We keep talking about Grandmaster Peter Lecco. He's a former World Championship challenger, and one of his biggest forte has been his chess strategic positional understandings, playing correct chess, just the sounding based on sound principles. And we often see Vincent, right, when he was analyzing his game as well right now, where the pawns move, what are the drawbacks of that, how he wants his pieces to arrive at the right position, how he's able to find that harmony. And I think that comes a lot from Peter Lecco's training, or at least I would say has a big role to play in that.
I've got good news for you.
What is it?
Twitch chat can stay in our good graces, because the MVP of the day is going to be Vincent Keymer. So deserved is he in picking up this victory against Magnus Carlsen. Freestyle rank number 7 on the stat boards, but who knows, maybe soon to be ranked number 1 if he continues this form in this tournament.
Yeah. gets a win against Magnus. He's done it before, as he mentioned, in the World Cup, in a classical game, and now in freestyle chess, where really Magnus Carlsen, he's such a beast, right? Magnus is a beast. He's a GOAT in all formats, but it's so hard to get this kind of win in classical chess. Last season, in that semi-finals, it was Magnus versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and Magnus made quite a run through with it. You know, it was sort of a cruise through to the finals. And here he is, where he's got a must-win tomorrow. It's not going to be easy, not because of the scoreline, but because simply the form that Vincent Keymer has shown here. Just incredible chess start to finish. And I disagree with him. I think his chess was near to flawless today, you know? When he said he messed up a little bit, it was just awesome to see how everything fell into place. And very often in chess, tactics happen when you've got a sound foundation to it. Every single piece that Vincent has was ready for those tactical ideas to happen.
Yeah, but as Levy said, right, job's not done. And so I cannot wait to see how Vincent Keymer steps up to the board tomorrow. I think now we are tasked with the ever so difficult task of coming up with a move of the day. Do you have anything that jumps to the top of your mind?
Wow.
I mean, I can only think about that game, but I'm wondering if there was almost the move of the day in my head in some ways is that the idea of the rook sacrifice. We didn't see it materialize in the end, but it felt like that idea was there for Vincent. As we had, the knight comes central. We talked about throwing that rook in.
This would be it.
It was
setting
there.
that up. And it has to be from our most valued player, right? In this position, if I had to point out the move of the day, which really we saw on camera, Magnus Carlsen give a reaction to as well, because he was not expecting this. And it just feels as if Magnus here has stabilized the attack. You know, he's got both rooks, the queen laterally defending, the knight nicely placed. In fact, that last move given an exclamation mark, a good move on the board. And then suddenly out of nowhere, notice how all of Vincent's army is on one side. And that's where, as a human, you know, your attention is focused on, and then boom, on the other side of the board he strikes. It's sort of that we see this happen in football as well so many times, right? There are these bunch of players who've got that ball possession, everyone's distracted, the defenders are distracted, and then there's one pass and the big assist and the big goal comes from the other side of the field, and that G5 move feels like that, because it suddenly takes away all that foundation of the position where the center weakens up. So G5 has got to be our move of the day.
Yeah, exactly. The defense trying to read the play call, right? Gets distracted, focusing over to one side of the board, and then the offense off of the snap goes the other way, and then kind of chaos ensues, and you can see how much it shaped the ultimate results of this game. While Magnus still fought the good fight to try and mount the defense, ultimately Vincent Keymer comes out on top, 1-0. Beautiful display of chess for him. Sets us up beautifully for tomorrow. I think then too we just have to have a conversation about the fact that actually it was our most drawish day of the tournament. While there have been rather decisive results on most other days and maybe only one or two ending in a draw, for a position that most of the players with black said felt rather precarious, they mostly managed to get out of it, at least with a draw.
3 draws and 1 win. Vincent Keymer against none other than Magnus. Yeah, it felt like one of the more peaceful days, but the games were anything but. I think for Javokhir, he's going to go and look back and feel and definitely be filled with emotions about that big missed opportunity that he had, you know, in those final moments against Fabiano, because he could have very well taken the lead in his match as well. And what a story that would have been. You know, youth prevails. Well, it does prevail on one of the boards, and the other one almost on the precipice of it as well.
Well, for our 4 semifinalists, only one starting position, one over-the-board match stands between them and a finals berth, challenging for that top spot, $200,000 and 25 circuit points to kick off their 2025 here at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. But for now, we shut the lights down. We come back same time, same place. We expect you to be here because you don't want to miss any more of the action that these players have left in store. Until tomorrow, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.